Story time of when I was being stalked at work. I had just turned 18 and I was working at a little Chinese food to go and delivery restaurant. Loved it. It was just a super cool, casual job. One day I was working the front counter and this man came in, took his order, and he was just super nice, like overly nice. I would say that he was about like 50 years old. He asked where my name was and didn't think anything of it. Well, he started coming in like every day and he would walk in, "Hey, Maddie." I was like, "Oh, hey, like you're back again. Like, how are you?" Super weird, but again, didn't really think anything of it. We also delivered food and we had delivery drivers, and sometimes they couldn't do delivery. And I was like always the first one to volunteer because you made a lot of money delivering. I was like, I will definitely take this for a $10 tip. Looking back, no 18-year-old girl should ever be delivering food or be a delivery driver, especially at night. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. One day they needed a driver to like go 5 minutes away, and I was like, I'll do it. I got in my car, was backing out, looking into the restaurant. I see the same man looking at me like this in the window, like staring me down. Like literally his whole entire body was this close to the window and he was just staring at me, making eye contact with me. He didn't say hi, he didn't say anything. That's when I started to get like the most creepiest vibe from him. I was like, whoa. Also, this all happened like in like a month span. I should have said that at the beginning, like a month span. Still do my job, he's still coming in, and it just gets creepier and creepier. In the summer we were pretty slow, so we like all had like these adult coloring books. So one day I was coloring and he was like, "Oh, like you like to color?" And I was like, "Well, no, I'm just like bored." And he went through like my whole coloring book, like looking at my drawings, like didn't ask, just like picked up the book and started like looking through, and I was like, get me the fuck away from this guy. One night my coworker took the call and it was for a delivery, and he was like, "But I only want it delivered if Maddie can drive it." And I was like, what the fuck? So I looked at the name and it was him. He wanted me to deliver his food, and I was like, absolutely not. So we sent my coworker, and he said when he got there, this guy was waiting on the front porch. Every single light was off. He was in the pitch black dark. And he said, "Well, you're not Maddie." He was waiting for me on the porch. His driver was like, "No, he's really freaking creepy." Then one night, came in again pretty early and got food to go. And then I was leaving my shift, so hours later, and he was outside. He was like, "Oh, you're off already?" And I'm like, "You're still here? Still here? You ordered food hours ago and you're still here?" I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Okay, have a good night." Ran to my car and he started following me home. So I called my dad. My dad's like freaking out. Our neighbor was like also our family friends and was a cop. So my dad ran over to their house and they were like, "Drive to the police station." And I was like, "Okay." So I drove to the police station. He obviously didn't follow me there. And then I went home. I parked in my neighbor's house because they were like, if he really is following you home, we're gonna think that you live here. After this, my neighbor and my dad were like, "You need to get his license plate." I remember he came in once and I ran outside and got the plate. I was like, you know what, maybe this is just like, I was just second guessing myself. I was like, you know what, maybe he's just like being nice. Like maybe he's just not like being a creep. And then he brings me a basket. He brings me a basket full of coloring books, crayons, pencils, markers, this huge fucking basket. It had paintbrushes, paint, and he was like, "I bought all of this for you because I know you like to color." Right then and there, I froze, and I was like, I didn't know what to do. And I just started crying. Like, I just remember, I just stood there and started bawling my eyes out. My boss obviously didn't really know what was going on. Like, he was an old man, so like, I didn't really tell him any of it. I was just like, again, I didn't really know what it was gonna be. I know it was just like a bunch of little things, but you guys, he was just so creepy. I was like, I think he's gonna kill me. Like, I really thought, I'm like, he's gonna murder me. Took a few days off, didn't go anywhere because my mom was like, you're not leaving the house and you're not staying home alone. Like, I was like on watch. So it just so happened that my uncle was getting married in California. So my mom was like, "We're sending you off for a month. Like, we're all gonna go to the wedding and you're just gonna stay in California for a few weeks." So that's how it pretty much ended. I just went away and never went back. I did get the plate though. I gave it to my cop friend. He did do a few drive-bys and he ended up pulling him over for something else. He pretty much said, "You're really freaking out the girls at the restaurant. Like, you need to stay away from there." He did look around in the car and there was a passenger seat filled with gifts, filled with presents, just like my coloring basket. And which I didn't take home, by the way, because I was like, there's probably a fucking tracker in here. And our friend did confirm he was 100% like a creep. Like, he was 100% had bad intentions. Like, he wasn't just your normal guy that was being nice. Like, he was a creep. So anyways, stay safe out there. Stalking is no joke, especially because there's nothing you can do. And I feel like, I don't even like to call it stalking. I just feel like it was like, I mean, it was. But it was just a very mild case that was still like so scary. Like I never want to go through anything like that ever again, or have that feeling in my stomach that I wasn't safe even in my own home. So yeah, being a girl fucking sucks.
You are not taking full advantage of pretty privilege. I literally have a guy who sends me money, buys me things, and wants to fly me out to marry me. And I keep on rejecting him, and he's doing all of it because he thinks I'm pretty. Not like a sugar daddy. Like, this guy is like around my age. And I've never done anything with him. Nothing sus. One of my friends that I've been friends with for a few years has a friend who she grew up with here who now lives in California, okay? Like, he moved out to California when they were like 14, I want to say. One day, my friend posted a picture of me on her story, and I was holding like a foot-long like hot dog from Sonic. Love Sonic. This friend of hers who lives in California screenshots the story, sends it to her, and says, "She's so beautiful, what's her snap?" I add him, obviously. If you don't know, if you're new here, I don't date guys. Like, I'm lesbian. I say I'm lesbian. Technically you could say I'm bi because I find guys like physically attractive, but not in a like serious romantic way. Anyways, like, despite that, I'm like talking to him because like it doesn't have to be anything serious. I'm always down for friends. Anyways, very quickly he forms a pretty intense crush on me and is texting my friend whenever I don't respond, being like, "Can you tell Sophie to text me back? Can you tell Sophie to call me? Can you tell Sophie to, you know, reach out to me?" Whatever. Whenever me and my friend were hanging out, we would FaceTime him, and he'd always be like, "You're so gorgeous. Like, you look like you're from California." I guess because I'm tan and blonde. I don't know. I told him I'm lesbian, by the way. I've probably told him I'm lesbian like 50 times. And it doesn't stop him from being interested. He texts my friend being like, "Is there anything I can do that would convince her to like be with me?" Anyways, one day I'm sitting in a parking lot with my friend, we're FaceTiming him, and I tell him, this was during my unemployed era, okay? I've had a few unemployed eras. During one of my unemployed eras, I was so broke. I think I literally had like $2 in my bank account, and I lost my hairbrush, okay? And I just get like plastic hairbrushes from Target. Like, I'm not like picky, you know? I start ranting to him about how I like lost my hairbrush and I can't find it. I think I left it at my friend's apartment. I don't have enough money to fill up my gas tank to go and drive to the city to pick it up. My friend tells him, like, "You should buy Sophie a hairbrush." He's like, "Do you want one?" And I was like, I literally, like, obviously I want one. Obviously I want one. I didn't think he was actually going to get me a hairbrush. He's like, "Do you want a wooden hairbrush?" And I was like, I don't care if it's like a little tiny plastic one from the front of a salon. Like, I just need something to run through my hair. Like, I actually don't care. He's like, "Okay, what's your address? Text me your address." I text him my address, which is kind of dumb, but like, then again, he's like friends with one of my friends. Like, I know he's not like a creepy random, okay? Anyways, he's like, "Okay, check your mail tomorrow. I just ordered one for you." I'm like, right. He then texts me the next day and he's like, "Check your mailbox." I go to my mailbox at my apartment. I open it up. I pull out a package. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's serious. Like, he literally ordered me a hairbrush. Not only that, I open it up and it's not like a plastic brush. It's like a wooden brush, and I didn't even know what he meant. I thought he meant like wooden comb, okay? It's a wooden $35 hairbrush. Overnight shipped from like a professional salon. Anyways, he then is asking my friend again if there's anything he can do to like make me like him. She's like, she's gay. Like, she's not gonna date you. He then is asking like, will she fly out to see me? Will you guys both fly out to see me? Like, you guys can both come, you can stay at my place. I start joking with him, like, yeah, I'm gonna like kick you out of your house and steal your bed, and like, I'm gonna move to California and blah blah blah. And he's like, "You guys should fly out, you should see me, whatever." And then he's texting my friend and he's like, "When she flies out, I want to marry her. Like, when she flies out, we're going to the courthouse and we're getting married." Then probably a month and a half ago, he texts me, and like, I don't have Snap anymore. Like, this is all on iMessage at this point. He texts me and he's like, "When can I fly you out?" And I was like, "Well, I don't have a real ID." I really need to get a real ID, by the way. Side note, if you know me and you're watching this video, please, somebody come with me to get my real ID. But that's aside. Just total sidebar there. But anyways, I was like, "I don't have my real ID, but I can probably come out in like June if you pay for the ticket." And he's like, "Yeah, I'll pay for the ticket. Like, I want to see you." Anyways, don't know if I'm going to go through with that one. If I do get a real ID, might do it. Let me know if that's a good idea or a bad idea. Not really down to get married at the courthouse. But basically, if a guy thinks you're pretty, it'll get you flown out. It'll get you free stuff. Like, don't underestimate the power of beauty subjectively. I hope this word doesn't come across as me thinking like I'm so gorgeous. I don't really think that. I think I'm average, obviously, but like, anyways, basically, if a guy thinks you're pretty, you should expect stuff.
Okay guys, I'm gonna be telling a story about something that's been happening to me over the past like 6 months, and it's gotten progressively worse within the last month and a half to 2 months now, and I finally just stood up for myself, and I just want to tell you guys about it because I hope other women and girls can do the same thing for themselves. Okay, so I have a commercial gym about 15 minutes away from my house. It's really great, gets the job done. Do I wish I could drive the extra 15 minutes to a nicer gym down in Scottsdale and have it be a little more private and more weightlifting based? 1010%. But I make do with what I have here. It's great. It does the job. However, something I want to say about commercial gyms is that everybody deserves the right to have access and space to a place to take care of their body and get into shape. 1000%. I'm the biggest advocate for health and wellness out there. I mean, probably not out there, but like, I am such a big advocate for health and wellness. But I will say there is something that I've been struggling with in a commercial gym that I know other women are as well. Something about me is I am not shy to be proud of the body that I've built. I wear matching sets every single time I go to the gym. I wear bra and shorts. I am just not ashamed of myself. I am very confident in the body that I've built, and I'm not gonna let other men or other women even tell me to put that away. I've done that before and I will never do it again. So I'm just gonna make that disclaimer. If you have anything negative to say about that at all, I will not hear you out. I will not listen to that aspect of this conversation at all. So that's just my little disclaimer. There is this older guy who I've noticed will be staring at me from here down every single time we are in the gym at the same time. And I don't mean this to be dramatic or to be extreme, but this man will never ever look above my face. It's always my boobs, or my butt. And it's really, I'm not a very insecure person at all. It feels a little like, ooh, that's kind of violating almost. Like, it's kind of bizarre. It's a really interesting thing, but I have gotten to a point where I would ignore it and just kind of not let it bother me. But within the past month and a half, I've gotten really intolerable to it because we would be probably no less than 5 feet apart walking past each other in a hall, and he would be looking in my shorts vicinity from the front. So do with that image, or imagine that how you want. And I just kind of got to a point where I was like, are you serious? Like, I have a face, I have eyes. If you want to look at, like, make eye contact with me. So I kind of have started to stare back at him to let him know, like, he's not invisible. I am a human just as much as he's a human. And I'm not going to stand here and just be like, you're looking like, there's just this really strange thing going on with it. So we have this row of machines that kind of overlooks a lot of the gym, and it faces out one way, and you can also face this way. And something that I have noticed is if I'm ever there, he's always on that machine, angled or turned in whatever direction I am. Maybe that's just me feeling self-conscious or self-aware of what's going on, but within the past 3 months, that has been true every single time. And there was one time he was looking at me. He was looking this way. I was standing like this. I was using our cable machine doing delt flies, and I was wearing Honor Active straight leg yellow pants. So they make your butt look really good. I have no shame about that. Zero shame at all. I don't care if you want to look for a quick second. I don't care if you want to give me a compliment. Like, genuinely, I don't care. But what got to a point, he stared at my butt and at my backside for over 3.5 minutes. I timed it because I was like, there's no way. He literally looked like a dog, just like, it was so uncomfortable. So I got to a point where I was like, are you serious? Like, I turned around and kind of just made I threw my arms out, and he just kept staring. Like, no shame, no embarrassment, zero. And I was just like, oh my gosh, and I don't mean this, maybe he has special needs, maybe there's like this lack of social cue of what's inappropriate and what's not. But what I won't stand for is enabling it because he's an older guy who that's just the way that things are for him, and enabling bad behavior. So today I put my big girl pants on and I went up to our gym manager because something that crossed my mind was I'm grown. Granted, I'm not super old, but like I'm not ashamed to stand up for myself anymore. I'm not insecure. I'm not I'm just not gonna enable that for him anymore. And I'm sure that it happens. He does it to multiple women too. This isn't truly personal to me, I don't believe. But like, I would hate, because there are 12-year-olds in this gym. There are young women in this gym who I know when I was 12 and I was working out, I would never stick up for myself. I would never tell a manager, tell a parent, tell anybody. Like, I would probably be I would have never stuck up for myself if I was 12 or 13, let alone even 16. Like, I just never would have done it. So I was like, you know what? There's young women here. There are young boys here. Like, there are young kids here. We have minors in this gym. And I will not enable this because I would hate for another young girl to go through the same thing and not think that she can stick up for herself. So, I know this is getting long. You're probably not even watching it at this point, but I went up to the woman at this gym, and I said, look, I'm not confrontational. I am not somebody who likes to stir the pot. I do not like issues. Like, this is uncomfortable for me as is, but there is something that has to be done because if it's happening to me, it's happening to someone else. And if it's this is so deliberate at this point, it's unexcusable and it's unavoidable. There's zero excuse to stare at me to the extent that he does. And I have been through situations where I have been in situations where I have been objectified. I've been made to feel small. I've been treated like I should be ashamed of my body, or treated like my body's the problem and that my body just draws eyes. And that is from people that have been very close to me and have been really close to me in my life. And I just refuse at this point in my life and in my growth and in my journey to sit back and be objectified and to sit back and be told that I'm the problem and that my body's the issue. So I hope this just motivates someone out there to stick up for themselves. And even if you're a guy, like, this is not one-sided. Stick up for yourself. Don't let anybody make you feel ashamed of your body, and don't let anybody tell you that your body's the problem, because it never is. Unless I won't even go there. Your body's never the problem. Don't be ashamed of yourself. Love yourself. Stick up for yourself. And I just hope that this motivates someone. And I know this is really long at this point, so please, if you're still here, thanks, I love you. If not, I really hope you get the motivation you need to stick up for yourself. So, love you, bye.
Ready with me while I tell you about a time I actually watched hair go up in smoke, like literal smoke. So let me set the scene. It's 2020. I am a new hairstylist. We're finally back into the swing of being in the salon. In the station next to me is also another baby stylist. We will call this baby stylist Amy. I was in school with Amy at the same time, but she was a high school student who was doing the high school program and graduated after me. I also think that it's important to note that the two salon owners were not hairstylists. They knew nothing about doing hair. The only people in the salon at this time were myself, this other baby hairstylist, the two salon owners, and a receptionist. This receptionist was actually there to get her hair done by Amy, and her hair was platinum, almost white to her ends with the exception of her roots. So I know that she was wanting her roots done, but like I said, I had a client in my chair at the time, so I was not present during their consultation. I wasn't really actively listening to what exactly was going on. As a salon owner now, looking back, that to have two baby stylists who are still learning and growing and two people who really can't mentor them on the services probably wasn't the best idea, but I digress. So Amy starts doing the application on the receptionist. We'll just call her Chloe. Amy starts Chloe's hair, and what I notice is she's taking the lightener from the root to the ends, and her hair was already almost white blonde. That's a recipe for disaster, but at the time, I was not in a position to assert anything. I was just like, oh, that doesn't seem right, but
I'm not really sure how this ended up happening or how it was even allowed, you know, coming from a now salon owner, but she ends up getting through just the back of the hair, and mom and a couple of her children come in for a haircut on Amy's schedule. Amy is like, I'm just going to let the back process. I'm going to get these kids' haircut and then I'll start the top of your head. She starts the haircuts. Chloe is just like walking around the salon. She's chit-chatting with the owners, chit-chatting with me and my client, and we're just on the salon floor, you know, chatting it up. A handful of minutes go by and Chloe starts saying, my neck is so hot. And she's complaining about it being just like uncomfortably hot, which, like, if you've ever had foils in your hair, you know that they get warm, but they shouldn't be hot to the point where you're like uncomfortable. At this point, I'm pretty much like at a pause in what I'm doing, and I'm just kind of like looking at what's going on. Me and my client are both like, and I just remember Amy like not really, I don't want to say she didn't care, but she was very, very focused on her haircut at the time. So the owner opens the back foil. It might have been plastic wrap or saran wrap or something. Regardless, it was wrapped in something to trap heat in. Smoke everywhere. I was like, I remember her looking dead at me with just as much fear in her face and going, this isn't supposed to do this, right? It was just seconds that felt like hours of internal panic being communicated through like ice. She stops the haircut, takes her back to the shampoo bowl, and comes back. A few minutes go by and she goes, everything's fine, her hair's fine. We're all just like, but in my brain, I was sitting there like, there is no way in hell. Her hair was smoking. At this point, my client is officially processing, so the owner comes up to me and she goes, I just don't feel like it's fine. Can you go check? I walk back. She's just laying in the shampoo bowl, probably just as confused as the rest of us. Look at the back of her hair. Wait, this is actually okay. I'm like mind blown. So I go back to the owner, tell her like, I think it's fine. Like, I don't understand it, but I'm not seeing anything besides like maybe a trim. I want to say she was still doing the haircut, but I already had my client back to the shampoo bowl where Chloe was sitting, hasn't been checked on. My client's toner is processing, and we're just like talking about, like, all three of us are talking about how absolutely crazy that was. Chloe is complaining about how itchy her neck is. And I'm like, well, here, like, I'm not doing anything. Like, let me just look. I lift her head up and I shit you not, all of this broken off, like her neck hairs down in here, all broken off, wrapped up and tucked under her neck. So she was laying, when she was laying back into the shampoo bowl, was laying on that. Not all of the lightener was washed out of it. So I am like, oh my God. I start washing it out. Lumps, babe. I've never held so much broken hair in my life. I wanted to cry for her. I couldn't internalize the feelings I was feeling at that time. And I was just like, this is bad.
Hi guys, let's talk about how my first and last date with John went. This was my first experience with Facebook dating. Not a fan, not a fan. Now, if you've seen my videos before, you know in my recaps, I keep it cute. I'm very sweet, I'm respectful. However, this time around, I'm gonna be very honest about my experience because I had a pretty bad time. For our date, we went to a place called Storico Fresco, which is in Buckhead. I've actually been there before on another first date, actually with Alex back in the day. Great spot, love it. I get out of my Uber, walk up to the hostess stand, and I'm like, hi, I'm here for dinner with John. And they're like, oh, he's not here yet, but we can sit you right now. Is it okay we still have you on the street? And I was like, on the street, what? And then all of a sudden John walks up, and so I give him a hug and say hi. And I was like, yeah, I guess they have us sitting on the street. He's like, yeah, I requested that we sit outside. I am just not an outdoors kind of girl. Like, it's one thing if you're on a rooftop in Miami by the ocean, but where we were, we're like on an alley in Atlanta. It just made no sense. So they're literally walking us out of the restaurant, outside of the patio, and we're sitting on the street in this alley. People are like walking by, farting, like it is just not the vibe. But honestly, that's not a big problem. I actually like this restaurant a lot, but the date was not good. So we sit down and he's like, oh, you Ubered here? And I'm like, yeah, I just typically Uber really anywhere in Atlanta. It's just easier than dealing with parking, and especially if I'm having a drink or something. And he was like making fun of me for Ubering. And he's like, it's actually not that complicated. Like, I just parked right down there. I was like, okay, good for you. This guy is so straight-laced and had very little personality. The only time that he would make jokes would be at the expense of me. But for example, we're talking about something and I was like, oh, well, you were born in this year, right? And he was like, there's that Alabama education, because I went to Alabama. And by the way, this is a joke I use because it's a self-deprecating, funny joke. I use that joke, but when you use it, it's coming off a little bit weird. So he was making fun of me for not doing the math right. I forgot how old he was, big deal. And he made that same joke 2 more times the night. And it was just like, ew. We're talking about like interests and like shows that we like. And I was like, oh, well, I do like to watch my Real Housewives, you know, just some trash reality TV every now and then. He's making fun of me for liking that. Okay, cool. Then we're talking about other hobbies and I'm like, well, I go on runs a lot, you know, I do bake sourdough bread at home, but honestly, I'm such a homebody these days. Like I don't leave that much. And he started to make fun of me for being a homebody. And I was like, I'm sorry, do you want me to be in the club? Like what are you talking about? It was too much too soon. And it was just, there was nothing positive about what he was saying. And so I'm like, oh, well, you're making fun of me for being a homebody. Well, then what do you do, John? That's so interesting. He's like, well, I go to work and then I like go to the golf course. And I wanted to respond, oh my God, Christopher Columbus, an adventurer, an explorer. He goes to the golf course. Oh my God. Like you're making fun of me for being a homebody and your hobby is golf? Groundbreaking. And I play golf, so I'm asking him questions about his experience. And I'm like, well, let me see your swing. Do you have a video of your swing? Because I just like looking at people's swings. And so he shows me a video of his swing. And I'm like, you barely move your hips. And like, why don't you hold your finish? It's so interesting. And he literally takes his phone back and it was like, you don't get it. No, I don't actually, it's fine. Like he was so pissed off that I said that. And I was kind of happy about it, not gonna lie. And at one point, at the very beginning of the dinner, I did compliment him saying like he looked nice. He didn't say anything to me. He didn't compliment me one time at all, not once. And mind you, I loved my outfit. I was feeling pretty good about myself. I actually went to the bathroom and I got complimented on my way in from a stranger, but not my date. What the hell? Honestly, like this date was not fun. He doesn't drink, so I had 1 glass of Prosecco and I wish I could have had a bottle because it was that miserable. And it's interesting talking about it now because in the moment on the date, I was like, I kind of feel weird about this. I don't know if I really like how this is going. I feel like he's being kind of rude and passive aggressive. But I didn't say anything in the moment just because I was like in it. But like looking back now, I wish I was just like, dude, you're a fucking asshole. Like, what's your deal? Any opportunity to make fun of me, he did. He just thought that he was the coolest guy in the world. And I'm like, you're 5'10", get fucked. So thankfully dinner is finally over. And he's like, well, did you want to go someplace else? And in my head, I'm like, go someplace else and do what? Sit here and just hear you bitch about me? Like, what the? Absolutely not. So I order my Uber and we leave. The Uber pulls up and she like ends up pulling up down the street a little bit farther. And you know what he does? He says goodbye to me and then he just keeps walking in the direction he's going. I have to cross the street and we're going in the same direction, but he didn't even walk me to my Uber. I was like, oh my God, you loser. So I get home, he texts me, he's like, hey, had a great time, it was so nice meeting you. And then he like starts to send me like a video of something that he was talking about. And I'm like, awesome, yep. Thanks for dinner. And I'm literally like in my head, I'm like, oh my gosh, I hate that I have to end this. Like, I just wish that we could just part ways and not talk ever again. And the next morning I wake up to a text from him saying, hey Amanda, it was nice meeting you. I don't think we're a match. Best of luck. And I wanted to be like, you don't think we're a match? Dude, I don't think you're a match with anybody. I think you'd only be a match with like a robot. I don't even understand. And you know, I really did want to respond back and be very honest, but instead I just responded, we are on the same page, best of luck. Because what the fuck? So that's how that dating experience with John went. Let me know y'all's thoughts. What do you think about him? Do you think that he's just a robot and is actually AI? Do you think that he even likes women in general? I don't know. And if that is what my first experience with Facebook dating is like, I think I'm in trouble. But thank you so much for letting me vent. You know, I always try to keep it cute, but this one I just had to be completely honest about. Honestly, the only positive about this is that whatever next date I go on, it's gonna be the best compared to that nightmare that I was on. Silver lining. But as always, thanks so much for listening to me. I love you guys. Bye.
I just moved into a new apartment and I'm pretty sure I'm at war with my downstairs neighbor. She wrote me a love letter today and I would really love to read it to you guys. Hi, good morning / afternoon. Dash whenever you see this. Smiley face. Smiley face. It's very important. it's Leah from blank. I'm working from home today while preparing for my PhD defense, and I wanted to reach out about some noise I've been experiencing from upstairs. The dogs have been barking and howling quite a bit today, and I also regularly hear them running around at different hours. Okay, my bad on the dogs barking. So if someone comes by the door, they bark because they're in a new place and they're freaking out a little bit. It's been, a week, so we're a little fresh here, my bad. But running around at different hours is really, really strange way to put it, because when I'm not home, my puppy is in a 2-foot cage. She goes out for walks and stuff. She spends her time outside of the cage, don't worry. But when she's just in this apartment, she's not moving. The other dog is older. She does not move from the couch, and I would know that because I have a video camera to check on her. She literally does not move. She's just chilling all day. So dogs moving around at regular hours, should I paralyze them? Should I not allow them to walk? Little interesting there. And they're not running around. I live in a small apartment. There's no running to be done here. So yeah, when my dog hears them howling and barking, it then makes her become restless as well. It's really interesting because right before I videoed this, there was a ton of barking coming from downstairs. My dogs were silent, didn't do anything to cause that, and I don't remember writing her a full page and then printing it out to remind her that her dog is barking. So, okay, this paragraph is my favorite, third paragraph. In the mornings, I can often hear an alarm vibrating around 6:30 to 7 a.m., along with some other general noise. Yes, because my alarm goes off at 6:30 in the morning because I have to get up and get ready to go to work. I walk 5 feet over to my bathroom. I brush my teeth, wash my face, walk 5 feet back. I change. And then I'm out the door. I'm not playing music. I'm not working out. I literally just walk to the bathroom, back to my room, and then back out the door. My alarm. I'm pretty sure most people have an alarm. Also, I don't have a fancy alarm clock. I'm not doing anything extra loud. This is just my iPhone. My iPhone alarm goes off so I can wake up to go to work. Okay, all right. I did try knocking earlier, but it seemed like no one was home. Yeah, because you heard me get up and go to work. So yes, that's where I was. I was not home. I completely understand that you've just moved in and are still getting settled. When you have a chance, would you mind considering adding some carpets or rugs? I think that would really help reduce the noise carrying between the floors. Thanks so much for understanding. I really appreciate it! Exclamation point. So, I would love to know, has anyone else had a downstairs neighbor or someone in their building that has, I don't know, this is just coming off as crazy to me. Personally, she went out of her way to introduce herself as I was moving into the building, as my fiance and I were moving in, and she made a very big point. She barely said anything besides the fact that, oh, you're living above me. Well, the guy who lived above me before was so rude. He stomped around and would wake me up at 4 a.m. and blah, blah, blah. And he was the worst. Good riddance to him. I was like, wow, that's so terrible. Yeah, no, me and my fiance, we're really quiet. We live a quiet lifestyle. No, you won't have to worry about us. I don't think the last upstairs neighbor she had I don't think he was the problem. My alarm going off, setting her up, and general noise. I don't play music. I literally am bathroom back. That's crazy. Okay. That being said, there was another surprise. There was a package. And I thought that it was from her, but upon closer look, it actually wasn't. I think this is from my across the street neighbors. And it's a bunch of playing cards. I don't know, it's really interesting and cool. And it says on the package, "Welcome to Jersey." And I'm pretty sure that they saw this letter on my door. And then so they were like, hey, listen, we're nice here. Don't worry. Here's a little welcome package. So anyways, I thought that was really nice and thoughtful. I can't believe this. Please, someone give me your input.
So I had to turn a patient away this week. Let's talk about it. Buckle up because I'm incapable of telling a story shorter than 1 minute. This girl booked for a mini lip plump. It's a half syringe of filler in her lips. We had never seen her before. She comes in. I'm immediately clocking her lips. So I start out by asking her like, oh, tell me when you got your lips done last, because it was pretty obvious she had had them done before. And she says, oh, I went to this place, Reflections something, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. She said, yeah, I went there 10 months ago. I'm like, oh, okay. Did you like it? And she goes, yeah, I liked it. And I'm like, okay. So I have to ask, like, why didn't you go back? She's like, oh, I just couldn't get in time. I said, okay, what about any other injectables? Have you ever done that? And she said, oh yeah, I've had Botox done. I got my Botox done like 2 months ago. I said, oh, okay, at the same place? And she's like, oh, no, I went somewhere else. It was like something flawless or something. I can't remember. And I was like, oh, did you like it there? And she's like, yeah. I said, oh, okay. Do they do filler there? And she goes, yeah. I'm like, but you didn't go there to get your lips done. She goes, no, I just went there because my friend told me to go there. That's okay. We continue the conversation. I ask her what brings her in. She says, I'm getting married on Friday. Mind you, it's Monday. And I just really want my lips done. No. I said, that's a terrible idea. Terrible idea. You should definitely not be doing your lips 5 days before you're getting married. 4 days, let's be serious, before you get married. And she goes, oh, no, it's fine. I've had my lips done a ton of times. It'll be fine. And I'm like, you don't really know that. Every single time you get your lip filler done, it is different. There is, like, you never really know how it's gonna be. She kept, like, kind of cutting me off and, like, rapid fire just saying, it's fine. It'll be fine. I know it'll be fine. And I'm like, so you're telling me you're okay with having bruised, potentially swollen lips on your wedding day? She's like, no, I won't. I know it'll be fine. And I'm like, well, I've been injecting for almost a decade and I'm telling you, I know it won't. But, you know, if you want to proceed. So I said, tell me, you know, what you're looking for. And she's like, well, I just want like a half a syringe to give me some better shape, to make me feel better. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to hand you the mirror and show you why I feel like that's not really possible. Hand her the mirror, pick up my little stick. She's got filler migration way down here. Her entire ergotrid is puffy and white and overfilled. Her lip is like one uniform shape. And I'm like, so you've got a lot of migration. And I start showing her, like, see all that? And she goes, oh, no, that's just my makeup. And she's like aggressively starts wiping off her lipstick and her lip liner. And I'm like, you know, I gotta be honest, you really just made your migration that much more obvious, taking your makeup off. It's pretty bad. Which is why I can see why you want some shaping, because your lips don't really have a shape. But there is literally no way that I can improve the shape of your lips by putting more filler in them. And she's like, well, I just really don't have time to get them dissolved. And I'm like, whether or not you have time to do it isn't going to magically change your outcome. You know, and she just kept pushing for the filler. And finally I said, listen, I'm not comfortable with doing this. It frankly would be unethical of me to proceed with putting filler in your lips when I know it would be a bad outcome. So for those reasons, I'm gonna have to decline treating you today. Shockingly, she was actually pretty nice about it. People don't usually take that news very well, understandably. you know, she was just kind of like, okay, you know, I understand, that's fine. And like got up and left. I think the thing that is sad is I know she probably immediately started getting on the phone and calling other med spas to see who could get her in for lip filler. And you know what? There probably will be somebody who will do it because that's just the world we live in.
So this is how I found out my mom was going to prison. My brother had woken me up and said, Mom was in a car accident. I need to go to the hospital. Do you want to come? I said, no. I was 16. I don't really know what was going on. Like, he woke me up out of my sleep. It was like a deep sleep, right? Maybe he was going to pick her up from the hospital, or like, in my mind, like, when someone ends up in like the emergency room, like, you're there for like 12, 14 hours. I didn't realize how bad the accident was. I was like, is she like gonna die? And he was like, no, she's stable, but like, I have to go to the hospital. In my head, I was thinking about the dog and like, who's gonna feed the dog and let the dog out in the morning. And I was like, I'll just stay here. So I just go back to sleep. I wake up in the morning and my brother's not there. I let the dog out. I feed the cat and I go back to sleep. My brother wakes me up again and is like, I need to talk to you. And I could tell like something was wrong. Like, immediately I was like, is Mom dead? He was like, Mom's not dead. I'm going to get emotional, by the way. Obviously this is an emotional topic, but people are curious and I don't mind sharing. So he took me into our spare bedroom and he sat on the bed and I sat on the floor. And my brother was so mature in the way he delivered this news. He looked at me and he said, Mom did something that is going to affect us for the rest of our lives. Mom did something very terrible. She did one of the worst things anybody could ever do. It was selfish. It is not my fault. It's not your fault, but it's going to affect us and follow us for the rest of our lives. And you might be thinking, you might have an idea in your head. I had no idea what he was going to tell me. I was racking my brain, scrambling, trying to think, what the heck is he about to say? I did not see my mom as a horrible person. I saw her as a business owner, as a single mother, and I looked up to her a lot. So my brother is telling me Mom did something that's going to ruin our lives. I'm like, what? I had to beg him to tell me what was going on. He did not want to tell me because I think he knew it was going to like change my world drastically. He just kept saying she did something so horrible. It's the worst thing anyone could ever do. And finally I was like, what did she do? Tell me. Like, I remember, I think I screamed at him. And he looked at me and he said, last night, Mom drove drunk and killed 2 people. And as soon as he said that, I immediately knew she was going to go to prison. I immediately knew she was going to prison. High school was about to be horrible for me. I'm not laughing. It's not funny. I'm so sorry for the people who she killed. I think about their family and I pray for them every single day. You know, every time I get sad that my mom is not able to be there for me or she missed an accomplishment or something in my life, I feel terrible guilt because at least I get to tell her what happened. At least I get to talk to her, you know, at least we get to have phone calls. They don't get that and I feel so terrible about it. So that's how I found out that my mom was going to prison.
I have a little family drama that I want to share with you because I can't really share it with anybody else. Okay, so level set. My parents are getting divorced. This is a good thing. They should have gotten divorced 25 years ago. They are completely incompatible. My mom is a very fun, bubbly, outgoing person with a lot of anxiety, and my dad is a Republican. So, right? Anyway, so, okay. So my mom works she's a receptionist and like an office admin, okay, for a business that has very wealthy clients, okay? So she does a lot of the FaceTime with the clients. When they come in on the phone, she's helping them. It's all this stuff, right? So she gets to know them very well. She's very, very helpful. She's just a really nice person. She has one of their rich clients down in Florida who calls her and he says, hey, I just want to send you a thank you gift. You've done so much for me this year. Where can I send it? And she's like, no, don't send me a gift. I don't want a gift. You know, it's fine, whatever. But he's like, no, I really want to send you this gift. And she's like, whatever. She forgets about it. She totally forgets about it. She gets a call one day. Hi. So mom, he's talking to my mom. Hi. I really want to send you this gift, but I can't mail it. Like, it can't go through the mail. But I have an associate who's headed up your way, next week or whatever. And I'm going to utilize that associate's trip to get this to you. And she's like, what is this that you can't mail? Right? What is this? Okay. She's like, no, don't do it. And she's like telling her manager this because like accepting gifts can be like in bribes depending on how much it is, whatever. And she's thinking, well, if it's under $200, then that's within company policy. But what can you mail? What can you not mail that's under $200? she's like spinning, right? I mentioned she has anxiety. She's spinning. She gets a text message on a Sunday morning. Hi, mom's name. This is so-and-so. I'm associate of rich Florida man. I've just arrived in your city and I'd like to drop this off. And she's like, oh no, no, thank you. She's also just kind of like weirded out about having somebody like come to her house and drop this off, right? Whatever. So, she's like, no, but I'll be in the office tomorrow. And he's like, okay, I'll get a hotel for the night down the street from the office. Okay. And she's like, what is this? So she goes into the office the next morning and she's like, all day, she's like freaking out, gets a text message in the morning. She's freaking out all morning. She gets a text message. I'm walking to the office. I'll be there in 5 minutes. And she's like, okay. So she goes down into the lobby and she's very scared. And she tells me this on the phone. She says, Emily, the most handsome man I have ever seen walks into this lobby in a well-pressed suit. And he walks up to me and he presents me with this present. And I simply didn't know what to say because the most gorgeous man I've ever seen is standing in front of me. So she accepts it, right? She doesn't know what to do. So she just takes it. She takes this thing. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. She takes this thing and she's like, okay, thank you, I guess, whatever. She's also kicking herself because this man, when he was texting her yesterday, was like, we could meet up at a bar and I could give it to you. Or we could meet up for a drink and I could give it to you. And she said, no. She's like, damn, I wish I would have gone for a drink with this man now that I know how handsome he is. Okay, whatever. So she's going up to her office carrying this gift, right? And she's like, okay, well, first of all, it's in a box. I don't even know what this is yet. So she gets up and she opens it up, right? And she's, again, thinking to herself, it's under $200. I can probably keep it, whatever. This man down in Florida, this wealthy man in Florida, sent her a $2,000 bottle of tequila. Okay. So she's like, what am I going to do with this? And so she's like freaking out, right? So she tells her boss and her man, whatever. She talks to HR about it because that's the kind of person my mom is. And she talked to HR before her boss. And her boss was like, you shouldn't have talked to HR. I would have told you just to take it home. But because HR got involved, then it's, it can be like a bribe, whatever. So they have to figure that stuff out. Anyway, so my mom, here's the drama, right? My mom now has, I'm saying that she has a rich boyfriend in Florida while she's divorcing my dad. My dad doesn't know. My dad doesn't know. So anyway, also she signed my Christmas card this year from mom and dad, ... for the last time. And I just thought that was great.
Okay guys, here's the completed story time of what happened with my traffic video. I did post part 2 that was like kind of an update, but some people said they were still confused and didn't understand what was going on in the video and wanted a story time, so I thought that I would make one. Basically what happened was I was driving home from college, and that's like a 3-hour trip. I get 2 hours into the trip. I see like a blip of red that big on the GPS. So I'm like, whatever, we'll get past it. I get into an overpass, like one of those bridges over the highway. It gets dead stop. At this point, I'm like, this doesn't feel like a blip of traffic this big. 5 minutes goes by, no traffic has moved. At this point, I like had put my car in park, and I was still in the left lane. I put my car in park, I stand out my sunroof, and I take a peek around. I see traffic going all the way forward and all the way backward out of sight. But I sit back down in my car, I call my mom. About 10 minutes go by and I hear, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, a fire truck. I get back out the sunroof, I look back, I see the fire truck is like maybe 25 cars behind me, and they're trying to get through the crowd. But I'm on an overpass, so there's a cement thing on this side, 2 lanes, and then a cement thing on this side. There is no shoulder, there is no way off the overpass because there's trucks. Cars start trying to move over. There's a little bit of space in between these 2 semi-trucks, so I start trying to get over, but I can't fit. And there's a car behind me that's also trying to get over. So 2 cars are trying to get into a spot that's maybe big enough for 1 car. At this point, I start freaking out. The fire truck isn't able to get through, so the firemen start running up the lane and like yelling at people and directing people. I'm getting yelled at by the firemen. Not like in a bad way, they were doing their job, but they're like yelling at me where to go. I end up pulling up behind the semi-truck. Now, I saw some people in the comments were like, well, it's bumper to bumper. Why did you feel the need to like get that close to it? It's the only way me and this lady could fit. At that point, the fire truck goes by. I look back, I see an ambulance. I look back, I see 2 more ambulances and a second fire truck along with police cars. At this point, I'm really concerned. Yeah, obviously I was annoyed that like I was in traffic, but also you're concerned because
what happened that you need 2 fire trucks, 3 ambulances, and a police squad. It was around 7 when this started, so at this point it's like 8, so it's getting dark. It gets dark, there's still no movement. Mind you, I'm by myself, stuck in an overpass, I can't go anywhere. It's now dark out. I've been sitting here for an hour just wasting gas, so I decided I'm going to turn my car off. I don't want to be stranded. I turn my car off. Because my car's off, I don't want to keep my lights on because I don't want to drain the battery. So I turn my lights off. At this point, it's fully dark. All the other cars around me start turning their lights off. But what do I see? I see truck drivers and random men getting out of their car and just walking up and down 476. They are looking in people's cars. So now I'm scared because I've had multiple men like look in my car, and my car windows have 0% tint. 0% tint. So at this point I'm like, and I see this one guy get out of his truck, maybe like 5 cars behind me, and I'm like looking out my window a little bit, and he's tapping down the side of the other trucks and cars and smoking and looking in. So I'm like, I feel like this is going to be like the Purge or a zombie apocalypse where I'm going to get taken out. Next thing you know, the guy in the truck in front of me, like the 18-wheeler, comes out and he's like, he's speaking to me, but I don't know what language he was speaking. He was not speaking English fully. I'm trying to understand him. He's trying to understand me. He was a very nice man, but I only speak English. You know what I mean? And yeah, I probably should learn another language, but I only speak English currently. So I can't really understand what he's saying, but what I get from him is, I'm going to hit your car with my 18-wheeler when it turns on. I'm like, okay, what can we do so that doesn't happen? Because you're going to crunch my car. And then he started speaking to me, but once again, it wasn't English, so I didn't know the second part of what he was saying. So at this point, I'm confused. I'm already freaked out. And it's just me there. But he ends up going and talking to the car behind them and the truck behind them, and everybody's able to scooch back a little bit so that I can get like a few feet in between me and him. I get a few feet. He says thank you. I say like thank you profusely because I'm glad he like didn't crunch my car. The police come down the opposite side, and they're like going through the speakerphone, like, everybody get back in your car, everybody get back in your car. I never got out of my car in the first place because random men walking up and down the highway, me by myself, nighttime. No. I'm so grateful I didn't have to pee. I saw a lot of people in the comments like, oh, what would you have done if you had to go to the bathroom? Died. I don't know what I would have done. That would have been wraps. So I'm really grateful I didn't, and I'm really grateful I filled up on gas. They like reopened the road so we could drive by. I drive by, I'm in this lane, then there's a lane, then there's the accident, so I can't see fully what happened, but I do see that there's a construction team, like 6 huge construction vehicles that were like being used to move stuff, and a whole 18-wheeler on its side, and a whole guardrail was taken out. I assume that the 18-wheeler like hit another car or multiple cars or lost control. I'm not 100% sure on what happened. I put in pictures in the other video, but basically all I saw was a lot of construction teams, a lot of police, and an 18-wheeler flipped on the side. And then within 10 minutes of us moving, like, it just all cleared out. I don't know, I think there was an exit earlier, but that's another thing. I saw somebody who was like, why didn't you just get off the exit? It was the turnpike. There was no exits for a hot second. I really hope those people are okay. And if not, condolences to their family. Obviously, me being stuck in traffic is like a much smaller problem. But yeah, and then I drove home the other way, and it turned a 3-hour trip from my school to my house into a 5-hour trip. Yeah, that's the end of the story time.
So my ex-spouse failed 11 college courses throughout the course of our marriage. And the majority of these were paid for via military tuition assistance. And so not only do we have to pay those tuition assistance money back, we also had to then pay for the course the next time that he took it to complete his degree. So when we met, my ex was 22 and I was 26, and then we married when he was 23 and I was 27. So we had a 4.5-year age gap. And I remember my siblings being like, just watch out, because I had just finished pharmacy school and 2 years of residency. So I was in my first full year of my full career, even though I was a 3rd-year pharmacist. And I remember my sisters being like, just know, like, there's definitely going to be some growing pains as far as that. However, My ex was so accomplished by that age in the military, and I don't really want to get into specifics, but some of the hardest military courses you can do and some of the kind of most accomplished you can be within their branch. And so I felt like because of that, that was the reason he was behind in school. And when we first met, he had this very regimented system and schedule, and I was like, oh, it's a go-getter, like we have nothing to worry about. However, I've talked a little bit about after we got married, me noticing like things kind of slipping through the cracks, and he was struggling with certain things. So when he went to school full time, it wasn't really going well. So then he joined the military and went from reservist to active duty. So while in active duty, you can take college courses and get tuition assistance. So that's what we did. And I still remember we were at his first semester of doing, I think it was first semester of doing 2 college courses at a time. And they were like 8-week accelerated courses. So it was a lot. And I did everything possible to make sure he could succeed in this. I worked full time. Obviously he worked full time, but I made sure that I made dinners, I cleaned up dinners. After dinner, he could go right upstairs and work on his coursework, and I took care of everything that I could possibly around the house. That was his job, was school and work. And I accepted that because I felt like that was a sacrifice I could make, and I could do all that for him while he finished up school. I wanted him to get his degree because then the plan was that he could commission as an officer, and that would be a better life for us. So I thought I was contributing to our future life. Well, I still remember, I'd be like, hey, how's school going? And be like, oh, great, whatever. And so we were at a work Christmas party, and I was like, oh, hey, have your grades posted? And he was like, yeah, I got 2 Bs. And I was like, awesome, because you just have to get a C and above. I'm like, yay, congratulations, like, that's awesome, good job. Well, about 6 weeks later, maybe less, comes to me and goes, I lied. I did not pass my courses, and we now have to pay that money back. So we paid it back. I think he'd already enrolled in the next course. I'm not exactly sure. I can't recall the timeline. But I will say this kind of repeated itself several times, because then we found out, oh, when I go to retake that class, by the way, we have to now pay for it. So not only did we lose the free tuition, we ended up having to pay basically double the cost of each of these courses that he had to retake. And there were several times like I would go in and be like, hey, I'm going to bed, and I'd open the door and I'd be like, he was on a video game. And I'd be like, hey, and he's like, oh, I'm just taking my break, I promise. And I would tell him all the time, like, if you're struggling, if you need help, like, school's my jam. I was a really good student. Like, I can do this. I can help you out if we need to get a tutor, if we need to do something. So then he tried to go in person instead of doing the online courses, thinking an in-person course would be better, but it was really tricky with his schedule. And so this happened repeatedly, though, where he would tell me he was doing good. He'd tell me he was doing good. And then in week 6 or 7, he'd be like, yeah, so actually I've fallen behind. And that's what it always was. It was never an ability issue. It was the fact that he would basically just give up. Like, he'd feel overwhelmed with life. Like, too much was going on, and he would just like stop turning in assignments, and he wouldn't tell me until it was too late. And sometimes I'd be like, well, ask your professor if we can make it up. Let's figure it out. I'll help you. We'll sit up late at night. Like, we will do this. And it was just so frustrating. And I did not realize how many courses this happened until like a year or 2 ago when I made some comment about it. And she now was the one that was like, oh, it was actually 11. I'm like, it was not funny. And it's just, I remember one time finding out again that he had hidden it from me. And that's again what the major issue was for me. Like, it was being hidden from me. And I think when people ask me about, were there any signs or symptoms that your ex was trans, like, no, but I think there were some like mental health signs and things that she was clearly unhappy living the life she was living, and it manifested in ways like this where she would just feel so overwhelmed with things. And I think it was because of just everything going on that it manifested in these ways. But it wasn't signs or symptoms. Like, we would talk all the time about like, okay, do you need a diagnosis for something? Is there something else going on? But she would be too scared to get that kind of diagnosis because she wanted to become an officer one day. And so I think that's also a tricky component, because when you're in the military, any kind of mental health diagnosis, like, I don't know, ADHD, or even if it was like depression or other things like that, they have this fear that then they won't be promoted or they won't be able to become an officer. And just, it was a lot of complicated things. But I just remember one day finding out again that it had happened. And I mean, it did repeat itself. I'm just showing up at a friend's house and just bawling and just being so upset. And that friend had said, it was really hard because
my ex would also go off and do like free fall parachute things on the weekends and all these things. I was like, okay, really, we should have been focusing on school and doing these things, but you're off pursuing hobbies and things. And always like that next project or the next thing that they were kind of going towards and goal to accomplish. And while graduating school was on the list, it just never took priority. And it always was the thing that fell by the wayside and then always hit into the last minute, because he would then tell me, well, you're going to be upset and I feel like I have to walk on eggshells around you, so I can't tell you the truth. And I was saying, well, the truth up front would be better. The reason I get so upset is because there were weeks and weeks of lies leading up to that, and I was sitting here handling everything around the house for you, and you were upstairs in the office, but what were you actually doing? Because if you weren't doing school and you weren't turning stuff in, why was I doing all this work and all these things around the house to support you? And then that especially came into play once we had a child, because it's like, I'm handling everything, I'm doing all the night feedings, I'm waking up. So anyway, not to be like a martyr in the situation, but I just think looking back, I can see that there was this deep-seated unhappiness that they had. And that is one of the ways it manifested, by just feeling overwhelmed, by pursuing other passion projects and other things that were more fun, and maybe not following through on certain things. But it did play a huge role into our relationship, and them constantly telling me I was not nice and that they felt like they had to walk on eggshells around me. And I feel now looking back that that was a little bit unfair, because a lot of it was because there was a lot of dishonesty up front. And so for me, that's a huge trigger, is when someone hides something from me and then it comes out as the truth, because it's so frustrating, because I feel like I have to be so careful in how I react or how I'm, because I had this huge perception put on myself that I just wasn't a nice person. And I feel like it wasn't fair, because I was never given the fighting chance. I was never given the chance of being told the truth up front and seeing how I would react up front. It was always after the lies, then the truth coming out, and then I am mad. And then my trust has been betrayed. And then I am not the nicest person. So it was a very, very vicious cycle. And man, I will say, like, when graduation from the bachelor's finally happened, I felt so happy. And then he was like, oh, I want to pursue my master's. And I was like, can we just please take a break? Please take a break from all the school. And sure enough, signed up for a master's class. And I was just like, I can't do this anymore. So anyway, that was kind of it was so frustrating. So that's kind of another fun story that people are like, is this rage bait? Are you serious? And why? Why did you stay? Why did you do all this? And it's like, again, this was my spouse. This was the person I loved. There were so many good times to offset these things. But I do find it interesting looking back to see that this is probably a sign and symptom of a larger issue going on, and a larger unhappiness and dissatisfaction with life in general.
Get ready with me while I tell you about my high school boyfriend who is emotionally abusive and I used to drive 10 hours to see. Okay, so basically we started dating in like 8th grade, but I don't think we became official until freshman year of high school. And right off the bat, his parents hated me because I was not Mormon and he was. So I literally wouldn't acknowledge that I existed when we'd be at football games. Whenever he played football, I was a cheerleader. You know, the whole typical high school dynamic. And that made it like already so dramatic. He would like text me and say he was so depressed. He was thinking about himself like all the time. I was his only source of happiness. Like, this started so early on looking back, and it was already so toxic, and I hadn't like dealt with stuff like that before. It's my first relationship, so immediately I get put into this space of I'm trying to help him and fix him and I'm proving my worth, and I feel special because this person thinks that I'm the only thing like making them happy. It was just very weird and tumultuous looking back. Like, we were so young, it's wild. So he would complain to me about his parents and how awful they are and how unloved he feels and how he's so thankful he has me and all of these things. But he was also very jealous, very controlling. He was so flirty with every girl, and there were rumors of him kissing other girls when we were dating and all kinds of stuff. And of course at the time I was really toxic and would just hate the girl and think they were lying and be like, stay away from my man kind of thing. And just yeah, very toxic. So anyway, fast forward, he moves to Utah, and at first I'm like, oh, okay, well then I guess we're breaking up, and this was devastating, and I like was so in love with him, or so I thought, and I was so upset, like, he can't move away from me, I'm not gonna survive. But then he also was like, no, we're not breaking up, I'm marrying you. If you break up with me, because I'm gonna have no one and I don't want to move there and I need you. So what did I do? Well, I was younger than him and my birthday's not till August. Counted down the days, and as soon as I turned 16, I planned to go out to Utah and visit him again. His parents hate me. They actually blocked my number so we couldn't contact each other. They didn't want him dating someone who's not Mormon. And I changed my number, and we used all these weird apps. And this is like pre any good technology, so I don't know what I was using to get creative, but I was literally changing my number to a Utah number on a regular basis. Meanwhile, at home, my mom was going through a midlife crisis. My parents were getting a divorce. She was literally never home, and I could do whatever I wanted. So she was totally fine with her 16-year-old daughter driving 10 hours to Utah. 10 hours to Utah by herself in her little stick shift car and staying at what only a high school kid can afford, a Super 8 motel. I was driving out to Utah at 16 years old to go sneak and visit him and stay in a scary ass Super 8 motel or a Motel 6. So I'm the one doing all the work. I'm the one putting in the effort to go see him. Again, he's begging me to do these things as well and acting like he can't live without me. The craziest shit is like honestly so embarrassing, and I don't think anyone knows this, but he had like proposed to me last time I was out in Utah. He gave me this ring that he said he saved up for. We're like secretly at high school engaged, and as soon as we turn 18, we're planning on running off in the sunset together. And I won't get into my personal life, but I was like really in such a low, terrible place at the time. God, this looks terrible. I can't do makeup and talk at the same time. I'm gonna have to redo this. So I'm like crazy depressed, really vulnerable, really easily manipulated, and obviously this relationship wasn't helping any of that. And so I go out to Utah to visit my fiance, and I stay there the longest. I'd only stayed there like for like 3 to 4 nights, like long weekends before, and this was the first time I had a nicer hotel. I was like at a Spring Hill Suites or whatever they're called, and I'm so excited to spend more time there. It's summertime, we have all these plans, and like I'm just so happy because we finally get to get like some really good quality time together. And I think on like the 5th day he's supposed to pick me up and take me to the movies, and during that day he had supposedly baseball or whatever, and I knew another girl who was Mormon who moved to Utah, and so I decided to get lunch with her while I was waiting around for him. And when we're getting lunch, she's like, wait, like, so are you and Jordan like exclusive? And I'm like, no fucking shit, I'm all the way here in Utah. You think I came all this way for someone I'm not exclusive with? And she's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, what the fuck are you trying to say? And she's like, well, I'm pretty sure he has another girlfriend named Danica from what I heard. And I was like, have you seen her? And she's like, well, I've seen her at school, but I haven't seen them together, but my mom told me. Now a part of me is like, well, his mom told your mom, like, she hates me, she's planting seeds, like, she wants to make sure I hear that so I break up with him. Like, you know, I'm going there in my mind already because he tells me how much his parents hate me, so I'm like, checks out, trying to sabotage. Secretly, internally, I'm pissed. So I leave that situation and I text him. I'm like, what the hell is this? What does this mean? Who is this girl? He's like, oh my gosh, she's a girl I did a school project with. My mom's insane. Of course she would say that, Lauren. You know the truth. You know I would never do that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what's her name? And he gives me the full name. She's like, again, she's just a girl I did a school project with. Like, it's all good. And I was like, okay, well, I'm messaging her. He's like, go ahead. Which, of course, he's probably shitting his pants. I literally message her and I don't hear back at this point. But and probably his mom is sabotaging. Like, I'm not too worried about it, right? And I'm waiting for him at this point. He's supposed to be picking me up to take me on a date, and we're gonna go to the movies and whatever. All of a sudden, he doesn't show up. He doesn't respond to my texts. Suddenly, he's like not responding to anything, and I'm like, hello, where are you? 10 o'clock at night, still haven't heard from him. Suddenly, I get an email from him, and he says, babe, my mom and dad are on the way to the hotel. They found out you're here. You need to leave now.
I went to my doctor on Tuesday to request to get a tubal ligation, or at least get the information for a tubal ligation. If you don't know what that is, that means to get your tubes tied. Because I've had 2 kids and I do not want any more babies. And I was straight up refused. And there was a lot of fear-mongering sprinkled in for a little spice. So let's talk about it. There was already a lot of complications with this scheduled appointment because I have a doctor who I love and adore, who I have had for many, many years, who always makes me feel advocated for, always hears my concerns. So I got called by my office to reschedule because they were going to be out of town. So when I rescheduled, I told them I wanted to be scheduled with that same doctor. And when I showed up, it was a new doctor who I had never had before. Flash forward, after I've seen the nurse practitioner, this doctor comes in and introduces herself. I'm a little taken aback, but it's fine, you know. I thought I was going to be with my doctor and I wasn't. She seemed nice, and she first tells me that my insurance no longer covers
pap smears, or breast exams. Now, this was my women's annual appointment at my OBGYN, and these appointments are really, really important because they help detect breast cancer, cervical cancers. These checks are really, really important and should be done every single year. And I live in Florida, and she told me that my insurance no longer finds these exams medically necessary, but if we choose to do them, we can pay out of pocket, and now we'd be covered for 5 years instead of 1. So that was really, really upsetting. And I ultimately declined to pay out of pocket to do these exams because I've had 2 healthy pregnancies. I've never had any lumps or discoloration or pain, and I know how to self-check. Sidebar, if you do not know how to self-check for lumps and discomfort, do your research, call your doctor, a doctor you trust, and, look up videos on how to self-check because these exams are really, really important. And self-checking every day or, even just once a month is really beneficial. So I decided to just go ahead with the regular vaginal exam, check, make sure everything's okay down there. I got an A+. Before my appointment was over, she asked me if I had any other concerns, and I told her that, I really had wanted to have this conversation with my doctor because my doctor knows my history and knows how serious I am about this concern, but all the information should be in my chart. So I let her know that I have had 2 pregnancies, and last year after having my son, I told my doctor at my 6-week post-op that I wanted to get my tubes tied because I knew for sure that I did not want to have any more babies. I've had this conversation with my husband. We both are on the same page and have decided 2 and done is right for us. Our family is complete. My doctor advised, let's just wait until your annual appointment next year because you're really high on hormones from just having a baby, and maybe we need to let those hormones come down. Honestly, valid. So I waited the year, and guess what? I still don't want babies. No more babies for me. I am good. So I tell her this, and she immediately goes, okay, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Question 1, are you 100% positive you do not want any more kids? Yes, I just told you that. I don't want any more kids. And then she goes, okay, option 2, is your husband getting a vasectomy? And I said, yeah, we've looked into it and he would like to. Now, another sidebar. If my husband or any man decides to get a vasectomy, it is his choice. I am not asking him to do that. If he wants it, I support it. If he doesn't want it, I also support it. I am not going to ask him to do that, and I'm not going to tell him what to do with his body. He supports me, I support him, we support each other. That's called a healthy marriage. So that's just my 2 cents. Agree with me or don't agree with me, it's totally your choice. So I explained, yes, he does want to get a vasectomy. It's not scheduled yet because we are now just re-coming to these conversations, but he knows that he wants one and we'll get one in the future. I tell her, yes, he does want it, but I would still like to be doubly protected and I would still like to go with a tubal ligation or get my tubes tied because it's my body and that's what I want to do. And I'm 100% positive I don't want any more babies. As soon as I told her this, she goes, if he's getting a vasectomy, you don't need it. We don't even have to have this conversation. Okay, but I want to have the conversation. So what do you mean? So I look at her and I said, well, the thing is you can still get pregnant from a vasectomy. And she says, you can still get pregnant from a tubal ligation too. Correct. But your chance of that happening goes significantly down in both cases. You have a less chance of getting pregnant just on a vasectomy alone. But again, I would like to be doubly protected. It is my body and my choice. So when I tell her this, she goes, I'm going to tell you a little story. It is really frustrating how bubbly and nonchalant she's being, but whatever, it's fine. That's just her personality. So she proceeds to tell me what a vasectomy is and how the procedure is done. And then she tells me what a tubal ligation is and how that procedure is done. And in both instances, she tells me that they are very quick and they only take about 10 minutes. With, you know, a man getting a vasectomy, he's awake the whole time. It's a snip, 5 minutes, you're done. But then proceeds, and I'm going to say this exactly to the best of my ability, how it was said to me. She tells me, but with a tubal ligation, you're under general anesthetic. We have to do 3 incisions. You're put under. There's a 4 to 6 week recovery time. It's a lot, which totally fair, you know? But then proceeds to tell me, so I'm going to tell you a story. When I was in medical school, you know, we learn about tubal ligations. We even sit on some, and, you know, I've never performed one myself, but I had a patient that I watched who died. And you have 2 children, and it's just not worth it. That took me back a little bit, took me aback. I was very uncomfortable immediately as soon as she said that, because she looked at me expecting me to be like, oh my God, she died? Oh no, I don't want to do this. Let's understand something. With every surgery, with any major surgery where they're going into your body, there are complications and risks. However, a tubal ligation is extremely safe. According to the CDC, only 1 in 100,000 women typically die from a tubal ligation or complications from a tubal ligation. So I'm good. I have higher risk of dying from crossing the street. I have a higher risk and had a higher risk of dying during the 2 pregnancies that I had that this office encouraged me to go for. You know, I wanted the first one. And then after the first one, I was like, I'm done. And then they were like, no, when's the second? Now, ultimately, I had the second, and that was my choice and my husband's choice, and I do not regret it for a second. But you were so quick to encourage me to have a second baby, but yet a tubal ligation to have no more babies is off the table? No. So I tell her, yeah, I still want to go through with the tubal ligation. I'm aware of the risks, and I'm okay with that. And so she literally goes, okay, so here's the thing. If your husband gets the vasectomy, you don't need it. We don't need to have this conversation anymore, and we won't bring it up again. But if he does not get the tubal ligation, then call me and we'll get you scheduled in 4 to 6 weeks. Especially if he's your only partner and he's your husband and you know you don't want to have any more kids, just go with the vasectomy. You do not need the tubal ligation. It's not worth it. Again, that's not your choice to make. And now you're trying to fearmonger me by doing that, telling me that someone died. What was that patient's medical history? Did they die of a tubal ligation? Did they die while they were under, during the surgery? Did they die from post-op complications? Did they have medical history that they were warned if they do a tubal ligation or if they do surgery at all, they have a risk of passing away? You're not giving me those facts. You're just trying to scare me into not doing a tubal ligation because that satisfies you. I know the risks, I am okay with them, and I want to move forward. So at this point, I will be finding a new doctor who will take my concern seriously because I felt so uncomfortable by this, and I am not okay with it. And I don't think anyone else should be either.
Okay, tell me if I'm wrong about this whole situation. I've been buying triangle bikinis for the last few months being postpartum. I have bought them for my friend, it was just her birthday. My sister has bought them. I know multiple of my followers have bought them. I am not a huge influencer. I'm not even trying to be like a creator making money or getting free stuff. I love getting dressed every day. I love getting ready and I love sharing my outfits. And I honestly love looking back at my videos of my own life. It's like this whole first year of my son's life has been documented and I love it. Now, my best friend asked me a few weeks ago at her house, hey, I want to buy one of those triangle bikinis. Do you have a code that I can use? And I said, no, I don't. And she goes, oh, you should reach out to them and see if they have an ambassador program. So I reach out to them and I say, hey, do you guys have an ambassador program or affiliate program?
you know, I love your bikinis. Like, I'd love to be considered, whatever. They respond saying, no, we don't, we're not accepting collabs. We're not accepting direct collabs with creators right now. Okay. Essentially saying, I would have to like read the exact text, like essentially saying no. Okay, no problem. Literally no problem at all. Continue, literally after this, to buy a swimsuit for my friend's birthday. Literally continue to get a swimsuit from them. I love their suits. Continue to post. The other day, I post in my brown and yellow polka dot bikini. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so funny. It's giving Hailey Bieber Road, like, love, love, love. It's giving Biebercella. So I post that. They comment. They're like, haha, yeah, love. Whatever. Actually, I think they just put a heart. A few days later, I see that they're saving my post. I'm like, that's weird. So weird because they don't collab, you know? Yesterday, get a notification, Triangle mentioned you. They literally downloaded my video, did not reach out to me, nothing. Download my video and post it on their own TikTok. Am I wrong that I think that's just annoying? I don't even care. Literally reach out to me and say, hey, can we repost your video? Hey, can you send this to us? Hey, I have literally had multiple brands that I have no affiliation with, like literally the best brands, Little Trouble, Rebel Bro, Wild Ride. Like, they're like, hey, can we repost this? No problem. Literally no problem at all. Repost whatever you want of mine. But at the end of the day, I made that video. You should be asking me if you can download it and use it on your business Instagram. It's a multi-million-dollar company, by the way. It's not even a small brand. Like, you're not a small business. Like, use my video on a swimsuit I bought after you just told me you don't do collabs with creators. So I reached out to them and I was like, hey, like, it's really funny because I thought you don't do collabs with creators. I was surprised to see. They let me know we don't ask permission usually. You don't ask permission. This is not a problem for me because I am not a creator. So I just said, okay, like, take it down. Take it down. I don't care. Like, I'm not getting anything out of you reposting my video. You can take it down. You know where the problem lies is that people are trying to make it at this. I have lots of friends on here that are trying to be creators, like full-time influencers. How is that fair? Like, that is not cool at all. Basically, at the end of the day, I feel it's weird to say that you're not going to collaborate with creators, but then take a creator's video. Then to say, for transparency, we don't have an ambassador program, is what they said. Well, then why didn't you say that in the original? Scroll up. You told me you're not accepting ambassadors. Contradicting yourself. You're flat out saying you don't ask permission for videos, which is beyond crazy. And then I'm someone that supports your business, and it's like, now I like honestly don't want to support Triangle, and like I don't want anyone to buy from them. I'm gonna think, ew, you gave me the ick. Like, I have very close friends that are creators and do it literally for a living. Like, that's really messed up. You have all this money. Your swimsuits are $135 fucking dollars. Like, if your swimsuits are that much, like, I think you can afford to like send a 20% off code. I think you can afford to ask. I'm sorry. I think it's only right to ask a small creator like myself, a mom, a working mom at that works her butt off for her money, if you can use her video. Sorry. Tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't think I am.
Right here with me while I tell you one of the scariest things I have encountered as a babysitter. So I babysit probably every weekend, and this weekend it was probably a year and a half ago maybe. I was just babysitting the 12-year-old and I. She's 12 now, so she's probably 10 or 11. We're just sitting there, it's getting pretty late, and her mom isn't responding, so I'm like, her phone probably died, whatever. We're just, watching TV, making TikToks, what we do when her brother goes to bed. Now it's like 1 a.m. and we hear a car pull up. And I'm like, oh, it's probably just, an Uber bringing them home, because sometimes they Uber home. So I'm just like, whatever, it's a gray van, okay, they're gonna walk in any minute. But they don't. So I look out the window, and this man who is bald and pretty old is standing Now he's not in the car, but he's outside of the van, and basically he's like standing in their front yard, just staring at me through the front window. I mean, there are a couple lights on, so he could see me. I immediately was like, do you know who that is? And she's like, no. So she ducks down, and I go over to, you know, lock the front door. Yeah, he's standing at the front door now. I'm like in panic mode, and when I'm like under like pressure, I can't do anything and my hands get all shaky, so I'm like trying to lock the door, but like he's looking at me through like the little window at the front door. He's staring right at me, and you know, let's just say this wasn't my best choice. I didn't lock the door, I just ran. So I say, Piper, let's run. So we run into the bathroom. We lock ourselves in the bathroom like that's more secure than the front door. No. This is probably what gave me POTS because my heart rate was out of control. I'm just like terrified, being like, what if he's out there? What is he doing? Like, I don't know what to do. And so I call my mom and I tell her, and she's like, okay, go out there and check if he's still there. And if he is, call the cops. If he's not, lock the door and just sit there. I'll be right there. So I was like, okay. Piper gets a hold of her stepdad because her mom's phone is dead. So she calls him and says, there's a man at the door. Do you know who it is? And he just thinks that we're like kidding, you know, pranking him. So he's like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, no, I'm being serious. Like, at home. So the guy, when we go back out, he's not there. And we're terrified the rest of the night. My mom comes over and just sits with us because she is terrified for us. So my mom is just sitting there, and they get home like 20 minutes later. They're like, wait, you guys were serious? And we're like, yeah, check your Ring camera. So she checks it, and she's like, yeah, that's scary. He was like swaying back and forth, like whatever, I don't know what he was doing. The next day, the mom calls me and says, hey, I just got a voicemail from a random number. Basically, he said, hey, this is Troy from the local pizza place. I was at your door, and I can see that someone's home, but you're not answering it, and I'm standing out here with your pizza. And he knew her name, the mom that I babysit for, because he called her number and said, hey, her name, this is Troy from the local pizza place. He didn't have a pizza. He didn't drive a pizza car. She didn't order a pizza. There was no pizza. So she then calls the pizza place that he said he worked for and said, this guy like came to the house with no pizza, and he knows me by name, and he knows where I live, and he didn't have a pizza. And basically they said, we don't have someone named that who works here. So that was a plot twist. And was anything done? No, I'm still terrified of Troy. I don't know who he is or what he wanted. Basically, then I heard from people all over town that some guy in a van, a bald man in a van, just stands outside and says he works for the pizza place, and he doesn't. So, lock your doors. I haven't seen him since, and that was like a year and a half ago. So I think whatever happened to Troy, I hope someone turned him in. Comment if you want more story times, and tell me if you've had a scary experience like this. But yeah, there is my story.
I had a stalker drive 10 hours to my college campus, break into my dorm hall, and talk to just the right amount of people until he found me on campus. This all happened to me within my first month of college, being a freshman at a giant school 9 hours away from home, and this is what you need to do to make sure this doesn't happen to you. This obviously isn't the regular type of content that I would be posting, but I really wanted to share my story on here for all of you girls that are going to college next semester because it is so much fun and it is such an amazing time. But you have to be safe, and you cannot trust everybody that you meet. Let's start with who did this. I'm going to call this guy John. And John was a very attractive, very charming, cool guy who also had a presence on social media, and I met him around my senior year of high school. I had no connections with this guy. We didn't live in the same city. We didn't know anyone that knew each other, so I knew nothing about him other than his presence on social media, which was how I found him here on TikTok. So fast forward to September of my freshman year, John and I have reconnected after being on and off online friends for a little while. All of the conversations that we had were very innocent. We were not in a relationship, and I just thought he was a very charismatic, cool Christian guy because that's the image that he portrays online. About a week prior to John showing up on my college campus, I missed my first red flag from him. I posted a picture of myself on my Instagram. It's just me. This is the picture right here. John called me on FaceTime later that day, walked around his room, and in the background I saw something familiar. It was my photo that I had posted in that same day, framed in a poster size on his wall above his bed. This is an actual screenshot from that FaceTime call that day. I was immediately uncomfortable, but I didn't know what to do at first. I just thought it was funny. He was being funny. He's this nice guy that I've known for so long. Communication with him didn't really dwindle out. I just figured I would brush it off, and maybe it was a little weird, but he thought he was being sweet. And this is where I messed up. John told me he had some PR from his TikTok account that he didn't want, and he wanted to send it to me because he thought I would like it. I gave him my P.O. box address. It wasn't my dorm address. I figured it would be okay. Because he doesn't actually know where I live. It's just a P.O. box, right? And this was before he found out that I had a date party for my brand new sorority on a Thursday night coming up soon. And now John is already exhibiting creepy behavior. He has my mailing address, and he knows that I have an event going on a certain date at a certain time. So on Thursday, September 18th, 2025, John is dressed to the nines, and he drives 9 hours to my college campus at 6 in the morning. And like I said, he's dressed very well and carrying a bouquet of flowers with him, and he walks into the dorm reception desk of a nearby dorm around the one that I lived in. But keep in mind, he does not know the name of my dorm hall. He only has my P.O. box address. And he shows them my mailing address with this bouquet of flowers in hand, and he tells them that he's a flower delivery man, and he's here to make a delivery for this bouquet of flowers. My specific school, all deliveries don't go to the actual dorm hall that I live in. They go to a neighboring one, to a reception desk where a person actually receives the package, and then they email you and let you know what's in your P.O. box. But the person working at the reception desk told him that she recognized which dorm the address was for and told him the name of my dorm. John walks to my dorm hall, and he's waiting by the door until someone lets him in. Because again, he looks like a student. You wouldn't think anything of it. He doesn't look like a creepy guy. John is now inside my dorm hall. He knows that I live there, but he doesn't know which room I live in. So he walks up and down every single hallway, looking at our cute little name tags that are always put on the doors until he found my name on a door. So he knocks on my door with these flowers that he got for me, and he asks my roommates where I am. He's looking for me, and they don't know what's going on, and I do not blame them for this, but they did tell him where I was. I was in the library. They figured he was just one of my friends or some guy that really liked me. He doesn't look scary. He's not a creepy old man. I mean, he's a handsome young man. So now John walks from my dorm all the way to the library where I was, and he knew I was there, and he did the same little scenario that he did in my dorm hall where he walked up and down every single floor, looking in all of the booths, all of the study rooms, until he found me on the 4th floor of the library and approached me. I cannot even begin to tell you the fear that was in my body the moment that I saw him and I understood what was going on. Now, I told him that I was taking a proctored exam and I was being filmed because I was. That's why I was in the library, and he ended up telling me, okay, go do your thing, and he went to go sit somewhere. So John walks away. I peek my head out from the booth that I'm sitting at, which has partitions, so I couldn't really see, and I see that John is sitting in a chair facing me, and he can see what I'm doing. So I can't just pack up my stuff and make a run for it because I don't know what's going to happen if I do that, and I'm really scared. Eventually, I figured out a plan to get out of this situation. I told John that I had a work meeting in my dorm that I needed to go do, and we would hang out later, and I played into this fantasy that he had that we were a couple and that we were going to hang out and I liked him and that this was a good idea that he had. I really played into that until I could get home and get away from it. So I told him we would just hang out later and I'll see you later. You know, this is crazy. But I also managed to get out as much information as I could on how he found me and why he was here. So me and John leave. I tell him I'm sorry, you know, we'll hang out later, but I have to be back at my dorm right now. So we've got to go. And he walks with me. He starts walking with me back to my dorm. And as we're leaving the library, he makes several very strange comments. We start going down the stairs and he asks me, quote, "Why are we walking down the stairs? Are we going to make out in here?" So we make it back to my dorm. He leaves at the door and I immediately block him online, and this is the last time I see John. Fast forward to later that night, I called the campus police. I had a meeting with them. Thank you so much to the officers at the University of Arkansas. They did an amazing job handling this case and making sure that this can't happen to anyone else again. And he is now banned from campus here at the University of Arkansas for life. So the moral of the story is, Do not give somebody your information. Even if you feel like you know who they are, you really have no idea who you're talking to. If you do meet somebody online, whether that's on Tinder or social media, and you're getting to know them, even if they are a current student at your university, do not give them details about what you're doing, what time you have certain events, what's going on in your life. And if you feel a gut feeling that something is not right, you should listen to it. And I wish I would have listened to it when I saw my picture on his wall in a poster frame. Had I not provided John with information about my whereabouts, my P.O. box information, and what was going on in my day-to-day life, he would not have showed up on campus and found me. So please keep yourself safe, keep your information private, and be careful who you talk to on the internet.
Story time on the boy who literally ruined this entire school year for me. Also, please don't mind what's going on in like the background and stuff. It's just a bunch of junk and stuff because I don't have my vanity yet. So I'm just sitting on my bed. So this boy, we're going to call him Glitter. Glitter texted my best friend. We're going to call her Almond. I don't know. So Glitter texted my best friend Almond, and he was telling her like, oh God, Olivia, I'm Olivia, if you didn't already know. Olivia's so hot. I really want to date her. She's so sweet. She's so beautiful. And he was being all this type of stuff. And she said, oh, it's a bit too early for that, and I care about my best friend, so maybe you should try to talk to her. So Glitter and I share a gym class, and during gym class, he would always talk to me. He would always ask me to partner up, and he was just like sweetest guy ever. After that, he texted Almond again, being like, I talked to her. She's so sweet. I love her voice. Can I please like get her number? So I'm driving home from the airport, and Almond texts me, and she says, yo, you know Glitter? And I say, yeah, I know Glitter. Obviously, he's so hot. Because like he's like hot. Like, picture Walker Scobell. Like, that's what Glitter looks like. And I get Glitter's number, and we start texting. We get on a call, and Almond is like, can you guys please just confess to each other already? Because we both know you guys like each other. And that was it. Just October 9th, we started dating. It was real cute. We were an amazing couple. It got around the school fast, and we were just, like, a very nice couple. Then a couple weeks later, we got into this huge argument. I don't even remember what it was about, but it was just this huge argument, and we were insulting each other, and it was bad. We broke up, and I was talking to Almond about it, and she was being really rude, and she said, yeah, I think I'll stay friends with him, though, because I value both your guys' friendship. What? So I completely, like, hated Glitter. Like, I hated his guts, and it was just a whole thing until I started liking him again. And we both started liking each other again. We decided to just make up. Like, we decided to make up. Everything was fine. We were friends. Again, I'm going to use friends in quotes. So on Halloween, we decided to tell each other that we liked each other again. And as usual, I was hanging out with Almond, and Glitter was hanging out with his friend. Keep in mind, all of Glitter's friends literally hate my guts. This is important for later. All of Glitter's friends hate me. They hate my guts. Literally hate me. So we started dating November 5th, and then he broke up with me literally like the day after. It was the most confusing thing. He started a fight with me and then broke up with me the day after. Almond told me that he was talking to her about it, and apparently his friends, who don't like me, pressured him to break up with me, and he listened to them. Then, again, the whole thing, I hated him, he hated me, and then we decided to become friends. Friends in quotes, again. Except this time, I lost all romantic feelings for him. I was not about to go down that road again. I was not going to date him again. Little did I know, he still liked me. So on Christmas, he texted me asking me out. I told Almond about it, and he also told Almond about it, but so she gets both sides of the story, apparently. So I decided to be polite about it. I say, you're an amazing friend. I really enjoy your friendship, but I just don't like you romantically. You're a good person. I just don't like you romantically anymore. He's pissed. He starts texting all his friends. He's like, oh, I hate her. She's so annoying. I hate her guts. She played me. And I hated him too. So there was a solid month where we just hated each other. And keep in mind, Almond stayed friends with him. So Almond would hang out with him every day after school. They would stay friends with him. A bunch of rumors at our school came up or about Almond and Glitter dating. And everybody was telling me that Almond broke girl code. Everybody told me that Almond was talking bad about me. Everybody told me either Glitter still likes me, which he didn't, or that Glitter is just like not it. Then around early February, late January, I started to like him again. I know, it's actually like disappointing. Like, why, Olivia, why do you like him? I know, I'm disappointed in myself too. So I really, really like him, and I decided to keep it from Almond because I'm like, Almond's probably just gonna tell him. So I'm keeping it to myself. And Almond finds out eventually through my reposts, which on my main account, there's a lot of reposts about him. So I eventually just tell her, I just confess, I'm like, oh yeah, I still like him. And she promises not to tell him. And she doesn't, which I'm really surprised because usually she would go off and tell him. So he never talks to me, ever. I texted him a few times over spring break, and he answered a bit, and he sounded really annoyed. He just didn't want anything to do with me. But then during gym class and during the hallway periods, he's always glancing at me. He's subtly glancing at me. And I remember we had this fire drill and I was getting left out by my friends. I was getting left out by my friends, and he was looking at me. He was looking at me. He was talking to his friends and he was looking at me. And I don't know if he was looking at somebody behind me. I don't know if he was just trying to gather the situation, but okay. So then Almond schedules, I'm gonna say, where it's just me, Almond, and Glitter are gonna hang out after school. And he basically is just kind of rude the whole time, kind of distant, kind of giving me a nasty look. And he tells Almond, oh, this is the most embarrassing part. He tells Almond, and I quote, "Whenever I look at Olivia, it makes me sick to my stomach." Wow, that's quite new. So I'm obviously really sad, but I don't really text him. I'm kind of just just gotta get over it. There's other fish in the sea. And I'm honestly just really mad at Almond for this part, because even after all of that, she stays friends with him. Anyway, he texts me, after the whole, hanging out thing, and he tells Almond that. He says, "I'm sorry, Olivia, but I can't do this. I don't want to get my heart broken again." Playing the victim again, I see. Anyway, we need some advice, because I really don't know his feelings about me. I'm pretty sure he just hates my guts, but trying to be nice. But I don't know. There's my story time.
This is part 2 of the story time on my ex. So a few weeks ago, I was talking to Almond, and she was telling me that Glitter was thinking of giving me a second chance. Apparently, he was going to try to text me that night or something to see if I'm kind. I don't know. He has a weird image of me in his head where I'm this horrible person, but that's really just him. Anyway, he did actually text me that night while I was still at Almond's house, and it was rude. He started talking about himself the whole time. He was being rude. I asked him about music, and he was just telling me that he had a concert soon. He was going to go see a concert soon. And when I said that was cool, he was just being rude about it. I don't even know why I'm still talking to this man at this point, and he eventually says gotta go bye, so we both leave. At school, he's pretty much ignoring me. Sometimes I still see him talking to Almond, which really makes me mad. I always try to talk to Almond about it, about how I don't like that she's hanging out with my ex, and that she's allowed to have other friends, but it's just it's not really girl code, And I'm not trying to be one of those jealous people, he can date whoever he wants, she can date whoever she wants, but it's just a weird thing with them together. But every single time she just does the same thing. I value both your guys' friendships. I don't want to drop one of you. Or it's I know and I hate him so much, but if I drop him, it'll cause too much drama. Even though it won't. Almond's actually been hanging out with me a lot more, but when I'm not around, I see her hanging out with Glitter. I do still see Glitter sometimes, but when we make eye contact in the hallways, I usually just look away because I'm not about to deal with all that right now. Honestly, I really hope that chapter of me and him is just over completely. The only new thing is that Almond has been really annoyed by Glitter lately. She's been saying that he's just treating her badly or making fun of her looks. I just really hope that if Almond is really complaining about Glitter that much, she should just stop being friends with him. Obviously, she's not going to do that, so hopefully that she'll come to her senses. Sorry, this part 2 wasn't as interesting, but I just decided I'd update it, and it's mainly about my feelings about the situation, not really more drama things, but there actually luckily hasn't been much drama, and that's really good. But maybe if there is, that means the chapter just isn't meant to end yet, and I'll post a part 3. Thanks for listening, bye.
Let's talk about my birth story as a first-time mom. I would say get ready with me, but I actually got all ready because you only have so long when the baby's napping, so you kind of rush through it. So I didn't have time to film. So now it's just, let's chat since she's still asleep. I'm just going to tell you guys right now, my birth story. I was in labor for 31 hours. I effed up. Let me share what mistakes I made so that other first-time moms don't make this, and also tell you the story of how it all went down. So at 4:50 in the morning, I started to feel contractions, and they tell you when you're having all these appointments leading up to your 41 weeks that they're like, when you feel contractions are 5 minutes apart for 1 hour straight, 1 minute long, that's when you go in. So I'm like in bed at 4:50 in the morning. I start feeling like these new pains. I'm like, whew, okay, feeling something different. And then I start timing and I'm like, oh boy, it's happening. And so I start timing and it's definitely coming in hot, okay? So at around 10:30 a.m. that morning, I was like, all right, I think we should go in because these are getting stronger. All the things they told me at the OBGYN are starting to happen, so I think we should go into the hospital. So I go into the hospital for the first time. Now, some context, my OBGYN office, they have multiple doctors, so you don't really know who you're going to get on which day. Like, it's kind of all mumble jumbled everywhere, and they deliver typically out of this one hospital called Baptist, Maine. This is important because there's going to be stuff that happens later on in the day that this will matter. So it's about 11 a.m. now. And I get to Baptist, Maine, and we show up and the place is under construction. So it is just not well run. Okay. I show up and I'm like just walking down hallways. I'm like, where do I go? No one's around to greet you. No one's around to help you. And finally I find this one dude in a hallway and he's like, hey, I'm like, hi, like, I think I'm in labor. And he's like, okay, cool. Yeah. So just fill this out and, cool. And I'm like, what? Like, it just felt super unorganized. So anyways, long story short, finally I get let through these other 2 doors and then next thing you know, I'm in a triage. Okay. So they hook me up to some monitors, they check me and they're like, yeah, you're definitely experiencing consistent contractions, but you're only 1 centimeter. And I'm like, oh no, are you kidding me? Okay. So they're like, okay, let's watch this for 2 hours, see if you progress. So I stay for 2 hours. They check me again. They're like, yep, still 1 centimeter, but definitely contractions are coming in hot. And I'm like, great. So now what? So the nurse is like, listen, if we admit you now, you're not going to be able to eat and you might give birth tomorrow morning. So not being able to eat for that long is going to be rough. Like, if you were my daughter, I would tell you, go back home, have a great meal. Actually, go out to lunch, have a nice meal with your husband, your last one. And then, come back in a few hours when, it's getting more and more intense. She's like, that's what I would tell you. So go do that. So that's what we did. So me and my husband, we go out to a nice lunch, although I'm in pain every few minutes. I'm like, oh God. So we go to Thai food. And then they had told me to go back home and come back when I'm going to start cussing people out. So not really my personality, but I was like, all right, I'm going to take that as I'm going to come back when I'm like freaking out. So I go through the day and it's, definitely intensifying all day. I'm in pain. Okay. But then 9 o'clock comes and it's like, I don't even know what to do with the pain. I'm like jumping out of my seat. Oh my God. Not okay. Okay. And I let that ride out till about 11. Around 11, I was like, I am unwell. Like, I was like, not okay. So we decide, okay, well, we don't really care. We don't really have an OBGYN that we even know is delivering today. Like, we don't really care about that hospital because they kind of sucked. There's one that's closer to our house, so let's just go there. And a lot of people in Miami, they like this hospital more for birth, I guess, right now, since it's not under construction. So we end up going there. That was our first mistake. So I get there, and by this time, I'm in horrible pain. I'm not okay. So they check me, and they go, yeah, you're 1 centimeter, but you're definitely softened. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So they say, okay, we can't admit you yet, but if you go take a 2-hour walk down our special walking path, which by the way, ended up being just a plain hallway, just a hospital hallway, back and forth for 2 hours. Anyways, they're like, if you do that, then we'll recheck you. And if you progress, then we can admit you. So I'm like, game on, because I'm in horrible pain. So I'm going to freaking walk this path like no one's ever walked this path. And so I am like, I'm thinking, okay, the more intensely I walk, the bigger, like, whatever dilation it looks like, the bigger that's going to happen. By this point, it's like 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. So It's rough. We are not having a good time. And so I come back, they check me after the 2 hours. New OBGYN, who I don't like at this new hospital, checks me and she's like, yep, you're still 1 centimeter, you've softened, but that's it. So you gotta go back home, go labor at home. And I'm like, at this point, I am dying. I'm like, oh, I am not okay. I start having like I start like crying. I'm like, please, I'm in so much pain, And the nurse, she, like, the OBGYN leaves and she's like, girl, go back to the first hospital. This OBGYN, go back to the first one. They'll admit you. And so at this point, though, I'm, like, feeling like no one's believing me. The OBGYN even mentioned that this was just prodromal labor, Braxton Hicks. And I'm like, girl, I'm thinking, no way. So at this point, I feel like no one's believing me that I'm in labor. It's 2:30 in the morning. I'm exhausted. Christian's exhausted. And I just feel like I go to the other hospital, they're going to turn me away too. Like, I'm just fine. You think this is Braxton Hicks? You're crazy and this is labor. But okay, I'll go home. So I go home and that is where things got a little crazy. So I get home. Christian knocks out because we're exhausted. Me? No, I'm in the worst pain of my life. So I'm in the bedroom in the dark, just dying. Like, worst pain of my whole, it's a blur. I blacked out, I swear, because I was like in so much pain. So I'm in our bedroom, dying. Little Mia, my dog, she's like being the sweetest little caretaker. She would jump out of bed every contraction when I'm freaking out. She would jump out of bed and like be there for me. It was so cute. Okay, side note. So anyways, 2 hours later, I'm like, in between, and I just hear boop, and boom, the rush happens. And when I say the rush, I mean so much fluid start coming out of me. Okay, so my water breaks, that's what the pop was. And then, everything starts coming out. Okay, so TMI, but I feel like this is like I laugh at part of this story too. So I'm like, oh my God, I run to the toilet. I clog the toilet from fluids coming out of me, okay? And then I start throwing up. So boom, I'm covering the toilet, so I can't throw up in the toilet. So I'm throwing up. And then I have this thing where the smell of throw up makes me throw up more. So then I'm blah, blah, blah. And it's a mess. This is overflowing. This is, it was a mess. So I'm screaming at Christian, get up, we gotta go right now. And I'm thinking at this point, like, the baby's about to fall out of me. Like, I am absolutely unwell. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a part 2.
It's of course a girl holding a phone, and I'm like, oh my God. Come get ready with me while I tell you about my 2-man horror story. Okay, ignore the hair and ignore how, like, on it, like, whatever. So, it all starts off on, like, a Friday night, and I'm with my friend. We just went on this, like, trail walk. I'm in the car. Okay, so I'm with a different friend, and my friend from school, she's been wanting to go on this 2-man for, like, I don't know, the whole school year, and she texted me, she was like, oh my God, like, can we please go today? And I'm like, like, oh my God, like, I already told this girl no, like, 20 times, so I'm, like, over here sitting, like, I feel honestly, like, pressured to go, because I'm like, oh my God. Okay, please ignore the state of my hair, thank you. So anyways, I tell this girl, and I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm with a friend right now, like, is there any way we could do next weekend? And she was like, you keep saying next weekend, like, please, can we just go today? And I'm like, oh my God. So I'm like, fine, let's go, fine. But I'm like, okay, before we go, like, can you tell me how tall they are? Because I'm a tall girl, so I'm not even looking for, like, a relationship or anything, like, I don't really care, right? But I'm like, I just don't want to feel awkward being the tallest girl, like, being the tallest person there, because I just feel like, yeah, no. So I asked her, I'm like, oh, like, how tall are they? And she's like, okay, well, my whatever person is around 5'10", and I'm like, okay. And then what about the other one? She's like, yeah, he's around 5'10" too. And I'm like, okay, so this is not gonna work, because I'm almost pushing 6 foot. I'm around like 5'11", 6. So I'm like, okay, yeah, no. And it's like, I just don't feel like comfortable going there when I'm like I don't know, I'm like, no. So I tell her this, and obviously she gets like really upset, and she's like, you always do this, you always like cancel out. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, I just don't feel comfortable going with people that I'm taller than. Like, I don't know, like, in a nice way. I was like, find somebody else, like, you know. And she's like, okay, well then can you look for someone? And I'm like, right. So I don't snap like any guys. Like I'm not into that world. Like whatever, you know. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess, like, I don't know. I literally just felt bad. So I was like, okay, like, I'll try for you. So I'm going through my Snapchat and I'm literally like, no, no. Because I don't even have, like, any person where I can be like, hey, like, what's up? Like, I don't, like, right, okay. So I'm going through my Snapchat and I come across this one kid and we literally, like, I left him unopened, like, I don't know, 18 weeks ago, and I was like, and I remember we have each other followed on Instagram, and one time I posted myself, whatever, and then he added me on Snap. So I'm like, okay, you know, two and two equals 4. Let me try this game. So I text him and I'm like, I don't even remember what I said, but I was trying to be very like, hey, like, sorry, like, would you be, oh. Anyway, so I text him and I'm like, hey, like, would you be down to go on a 2-man? Like, me and my friend, whatever, we're bored, whatever. He sends me back a snap. And I'm like, a snap? I'm like, I texted you. And it's been like 6 minutes. So I'm over here like freaking out because like, I'm like, oh my God, like, why did I just do this? Like, why am I getting peer pressured by this girl to go, do this at all? And he sends me back a snap. And I'm like, okay, and then backtrack. Before I text this kid, I go through his like Instagram to see if he doesn't have like a girl tagged, or like I go through his like TikTok reposts, like to make sure that I'm not, you know, like texting this guy who has a girl. He sends me a snap and it's of course a girl holding a phone, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, great, this is exactly the reason why I don't participate in this, because I just end up like embarrassing myself. So I text the girl, I'm like, oh my God, you won't believe what happened. Like, he sent me back, it's a snap of him and the girl. It doesn't end. So I like open the snap and right away I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, I had no idea I am not him, because I don't play those games. Like, no, right? Okay, so then my friend drops me off at my house, whatever. I'm like, okay, well, no 2-man, like, good night. And then I'm in my bed, I'm laying there, and I get a snap from a girl that I used to ride the bus with, like, when, like, Homer Junior High, middle school. Oh my God, I think like, junior high, right? And mind you, this girl is very, like, she's not on social media, like, she doesn't post herself, she doesn't post, like, anything. So I'm like, okay, like, why is this girl snapping me? I'm like, what? So I haven't talked to her in like 5 years, so I'm like, leave her like an hour, you know. It doesn't like click in my brain, you know, what this might be. And I open the snap, and of course it's literally them together, and I'm like, wow, great. So now I just look like this major hoe. And so of course I text her, I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm so sorry, I had no idea. So let's just say I'm never asking for a 2-man ever again. And you want to go on a 2-man, you find it. So with all this being said, if you don't feel comfortable with something, or if you don't want to ask for a 2-man, don't ask for the 2-man, because I did very light makeup today too, so you could still see like all my acne and stuff, but whatever. Also, PSA, if you know me and you find this account, you know, you gotta start from the bottom and get up somehow. And
7 million views later, I think I owe y'all a story time. Every single comment is like silent repost. Why is this me? I've never had an original experience. And then some of it's like, sounds like he was right. I'm like, girl, so let me just tell y'all what happened. So it's 2020. My cousin is like my best friend. He's gonna be my man of honor in my wedding. And anyhow, he's a COVID senior, and so it was like May, prom was canceled, we were doing nothing. He was working at a river like shop, And he introduced me to one of his friends who was like not really interested in having a girlfriend, and it was COVID and they were about to go to college, and it's like, all right, let's all just have a fun summer together. So there was like a friend group of like 6 of us that just like hung out all summer. And me and this guy were, you know, situationship, like whenever the whole group would hang out, we would kind of have a thing, but it wasn't ever anything serious. And whatever, he was going to college, I was still in high school, didn't think about it. And so, I mean, we would continue to text as he went to college, but really didn't think twice about it, just thought it was a fun summer, new friend. And then my senior year, I'm like, all right, I'm like, he's out of my head, moving on with my life. So another one of my guy friends from my high school, not my other friend group, he was one of my best friends. I mean, for many, many years, knew this kid since elementary school, and no hard feelings towards him, okay? And we started dating for about like 9 months or so. And I mean, amazing time. No complaints. Great high school boyfriend. Went to prom together. We're going to go to college together. Good times. Anyhow, I mean, obviously not the love of my life, but no hard feelings. And so then in the summer, everyone came back from college. So then my 6 friend group from the summer before is now back in town. COVID's dying down a little bit. And so I'm like, great, everyone can hang out together now. So my high school friend group could hang out with my last summer, my cousin's friend group. My boyfriend did not love this. He was not interested in hanging out with this group of 6. And I'm like, we're all just friends. Like, let's all just hang out together. No big deal. And so then it came, like, we started kind of getting a little turmoil in the last few weeks of high school because he did not want to hang out with the other group. So I was basically hanging out with that friend group and then also hanging out with him separately because, I don't know, he didn't want to hang out with that group. Wasn't his thing. Didn't know those people. And so literally on our high school graduation night, keep in mind it was literally storming horribly, but after graduation, like, we graduated together. You would think we should celebrate together. We're in a relationship. And who shows up for me? That group of my cousin's friends. So they are with me the night of graduation. We have a great dinner, a little party afterwards. And my boyfriend went home and didn't want to come because it was raining. Whatever. And so I'm just like, all right, I'm over this. And then as weeks went on, I was like, we're fading. I'm not enjoying this jealousy. If you can't trust me to hang out with other people, then trust is the number one thing. If we don't have trust, we don't have anything. And I feel like we've lost that. And so we just kind of faded and I ended it. And I mean, really no hard feelings. Like, I was freaking crying my eyes out. I was so sad. He was a great boyfriend. And I was just like, if you don't trust me, we've got nothing here. And I'd rather go into college with nothing holding me back from anything and meeting my new roommates from a different town. Different story. But anyhow, so we broke up. Nothing happened there. And I was hanging out with him every day before we broke up. And I was hanging out with the friend group like once a week, twice a week, maybe. So obviously prioritizing him and wanting him to hang out. Like, we all wanted to hang out together. And anyhow, we broke up. Then come to find out, my other friends from high school are like, he says that you cheated on him with cousin friend group. And I was like, funny, he would say that because of course he didn't trust me and he didn't want to even meet that other friend group. And so that was the story. He told everyone I cheated on him with him. And then flash forward like 5-6 months, I start getting more serious with that guy. So maybe he was right that that's who I was meant to be with. But I never cheated on him. I never emotionally cheated on him. I was never talking to this man until like 6 months later. Actually, and then we didn't start dating until over a year and a half later. So, silly boys.
I am about to go get a 7-year-old arrested. What the? Listen in. Last Friday, school calls me up. I'm in my nap time, okay? It's 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm sleeping, okay? We in nap time right now. And I get a call from the school saying, hey, your son broke his hand. We're gonna be taking him to the hospital, okay? I said, hey, I'm up the road. Nobody needs that $13,000, $15,000 fucking hospital bill when I live down the road and the hospital's down the road. I'll pick him up. I'll take him myself. Wait, I'll be there in 5. I get there in 5. Once I get there, his finger's swollen. It's obviously looks like something's going on, but they're basically down talking the whole thing. Yeah, it was an accident. It was not that big of a deal. Donovan's overreacting, the whole 9. And I'm listening to these teachers, which I feel really bad about. I'm listening to these teachers, right? And I get in the car and I'm looking at it. I'm like, it is really swollen. Let me just take him. Like, let's just go right now. Let's get it done. We'll go from there. We get to the hospital. His fucking his whole entire shit is broken. His finger is broken. This little girl from his school broke his finger, supposedly, right? This is what they're saying. They're saying that a little girl broke his finger as they were playing. Weekend goes by, couldn't do much on Friday. It's now Monday. I pull up to the school this morning and I say, look, 1 or 2 things need to happen. Something needs to happen. Consequences need to happen because this little girl not only broke my son's finger, but fucked up his growth plate. So now, not only do you need to suspend her, but I want the police here too. I want to press charges on her. If y'all not going to do something, I'm going to do something. So figure it out. They had the police come as well as this, some staff, and basically tell me that I could not press charges on a fucking 7-year-old, okay? They lied to me because I called Lee County and I'm on my way right now to go do it. They said that that's not true. I could 100% press charges. Will it stick? Who knows? I actually don't care if it sticks or not. I just want her to experience the consequence of her actions because apparently the school is not going to have it done. So guess who will though? This Latina mommy. This Latina mommy, she fucked with the wrong one because I will not be the parent that's like, oh, she did it. It was an accident. Oh, no, there's no accident. There's no accident. There's no way that a child accidentally grabbed another child's thumb without them saying stop, 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 and bent it backwards enough for it to break. There's no way. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. So either way, we're on the way to the school to make sure that consequences are had. And again, does this suck? Does it suck that I'm doing this to a 7-year-old? 1000%. But I don't look at it as a 7-year-old at this point. I'm looking at it as somebody who assaulted my child. So yeah, see you guys later. I'll talk to you guys more about it later. What's up, you guys? Mama Bear here. Sorry, I had to take a nap. We all went home and it was just a lot. So I'm just getting up and let me just tell you guys, I am so frustrated with this school and I don't know what to even do. But let's get into it. I get to the school for the meeting, and when I get to the school for the meeting, I am in Mama Bear mode. You can tell me shit. I want this girl arrested. I want the fire team here. I want it all, okay? And basically, I get there, and they're telling me, oh, no, sorry. We did a full investigation. We spoke to the girl, and we think that she didn't do it with malicious intent. Fun fact, let me tell you this. Last week on Friday, they told me that it was a freak accident. The girl bent the finger back or was playing a game. That was it. They spoke to the girl today, and the girl admitted. As throughout the weekend, I spoke to my son and asked him what happened. He then told us she did it twice. That they were playing a game with the whole entire class. She bent his finger backwards. He says, ow, stop. And then they started continue playing the game, and the girl did it again, which then broke his finger, okay? She admits to this. She says she did it twice. She admitted to hearing my son saying, stop, ow, and then went back and did it again, okay? So you're telling me, police officer, Mr. fucking police officer, Mr. fucking board person, that isn't malicious intent, that was an intent? So they're basically saying because of the fact that they spoke to her and she said it was an accident, and they spoke to somebody else in the class which said it looked like an accident. Ask my kid what he was doing Friday or what his friend was doing Friday. He's gonna tell you, right? The girl, I believe that she knew exactly what she did. I believe, right? Because it was a situation Friday, so a kid's gonna remember that. But the other student, anyways, basically at that point I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if you guys couldn't figure out that I want to press charges. I want her, and keep in mind, they kept doing this thing where they kept trying to make me feel bad about it. They were like, she's 7. Like, she's just 7. No, she's not just 7. She's a fucking girl. Use other words. She's a fucking woman who fucking little girl who broke my son's finger. Now, I don't care if she's 7. I don't care if she said, I'm sorry. I don't care. She's a person who broke my son's finger and maliciously broke it with the fact that my son told her to stop and she continued. Period. Okay? So now they basically told me that there was nothing that they can do. That they've already spoken to her parents, that would be it, basically. That's it. I sat there and I literally told the police officer, I called Lee County, they told me I could press charges. They just filed a report, that's it. He's like, just to make you feel better, we'll file a report. A fucking report. It'll follow her. I want to see her in the back of that police car. That's what I want to see, and that's not happening, so I'm unfucking happy about it. My beautiful son is now have to be forced to have a cast as of Thursday. Right now it's in a splint because of us going to the convenience care. And Thursday we go to orthopedic, which would then put him in a real cast. But keep in mind, now my son is with this for, you're good, babe, go ahead. My son is now with this for however long until it heals. And not only that though, the little girl fucked up his growth plate. So there's a chance that my son's finger, as it grows, doesn't grow properly because she fucked it up. So I guess it deems okay considering that the school is going to be paying for the bills, which, no offense, is not enough to me. Okay, guys, so I'm at the police place and I'm like stressed out. I'm actually letting my kids play like right now because I'm like trying to figure out how I'm going to go in there and be like, hey, I want to press charges on a 7-year-old. I was very unsatisfied with everything that happened yesterday, and I do feel like that justice wasn't served for my son and that this is not okay, because if it was him that broke her finger, he would be a piece of shit. He would be the worst person in the world. He would be suspended, expelled, because it was a boy doing this to a girl. But since it's a girl doing this to a boy, it's okay, right? It's not. So basically, I'm now here, and I'll be honest with you, like, my anxiety's at 10 because everyone's making me feel guilty about it. Everyone in my family, everyone's like, it was a one-time thing, like, you know, it's a 7-year-old, like, come on, like, it's not like she's done this before, and it's like, was a freak accident. I don't look at it as a freak accident was the first time, and potentially it broke. The second time, I just don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't care. You want to know what? My son already is on the spectrum and cannot verbalize his pain, his anger, his emotions. I have to be that for him. And the fact that they are basically telling my son to his face that he's overreacting, and me that I'm overreacting, makes me mad for him even more. So we're here, and I'm about to go in, and I'm going to record the whole thing. So we'll be back for an update. On my way to the school right now, and I'm on my way to go see that little girl, meet her myself. She's in the aftercare program, and I'm just gonna ask if I can like say hi. Probably not. They probably won't let me, but then I thought about it and I'm like, but you know what? I know the aftercare people really well, and I'm gonna ask them if they can at least tell me who her mom is. So I'm just gonna stay there until her mom comes, and when her mom comes, I'm just gonna be like, hey, your daughter broke my son's finger. So one, you got 2 choices. We can call the cops right now and she can get arrested for assault, or fight me. We can go across the street so we don't got to do it in front of the kids. Fight me. It's just one or 2 things that have to happen, okay? Your daughter broke my son's finger. Which one is it going to be? So, we going there.
I don't know her.
It's the first grade, yeah. Yeah. Was that Camilla girl there? Yeah. She wasn't there today?
No.
Donovan, was Camilla in aftercare? What? Was Camilla in aftercare? I'm trying to see if this girl's here.
First grade because I'm
So the girl was not at school today. One of the girls that I'm friends with after school, one of the teachers, did tell me that she seen her mom come in at 11 o'clock, that they had like a meeting with the disciplinary people, but the mom ended up just coming to get the daughter and left. And they didn't even go to the meeting. So obviously I came up to the school
for a purpose, and they knew that purpose. So they did agree that they were going to speak to the mom to see if we can just meet, me and her, to handle this, because it has to be handled some way.
Something really bad happened to me today, and I wasn't going to tell anyone about this because I feel really embarrassed. Like, I feel like an old person. I feel like I should have known better, and I wasn't going to talk about it, but then I looked up people who had been caught by the same kind of scam on TikTok, and I saw a girl that made a video about it in 2024, and I thought to myself, if I had just seen that video before, then maybe this wouldn't have happened to me. So I wanted to make the video, so hopefully this can help someone. I don't know. I got scammed out of $9,000 today, and I don't know if I'm gonna get back, and I really need that money. This is what happened. So I got a call from Wells Fargo this afternoon. It said Wells Fargo on the caller ID. I Googled the phone number, and it was the same phone number as the Wells Fargo fraud department. They said that someone was trying to transfer money out of my Apple Pay from my Wells Fargo account, and that they stopped the charge, and I needed to put money into my Apple Pay and put it on a new Wells Fargo card so I could reverse the transaction. I feel really stupid saying this now, because obviously why would I move money into my Apple Pay to like fix this like charge? I don't know. On the call, they had me move money to my Apple Pay, add a new Wells Fargo debit card that was supposed to be mine, and then transfer the money onto that debit card so that I could stop this transaction. And they ended up getting all of the money. I realized after I had sent it that I was getting scammed. I called Wells Fargo immediately, and then I called Apple Cash, whatever bank deals with Apple Cash, and they said they couldn't stop the charge because the funds had already posted. So I don't know if I'm gonna get my money back from Wells Fargo. Fingers crossed they come through with this claim in 10 days and are able to help. But I think because I authorized the charge, I don't know if they're going to be able to reverse it. I don't know what to do. Anyway, I just really hope that this can help at least one person, because I saw this girl's TikTok video when I was looking tonight to see if anyone else had been scammed like this, and I just thought to myself, if I had seen that video before, then maybe I wouldn't have fallen for it or been so naive. So don't get scammed like I did. And yeah, I feel really dumb. But if you have any tips, if you've been through this, please let me know. So here's how I realized that they were scamming me. Call me stupid, I already know that I am, but after I sent them the money, they were like, okay, we're going to transfer you to our manager who will help you get like higher security on your account, whatever. And when they like transferred me, the guy connected with me through the call, but then the call dropped and he called me from a different number that was South Carolina. I'll actually put the number here. If you guys can help me find this person, then let me know. But this is what I've been doing with that number since. I signed this guy's number up for any marketing campaign online that I could find. And also this guy blocked me from his number, but you can star 67 any number that you're blocked from and call them as many times as you want. And so I scheduled text blasts in the form of 10,000 text messages at once to go to this guy's phone, and I've been calling him nonstop, and I have nothing to do. I've nothing better to do. I actually have nothing going on right now. As long as I have free time and this guy doesn't change his phone number, he will never know peace. He will never know peace, and I will never let him rest. He's been turning his phone off when the calls and everything gets to be too much, but unfortunately this is his new reality until he decides to change his phone number, and he was too stupid to spoof the other number. I was stupid enough to fall for the hack, but I am dumb, but I'm not totally stupid. I did get a little bit of my funds back. Anyway, I will not rest until I figure out whose phone number this is in South Carolina that scammed me, and hopefully I can put them in jail. So if you have any tips on how I can find who someone is through their phone number, I like paid this database to find their name. I don't know. I want to find them, and if not, I'm just going to annoy them for the rest of their entire lives until they change their phone number.
All I can say is never, ever mix friendship and business. I have been completely burnt. I'm actually shaking filming this. I can't actually believe I am, but I honestly don't know what else to do. So I don't know really where to start, so I'll try and start from the beginning. One of my best friends of about 8 years has been the photographer for my small business, which has entailed 3 photo shoots that we have done. Some of you may know I am getting married this year, and said friend was one of my bridesmaids, and that's important to note because this is where that friendship breakdown has occurred. Actually, what has happened is she was part of planning my hens weekend with my other bridesmaids, and as you know, the bride's not involved in that. And essentially what's happened is I came to the decision that I actually wanted to add a bridesmaid. Engaged, we lived in Rocky. We've relocated down to Brisbane where we've been for almost 2 years now. And one of my partner's best friends, I've become very close with. She's very special to me, and she's been there so much for us over the last almost 2 years. And I reached out to all my bridesmaids and had that conversation with them first and said, hey, look, how do you guys feel? To which they all agreed, and they were all very supportive of, as well as said friend. Those 2 people have clashed. Said friend and new friend have clashed when organising the hens. Both friends have come to me and obviously expressed how they felt, and both sides were valid. 100% both sides were valid. Eventually, said friend has got very, very upset that I haven't, I guess, gone and, I don't know, put these other people in their place. I really, really don't know. I guess, haven't gone and firing at these other girls the way said friend has wanted. I get an absolute novel about how I've used said friend for her photography services, that she is going to send me through invoices for the last 3 photo shoots that she's done, and that she pretty well doesn't want to be my friend and doesn't like me. So I sent a message back, might I add, while I'm crying at work, saying, can I just clarify, are you ending our friendship right now? Because I was absolutely gobsmacked and couldn't believe it, right? Said friend has then not responded. I've reached out again saying, I'm very upset. You're leaving me in limbo right now. I feel like I've just lost a friend. Might I add, in that novel she said she won't be a bridesmaid anymore and doesn't want to be a part of the party, etc., etc. But I've said I'm so upset, like, I understand, but can you just confirm with me instead of leaving me in limbo? No response whatsoever. And then I get an invoice, 3 invoices might I add, of almost $3,000 for 3 photo shoots that she has done for my small business that go back about 12 months. Then sent a text message back saying, I am not paying those until you can confirm for me. Are we not friends anymore? I get the most generic text back saying, said business name will only be talking to said business name, my business, through business emails and nothing further. So I guess that told me where I stood, did it not? So let's go back to the start. When my business first launched, she came to a studio session with us and took photos. I'm going to pop right here. You can see us organizing the studio and her saying she will do it for free. Might I add here, I have always offered to pay for her services, to which she has always responded, no, that's what friends are for. As you can see here, I have said, we get free photos, you get free stuff. So she has also got hundreds of dollars of products from my small business as well, which I felt was part of our mutual agreement as friends. We have then done multiple photo shoots for her. I'll pop them in here. She has asked my son and I to model for her photography business for marketing material. Again, I'll put these messages here where we have done these. This has been, traveling a couple of hours, our time, everything, which we always have done as friends. And also launched playmats, and we needed some photos for our website, and she took 6 photos in her child's bedroom, which again I'm very thankful for. we sent her $50 out of good faith because, again, she always declined payment. This fast forwards me to our last photo shoot that we did, that we spent thousands of dollars on, hours and hours of organizing the shoot. We bought models together, everything. She was the sole photographer at this photo shoot. She had provided me with about 20 photos from the shoot so far. And I'm going to put a little screenshot here. These are photos of myself that I still haven't received. I haven't got these photos yet. But she was using photos from our photo shoot to market as a branded photographer. People were asking if anyone can do brand shoots, to which she has used these photos. You can see are also on her website. And again, these are photos that I still haven't received from my shoot that cost thousands of dollars. I paid for the studio, I organized all the models, you know, we bought food, we bought all the things, and yeah, I still haven't received these photos. Then I get an email, which you can see here, as a letter of demand to pay said invoices, otherwise she'll be taking me to court. I have responded with my letter back to her letter of demand, to which I have not had any response to. And I'm no lawyer, but there's a reason that I haven't had a response to said response to the letter. I feel like it's super important to note here, there has been absolutely no signed contracts, no model release forms for the photo of me and my son either that she's using, just absolutely nothing in writing, just an understanding between friends, helping friends. I've helped her business, she's helped my business, she has hundreds of dollars of product from my business. We've always been so thankful and so lucky to have a friend that's a photographer, but again, it's been mutually beneficial. She's also advertising now as a brand photographer purely because she's done our branded shoots. Fast forward, I haven't had a response to my letter back to her, and I open Instagram and all my photos are gone from my shoot. All my photos. Heartbroken, devastated. I honestly don't even know what to say. She has claimed all of them as copyright, which I guess she was the photographer, but I haven't signed anything to say that, you know, said photographer has the rights to these photos either. There's absolutely nothing signed in place. When you spend thousands and thousands of dollars and hours on organizing shoots and doing all of this, and essentially it just gets ripped away from you over what, a friendship breakdown because of something you weren't involved in between two people in your bridal party. It's literally devastating. It's devastating, and it's not personal anymore, it's through my brand, and essentially I don't know what to do. I sought legal advice for my response to her letter of demand, which was, you know, said letter, but I'm in a position where either I do take it further and go to court, or I just say see you later to all that hard work and start from scratch again. And I know it might not seem like a lot, but when this is hundreds of dollars from a small business, at every single point through this journey before photo shoots, I always offered to pay. I was always declined. I always offered to use another photographer and said, look, if this is too much on your plate, I'm more than happy to pay a photographer. Absolutely not. That was never wanted. She always wanted to do these photo shoots. And now I just feel silly. Was I very lucky? Yes. Was said friend also very lucky with other things through the friendship? Yes. Is said friend still using the photos of my son and I to market her Mother's Day photo shoots this year? Yes. Is my Instagram empty now? Anyways, if you're still here, thank you, because this is a long one. But honestly, my only piece of advice that I can say is never, ever mix business and friendship together, because it will truly come back and bite you in the bum at some point. Sometimes you should go with your gut instinct and, yeah, from the beginning, just hire that photographer. Don't use that friend. because you just never know what's happened. You might think your friendship is solid as anything. You've been through so much in over 8 years, but you just never know. You just never know. And through the blood, sweat and tears that I've put into my business, I feel like it has just been completely and utterly ripped out from underneath me, and I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So if I can help you not be in the same position as me, then we've done something.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Keely. I'm 36. I'm dating again for the first time in almost a decade in New York City. And today I'm getting ready for a 4th date with the love bomber. It's probably immediately apparent just from my energy and my vibe, but I am so excited to see him tonight. We took the last week or so off from seeing each other because he had his parents in town visiting, and I also thought a little bit of space would be helpful because I was feeling a little bit dysregulated from just the level of attention and intensity that he was pouring out at me. So had a really fantastic date last night with Anaphylaxis Man, so I'm going to start things off by talking about that. So last night was actually Anaphylaxis Man's 39th birthday. I had pretty limited availability this week, so when I offered him my free nights, he said, well, Tuesday is my birthday, but I hadn't gotten around to planning anything yet, so I would be down to spend it with you if you are down. My first thought was like, damn, Anaphylaxis Man, that is a lot of pressure. I felt really nervous. I wanted to make sure that he had a good birthday, a good night. I gave him the option of choosing the place that we went to or having me be the one to plan it, and he wanted me to plan it, so I did. I first asked him what kind of cuisine he was in the mood for. He said noodles. And so I went online, I checked a bunch of different websites, Eater, things like that, and I looked up the best noodle restaurants in the city, the best noodle dishes. I cross-compared that against the open reservations on Resy and Open Table. I found him 3 really good options and presented those. He chose one of those, and he was really appreciative of that effort that I put in. I am somebody who really values effort, other people being thoughtful in planning their dates. That's the same thing that I try to give back. I think it's only fair if I expect that, then I'm going to put that forward. So we went to a Taiwanese restaurant. I got to try stinky tofu for the first time, and I absolutely loved it. I got the century egg peanut sesame noodles. Everything there was so good. Our server was so amazing and so friendly, and they ended up sending out an extra dessert with a candle, and Anaphylaxis Man said that it was one of his best birthdays ever, and he was just so appreciative, so sweet. We had such a lovely time. It made me just feel so happy to have really knocked it out of the park. He walked me to the train afterwards. He's such a gentleman. I've just really enjoyed getting to know this man. I definitely have more dissimilarities than commonalities, but so far those things haven't been pain points, and I think that we have been meshing quite well despite that. I have a very wide circle of friends, whereas he has fewer friendships, although they do seem to be close friendships. He just has this real aura of restfulness to him, whereas I think I have a rather chaotic and at times sort of frenetic energy to me. Again, things have been balancing well so far. I don't know that they will forever, but that's why I'm getting to know him. As for my date with the love bomber tonight, I am going to go over to his place and he's going to cook for me. I'm really excited about that. That also feels like a pretty high effort date. Let's see how he pulls it off, of course. We have stayed in contact throughout the last week. We were texting pretty much every day, not nonstop, because I think that that would have really defeated the purpose of taking a little space and re-regulating a bit. But we did stay in contact, and I continue to just be so excited. He's so funny. Our senses of humor are so well aligned. I have wondered a little bit if he and I are almost too alike in certain ways. Between the two of us, I feel like there would just never be a mitigating force. I think that he and I are both the type to say yes to anything, go, go, go. There is not a restful one between the two of us. And his energy and intensity is definitely something that I find very attractive, and it's drawing me to him. But I am somebody who I think a lot of people consider a lot. He is also a lot. And I'm just wondering a little bit, between the two of us, is it too much? But there's not really any reason for me to go looking for trouble if it may or may not even happen. So again, I'm just going to enjoy getting to know him, and I'll see where things go. And I'll see if any trouble does come up, then I'll be able to deal with it down the road as I've gotten to know him better. Regarding the fact that I'm just getting to know these men, I did mention to one of my coworkers this week that I had a couple of dates this week with these two guys that I've been seeing. And my coworker commented something to the effect of, oh, I feel bad for the second guy, and made some comment about, oh, it's not fair to the second guy if you sleep with the first guy and then sleep with him the next night. And part of my getting to know these people, I am not sleeping with them. I don't think there's anything morally wrong with physical intimacy on early dates, but for me specifically, it doesn't feel right. I am trying to date with intention. I am trying to find a long-term committed relationship. Ideally, I would find a life partner, the person that I'm going to marry. I don't want to lock myself into a situationship. I don't want to have to wonder, what are we? Are we exclusive? What is this? How does he feel about me? I do want to take my time getting to know these people. At such time that we are ready to establish exclusivity, that's when I would take things to that next step. No shade at all if that is not how you date. Obviously, people have found their long-term partners not doing it that way, but that's what feels right to me right now. I am also someone who gets attached through physical intimacy, and I don't know the characters of these men yet. I've known both of them for less than a month. I've been in love with enough losers. I don't want to do that to myself again. Okay, yay, I'm feeling good about the makeup tonight. It's gonna be a good night. It is another kind of gray, cold, gross New York spring day, but I have decided that I'm going to dress for the weather that I want tonight, not the weather that I have. I think I'm gonna wear this little white tube top situation. I feel really cute in it. It's not weather appropriate, but I think I don't care. I can do like the little cardigan over it. Yeah, this is cute. I'm feeling cute in this. I think I'm just gonna wear jeans. Okay, now it's time to leave, and I have become so nervous, and I'm feeling like I underdressed, and he offered to call me a car, which I thought was such a sweet gesture because he does live kind of far away from me. Here is the final look. I went with the white top, the green cardigan, the jeans. I'm doing pink Adidas with these, pink purse. I'm just gonna throw on a jacket, head out the door. Wish me luck. Bye. Hello, good morning. My name is Keely. I'm 36 and I'm dating again for the first time in almost a decade, and I finally had what I would consider kind of a bad first date. So yesterday I had a first date and it was just going to be a quick little coffee date sort of check-in. I'm trying to get the very last dregs out of my Armani Luminous Silk Foundation because it's so expensive, so I'm putting it on like this. So the date started off on just a slightly awkward foot because he chose a place for coffee and it said that it was open online, but when we got there, it was all closed up. So we had to make a quick game time decision of where to go next. He mentioned, well, I'm a member of Soho House and Ludlow House is right around the corner. So we ended up going there. I will admit that I have a knee-jerk negative reaction to these sort of exclusive members only clubs. I will be the first to admit that some part of that is probably just some insecurity, feeling like I don't belong there. But I do think there's also just something ever so slightly, I don't want to say cringe, but it just feels weird. I was glad that I had dressed not as casually as I may have for a simple coffee date because I think otherwise I would have felt even more awkward and out of place. And on the actual date itself, I definitely got the impression that he was a lot more interested in telling me about his job and his research than in asking me any questions or getting to know me. Admittedly, his job is very interesting. He has a background as a thoracic surgeon, and then he went into biomedical research. And so he's quite literally trying to cure cancer with his work. So obviously that's very admirable and very interesting, but I think that that was the only thing he really wanted to talk about. He did also really lean heavily on teasing and roasting, and I don't know if it was a means to flirt or if that's just naturally how he is and how he communicates. For example, he did this ongoing bit about me being a basic bitch. He said it like several different times, and I didn't love it. I think some teasing and some roasting can be fun, but I think you need to build the rapport first, and you have to make sure that you know your audience and make sure that they're going to enjoy it. Reader, I did not enjoy it. I also generally don't love when men use the B word or the C word in general. I just don't like when men use gendered insults against women. He wasn't calling me a bitch, but it still just felt icky to me. I know that I can be a bit of a sensitive soul, and I just don't think that the way he jokes and communicates is something that would make me feel good to hear long term. I think that my own teasing and roasting doesn't tend to be about things that a person would actually maybe be insecure about. For example, he was talking about his career, which is very impressive, and I said, oh God, your parents must be so disappointed in you. The whole joke there is that obviously they would not be. Whereas, like, yeah, I kind of am a basic bitch. I don't need you to tell me that. I really didn't have an entirely bad time. He did have a lot of interesting things to say. It wasn't a deeply unpleasant way to spend an afternoon, but I just really didn't get the sense that we were a fit or that we would make each other happy. He walked me to the train at the end, and then we had just such an awkward first kiss when we said goodbye. I cracked a joke right as he leaned in to kiss me goodbye, and unfortunately it made him laugh, and we had just eaten French fries, so he just kind of laughed French fry air directly into my mouth. Rather than address it, I kind of panicked and I was like, okay, bye. And I ran down the stairs and it just ended on such an awkward note. You know what? That one's on me. That one is entirely on me. My bad. Sorry, sir. So in short, I would not like to see this gentleman again. I'm guessing that the feeling is mutual just based on the fact that he asked me so little about myself and then we ended on such an awkward note. If he does text, I will just let him know that I didn't feel the spark of connection and leave it at that. I did have a really nice night after that. I met up with one of my best friends, Devin. We hung out at her place for a little bit. She is fostering kittens, so I got to play with the kittens and cuddle them. And we went out to dinner and just had a really nice time catching up. I regaled her with my dating tales, and then she gave me some great advice. I did also set up a date for the middle of next week with the love bomber. I've been taking just a little bit of a break from him while his parents are in town visiting, and it's also been helpful for me to re-regulate a little bit because we had such an intense sort of first week of knowing each other. I am excited to see him again, and that means that on the docket for next week, I have a date with Anaphylaxis Man as well as a date with the love bomber, and I think I'm just gonna keep the docket closed for now. I'm busy. I don't really have the time to go on any more awkward first dates when I do have these two people that I'm really enjoying spending time with. So that has been the dating roundup. I am just getting ready for work right now. I have 3 nights of work ahead of me, so there will be no exciting updates presumably then. All right, I am done. I'm just about to go do my hair. It is gray and cold and rainy, and I really just want to stay in bed, but unfortunately, under the capitalist system, I must sell my labor. I hope you all have a good day. I hope it's sunny where you are. Bye.
I've been gaslit into thinking that I'm a good storyteller, so I'm going to tell you the story of the craziest year of my life. Let's get into it. And by my life, I mean my husband's life, because we're one, okay? Okay, POV, the year is January 2021. The things you need to know. We got married legally in December of 2020, okay? So we're freshly married, like 12 days married at this point. We celebrate New Year's, whatever, kiki, carry on. So January of 2021, one day we're chilling and all of a sudden he gets like a jolt of pain in the right side of his face. And I'm like, what just happened? He's like, I don't know, that was weird. And I was like, yeah, that was weird. What was that? He was like, I don't know. January goes on, nothing really happens. End of January, beginning of February, he's like, the pain is continuing. That's really weird. And I'm like, yeah, that is really weird. He's like, I think it's my tooth. I was like, okay, let's make an appointment with the dentist. So he goes to see the dentist and the dentist is like, okay, I see a cavity, let me fill it. So he fills the cavity and after that, he's fine for like a couple days, and then the pain comes back over and over again, like just like a sharp jolt of pain, like literally like stuns him in the spot. So he calls the dentist again. He's like, hey, this is still happening. They're like, okay, come in. They look and they're like, okay, it's just a sore. Like, that's so dramatic. Here's some saline solution. It'll get cleared up in a couple days. Like, calm down, brother. And he's like, okay. So he does a saline solution, whatever. The sore clears up. The pain's still happening. So he's like, okay, something's not right. So he calls them again. They're like, I don't know what to tell you. You need to go to an endodontist. What's an endodontist? Nobody knows. No offense to the endodontists of the world, but I did not know what that was before this experience. So he goes to the endodontist, and the endodontist said, this is like maybe March at this point. The endodontist is like, it's nothing with your teeth. Like, we've done a bunch of tests. It's nothing with your teeth. You need to go see a neurologist. We're like, whoa. How do we jump from the teeth to the brain? What's going on? He's like, you just need to go see a neurologist. I think you might have something with the facial nerve. And he's like, okay, fine. So he goes to the neurologist. This is like early April, because it takes a while to get a neurologist appointment in America, okay? So he goes to the neurologist. She does a bunch of tests on him. It's a woman, hell yeah. She like does these like tests, and basically in between this time, we Google up all the things that it could possibly be. The options are not great. honestly. MS, trigeminal neuralgia, which is this terrible disease that I'll get into, and then a brain tumor. And we're like, okay, what? So we go see the neurologist. She basically diagnosed him with trigeminal neuralgia because he's basically complaining of facial nerve pain. And this disease is literally so terrible. Trigger warning, they call it the sewer slide disease because it's so terrible. People off themselves because there's no cure. It's literally unbearable pain. Literally such a terrible disease. One day I want to raise money to cure for this disease, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so basically it's like these three nerves of the face that basically are infected or something. I don't know what the frick is going on, but they diagnose him with that. He's like, okay, bet that really sucks. She prescribes him anti-seizure, anti-convulsant medicine. I'm like, that's really weird, but okay, like apparently that works. Mind you, again, there's no cure for this disease, okay? So they're supposed to help, but they don't really help. So he's taking those, it gets a little bit better, and then it gets 20 times worse, okay? It's like every day he like can't do anything without flinching in pain because it's so freaking painful. He literally at this point can't eat, can't drink, can't even brush his teeth. Like he went a while without brushing his teeth, poor guy. I love him though, he's my husband. All right, so I'm still gonna kiss him even though he can't brush his teeth. That's another story. So anyways, so he's still having the pain. It's not getting any better. His dad is like, hey, you know what you should do? You should go see this guy I worked with at one point, which is crazy that he worked with. He actually specializes in trigeminal neuralgia. So my husband's like, okay, let me get a second opinion. He goes to see this guy. This guy's like, I don't know, this doesn't feel right, okay? Trigeminal neuralgia, terrible disease, normally happens to women who are like midlife, okay? Middle-aged women. And he's like, okay, well, I'm neither of those things. So what's the dealio? He's like, I don't know, let's get a MRI. And mind you, the old neurologist also suggested that, but she wasn't like rushing the process at all. So he's like, let's get him an MRI and like check for some other stuff. He's like, okay, bet. Like, I'm just glad it's not MS at this point. So he gets the MRI. This is like late April, early May. And gets the MRI comes back, okay? And here's where the story gets crazy. So mind you, in December of 2020, we got legally married, but it was 2020, y'all remember 2020? Yeah, so we had to postpone our wedding celebration. Our wedding celebration was the second week in May. Okay, so we're at the second week in May. Saturday is our wedding celebration. Tuesday, he gets a call from the doctor, and the doctor's like, hey, buddy, you need to sit down. He's like, oh, frick, dude. So he calls me in the room, we sit down, and the doctor's like, so you actually have a brain tumor the size of a golf ball. You know, we're gonna have to do surgery pretty quick. And my husband's like, whoa, slow down, buddy, slow down. So it's not trigeminal neuralgia, but this brain tumor was sitting on that nerve, I guess, that was causing that facial pain, and that's how it presented itself. The original doctor didn't think it was a brain tumor because he didn't have any hearing loss at the time. That's like number one sign of if you have a brain tumor. Anyways, so I'm so sorry, I'm gonna yap a lot. I'm gonna try not to do a part 2, but I can't promise anything, okay? Anyways, so the doctor calls him and he tells him that he has a brain tumor, and we're like, whoa, like we have so many questions, but it's just all new. My husband's obviously spiraling at this point. We have our wedding celebration, okay? And in this whole time frame, okay, I'm graduating grad school, finding my first job, interviewing for my first job. We find out this, and then we're getting married on Saturday. Doing the whole celebration. So he's like, okay, well, we have our wedding celebration. I'm kind of training for a half marathon. Like, do I need to stop? Do I need to chill out? Can I not drink this weekend? He's futuristic, okay? My husband's thinking of our future, AKA this weekend, so we can party with our friends for a wedding. The guy's like, you know what? It's your wedding, man. Just like do whatever you want. Just like after that, take it easy. Like, don't be going crazy or whatever. He's like, okay, bet. So Saturday rolls around. We have an absolute blast of a wedding ceremony. It was kind of ratchet because it was in my backyard, but it was a fun time, okay? Me and my husband are the only ones who basically know what's happening at this point. So, except for his like mom and dad, we're partying it up, okay? We're acting like it's our last night ever, which is so dramatic, but you know, he's spiraling, all right? So we have this great wedding or whatever. The next day we tell our family, that all happens, nothing crazy happens between now and then. Okay, after the wedding celebration, I had already graduated grad school. I started my first job. Fast forward, June of 2021, the surgery time comes around, okay? I had been in my new job for a couple of weeks. Mind you, if you start a new job and you're under a year, FMLA does not kick in. So you cannot take time off, even though a family member is sick. So that freaking sucked. But thank God we had a great support system. Anyways, surgery rolls around. Surgery day comes, okay? All of our family comes. His family, my family, they all come to Charlotte to get this surgery done. And a couple things you need to know. They told me that the surgery would last like 8 to 10 hours, okay? That was my expectation. And again, it's 2021, but it's 2020 times. So there's only one person allowed in the waiting room, okay? I'm by myself. A child bride and a child groom, he's back there. He's freaking the frick out. I can't go back there with him. I have to stay in the waiting room. And again, I have to be by myself. Nobody can comfort me, which why am I thinking of myself in this time is another story, but I'm freaking out, okay? I'm 23 years old. All right, anyways, so surgery time comes around. They're telling me all the prep work, whatever. He goes back. I stay in the waiting room, again, by myself. My family's downstairs. They can't come in, so they literally are just hanging out. Like hours roll by or whatever. They're giving us update as hours comes on. I go tell the family. it gets to like hour 8 and I'm like kind of tweaking a little bit. I'm like, whatever. So I go downstairs to like talk to my family. I'm like, I got to get out of this waiting room. I can't do this anymore. I go downstairs. These mother frickers are drinking wine. They like snuck alcohol into the hospital and are like kikiing and carrying on. I'm like, what is happening? But I don't blame them. You know, it's a crazy time. We're all scared. They're just having fun like they can. You make the best out of a bad situation. Anyways, so I go back up to the waiting room. Hour like 9 and 10 pass. I'm like, okay, what is happening? This is a lesson to all the doctors out there. Just like at a restaurant, you don't tell a person a wait time of like 10 to 15 minutes if it might potentially be 30 to 45, okay? You give them the max time, okay? At this point, it's hour like 12, okay? Nobody has updated me in like several hours. I'm freaking out. Every single person in the waiting room, all their families got to get out. My poor husband back there is still getting surgery. I think, I don't know, nobody's updated me. They did the best they could. They had more pressing issues in the surgery room. But regardless, everybody's gone. It's deserted in this waiting room. And the staff at this point are like leaving. I'm like, hello? Like, is anyone gonna update me on what the frick is going on? Anyways, hour 13 rolls by. They finally come out. The doctor finally comes out. I'm like, hang on, let me get my family. He's like, only one person allowed in the waiting room. I'm like, screw you guys. Can we just have everybody in here? So my entire family, his entire family, we all come up there. We're ready for the update. They update us, and basically they just like said surgery went well. There were like 2 options of things that could have gone wrong. And basically one of them was facial paralysis. And I was like, I don't care. That's cosmetic. Like, whatever. I don't care how he looks. He's perfect the way he is. Obviously he would care, but they were like, no, it's actually medical too. Like that could have been really bad. And I was like, well, that's crazy. Then the other option was that they would have to sever the hearing nerve so he wouldn't hear in his right ear. And that's what they eventually had to do. And they still left 2% of the tumor. I'm like, what the frick? But they severed the hearing nerve so he can't hear in his right ear. Obviously he's not coherent, so he doesn't know that yet, but they're going to tell him tomorrow. They tell us that, and we're like, you know what? Like, praise God. Like, there could have been a lot going on, but nothing crazy really happened. Like, he can still do all his favorite things, like hike and hang out and do all kinds of things. He just can't hear in his right ear. Anyway, so they tell us that. We're like kind of just, he leaves. He also tells us something really cool. He says that Mark Ruffalo actually had the same type of tumor, an acoustic neuroma, the Hulk, Mark Ruffalo, the Hulk. And so he's like, you need to tell your husband that he's basically the Hulk. And I was like, he's going to eat that up. Let me tell you what. So he tells us that, and then he leaves, and then we're just kind of waiting because we can't go back quite yet because he's still getting like undressed from surgery or whatever. So we're sitting there, and my dad is just like trying to be my dad. He's so great. He puts a hand on my shoulder, and he's like, well, baby, you don't need, oh my God, he don't need to hear half the shit you say anyway. And I'm like, you're right, Dad. You're right. Anyways, yeah, way too much, but the story goes on. Go to part 2. Okay, bye.
Want to hear my most unhinged client story? Sure you do. So I had this client, I'd done her hair already twice. She was a little uptight for my liking, but she was nice. You know, we got along fine. And she calls to book her 3rd appointment or reschedule it. And she asked to only come in on a Sunday. Now, I know she's already on a budget, so I'm like, yeah, I can do Sundays, but there is an extra charge for Sundays unless it's on me. Like, if I have to cancel Saturday and I move my clients to a Sunday, there's no charge for that. But, like, if you request a Sunday, there's a $50 charge because it's my Sunday. It's my day with the Lord. And the Lord was with me this day. So she comes in, and she'd already agreed about the $50, fee. And she brings her husband in. And now I always get weirded out when a client brings in their husband because I had a really weird experience, like, almost 20 years ago, where a client brought their husband in and they were both clearly very intoxicated. He was very threatening towards her and me. Like, I was calling backup. And she ended up stealing my lip gloss. Sidebar on that one. So anyway, she brings her husband in and he sits like in my other chair, like right behind me. And she's like, so this is my husband, Dave. And I brought him because I think he's better at explaining exactly what I want. And I'm already getting the vibes. So I got Dave sitting right behind me, right? And Dave decides to tell me exactly what his wife wants. She wants something really natural that is not expensive. Our budget today is like $120. I mean, first of all, you've already got the $50 Sunday fee. And then a haircut with me is $85 to $125. But I decide, let's teach this cat a lesson instead. Let's forget me making any profit today. This will be fun. Clearly, no one gave him a warning about me. So this guy wants his wife's gray covered, but to grow out naturally, low maintenance, blonde, but natural. But her natural's like my color. Okay. So like what I have, but low maintenance, but no grays, and around 120. This is a full foil tone root smudge. Okay. So I say, okay, Dave, how much do you think I should charge for that? And he thinks he's like this fancy cat. He's like all numbers. He works the Gulfstream. And he's like, well, a hairstylist on average earns $50,000 a year before taxes. So if you break that down into 40 hours a week, blah, 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 your hourly should be about $16. And this should not take you more than an hour. So I'm thinking 50 plus $16. No, I'm no mathematician, but I'm thinking that's $66 for full foil, naturally done, you know. I think he even said like no bleach. I'm like, sure, on a level 5. Got it. Yeah, $66. Okay. And I said, how about this? You're a smart man, right, Dave? You understand that what a company or business charges you, that they first have to total up their expenses, and then they have to double that for a profit, pay their employee, then they have to pay taxes on top of that, correct? Well, yes, of course. Anything else would be stupid. Exactly. So I pull out my pen and paper and I start writing down all the charges. I throw her cape on, $35. Back bib, $2. 2 ounces of color, $17. 2 ounces of developer, $7. Scoop of bleach, $8. Scoop a developer of that, or not scoop, 4 developer of that, $7 more. Toner, $68. Cause mama had some hair, right? Like she can't just do like 1 little bottle of toner. She needs like 3 bottles of toner and the according ounces that go with that, okay? And then the haircut comes. And he said, he's looking at the total right now and he's like, well, cut the hair for as cheap as you can. And I look at him like, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I should put that on my service menu. How exactly do I cut the hair as cheap as I can? No, like I genuinely want to know. Well, just like cut it less. Okay. Yeah, less than what? Exactly. Like less than you would cut someone else's hair. Oh, okay, so just like cut the back. No, she needs her whole haircut. Gotcha. But you said to cut it as cheap as I can, so cut less. Well, like just don't cut it as much as you cut other people's hair, so it's like not as expensive. Okay, I got you. So I should like charge by like each snip I make. That would be fair. Like, so I'll just, okay, got it. So I then pull up the website where I bought my shears from and I show them like, so these are the same scissors, right? Okay, cool. And these scissors are like $1,800, right? And I said, I'm on a payment plan for these. So I think what we should do then, we'll just divide that up per snip for the $1,800. That's fair. And he goes like, no, well, that's not fair because you use these scissors on everyone. I said, yeah, you're right. So what will we do then? And he says something like, how about the cut cannot go over $20? Okay, and I'll do it for $1 a snip. How about that? So 20 snips. This ass clown's like, yeah, that should do it. So I stand there and I'm like, comb, 1, comb, 2. I'm looking, comb, 3. Anyway, we get to the part where I should be layering now. And I'm like, well, we're out of the $20. Well, the cut's not finished yet. Yeah, I know. But I'm sticking to your budget, dude. Like, I'm doing what you asked. Well, I asked you to do a full haircut. I said, no, you asked me to do the cheapest haircut. Y'all, this man went back and forth with me for a minute. And this really should not matter in my industry. But I just wanted to yank this guy's chain. I said, what's your college degree in? Where'd you graduate? And he's like, he got like a degree in like integrated studies from some community college. Which, no hate on that. Do your thing. Well, that's fun because I have my 4-year degree from Ball State University, bro. And I said, now when you applied for your job at Gulfstream, I'm sure having your degree put you a bit ahead of the crowd and therefore you had some salary negotiation. You should be paid more than someone without a degree, right? Well, yes. Why else would I have gone to college? Yeah, and you're how old? Like, what, 35, 36? Okay, well, I'm 41. And you would say seniority, like, people that have been in the industry or industry longer probably deserve to have a higher hourly pay, a higher salary. Well, yes. Why else? What's the point of working if you're never going to be able to get a raise? And then I pulled out my little binder with my notes and pen. I'm like, okay, so my hourly wage, if in today, 2026, hourly wage, $40 is the new minimum wage for okay. So I'm going to, let's go per decade. So my hourly then is 120. Y'all, I get this bill up to like $500 and something. And I'm just pricing it out. I'm just taking that number and doubling it. So I get to the end number and I'm like, so here's your price. And he's like, absolutely not. I'm not paying that. No way. This is ridiculous. So then I should just give you this all for free, right? Well, I didn't say that either. Okay, but we both agree that your wife deserves to pay less than my other clients, right? Well, I just think for something so simple, it shouldn't cost so much. And then I just stood there. I like to make it awkward. And then he finally goes, he's like, okay, I guess the full highlight toner package, which is like anywhere from like $250 to $375, depending on how much product, whatever. I guess that sounds better. And I say, no. No, I'm doing this for free today. No charge at all. And he goes, well, that's kind of you. Why would you do that? I mean, you deserve to be paid something. And I looked right at him and I said, just the fact that you just said I deserve to be paid something is why I'm not charging you anything. I don't want your money and you're not welcome back in my salon. And I turned to the client and said, hey, I'm sorry. I really like you, but this is the most disrespect I have ever been shown in my industry, in my career, possibly in my life. Oh, no, we didn't mean it that way. He didn't mean it that way. He just wanted to make sure that I got exactly what I wanted. And I said, did you? And she says, yes, this is the best my hair's ever looked. I love it. And I said, good. I hope your next stylist can do the same thing. Bye. They kept trying to pay me. And I was like, no, honestly, like I'm not taking your money. Sorry. I'm not taking anyone's money who would literally have the audacity to do this to me. And then say, I deserve to be paid something, at least something. Bitch, I've been a national championship horseback rider. My dad started the nation's largest life insurance brokerage firm. I have more awards and more talent in my left pinky than y'all do. I will not tolerate that kind of disrespect. Hope they enjoy their cheaper haircut or whatever they're gonna do next. Best of luck to them, and bye-bye. So I already know y'all's next question is gonna be what happened on the next Sunday that Nikki and I got together to do her hair. And this is even weirder than the Jesus girl that had come in the last time. So I'm working on her. I'm sewing, thank God, was her second to last row of extensions in. And I forgot my number one rule, that if you are in the salon alone on a day we're normally closed, keep the door locked. Never make that mistake again. So as I'm sewing her hair in, these two guys walk into the salon. One is like this shorter guy, maybe like 5'6", 5'7", this skinny white dude. And then he's got this like friend that's like 6'3", really skinny tall guy. This just gets weird. So the skinny short guy, he's got like a sideways hat on, and that's not weird. What is weird is that he has across his like shoulder and around his waist this very large, I'm talking like, I don't know if you can see my hand, like big gun strapped to him. Like, he looks like he's coming out of like a G.I. Joe movie. And honestly, at this point, because of my sense of humor, I don't know whether like burst out laughing or call the cops. So that guy starts walking up towards me. I'm like, oh dear God, I'm gonna have to fight again, end up in jail again. Here goes nothing. The other guy is like on the lookout. So he's like, I had my storefront windows were like ceiling to floor, like a storefront window. And he's like at the front, and the other guy's approaching me. And for some reason, fight or flight didn't even kick in for me. I was kind of humored. And I'm like, hey, how you doing? You know, what can I do for you today? Hopefully it doesn't die. And he goes, are you interested in buying any essential oils? Yeah, because the first thing I always think when a guy walks into my salon with a large weapon strapped around him, completely not concealed, is he must be selling essential oils. I mean, come on, ladies. You know what it's like. It's like when you get invited to like a Mary Kay party and, they put your makeup on and then put a hand grenade right in the middle of the table. Totes the norms. And I said, oh my gosh, I actually am interested in essential oils. If you could, though, I'm in the middle of like getting her hair sewn in here. Could you just like leave your card up on the front desk and I'll call you later? Because I'd love to take a look. And this guy's like, yeah, totally do that. Yeah, how about this? And he pulls out these 2 vials of apparently essential oils. Now, I am no essential oil expert, but usually the bottles are like a color. Usually they have some sort of label on them. But nah, this just looked like 2 straight up vials stolen off a hospital cart somewhere at Memorial Hospital that has God knows what in it. And I'm like, oh, cool, you have them with you. That's awesome. Like, I would love to right now, but I gotta get back to this. Could you like stop by maybe tomorrow? When I have the salon heavily armed with security officers? Yeah, that's totally cool. Just could you just sniff them real quick? I'm not even kidding. He asked me to sniff them. Just real quick. So at that point, I'm literally like weighing my life's options because, things were kind of tough for me at the time. Maybe sniffing the oils wouldn't be the worst way to go out of here. But then I remembered Nikki wouldn't have her hair extensions finished, and so I had to still live. So unfortunately, I could not sniff his oils. What about your friend? Your friend that's got the hair thing in. You want to sniff my oils? And Nikki's just like, hey, honey. Okay, yeah, I'll be home real fast. Or just like, and he's like, she's trying to like get out of this, like pretending her daughter's calling or whoever. And she hangs up the phone. And I'll give credit where credit's due. This guy was persistent. He's like, just have your friend sniff them. Hey, you, sniff my oils. Meanwhile, watchdog dude is still like at the door, like, and he's like looking around all of my salon for like where the cameras are. I mean, and I get it. As somebody who's been in sales for most of their life, that's always what I do. I bring a friend along, I bring them into wherever I'm going, I have them stand at the front, guard the door, on the lookout, checking for cameras, and obviously I wear a very large gun around my waist because otherwise, how are you gonna close the sale? And I'll tell you, this man certainly knew his ABCs of sales. Always be closing. At this point, I'm like, oh dear God, of all the ways I thought I could die, I didn't think I would be trafficked, raped, or killed, in my own salon from sniffing vials of random things. But at this point, the adrenaline kicks in because I'm like, this isn't funny anymore. He's like walking closer to me. And honest to God, I can't remember what I said to get him to leave like on good terms and, not kidnap us. Knowing me, I think I said something really quick on my feet, like, oh, Nicole, this guy totally just reminded me that Officer Brown, his wife that sells Scentsy, she's having that Scentsy party tomorrow night, so I told her that you'd be coming with me. Like, hoping, like, maybe mentioning, like, I'm friends with this cop's wife, and she sells smelling things. I don't know. Maybe it'll get him out of there. I do not remember exactly, though, what I said. Maybe Nikki would. If she doesn't do social media, but I'll ask her. If she remembers, I'll get back on and tell you what I actually said. But I managed to get this guy to be like, oh, okay, yeah. I'll leave my card up here. I'll see you later. I'm like, oh, yeah, see you never. He leaves the salon with his buddy, and we lock the door immediately. And I turn to her, and I'm like, what do you want to do right now? Do you want me to continue this appointment, or should we just shut her down and clearly finish you on a day when the salon's open because we're done doing Sundays together? She, of course, voted just like finish that row and let's get the hell out of here, which is exactly what we did. We then waited to leave, though, because we wanted to like make sure they were gone. And they weren't gone. They had ended up going to like every other like strip mall or shop in that like strip mall, trying to sell the oils because we went around and we were asking, and clearly everyone was saying no. I don't know why anyone didn't call the cops. I mean, they didn't have a business card. They didn't have anything like, who carries essential oils just like in their pocket? Like, want to sniff this? And if it ain't glue, it just ain't worth it. I'm totally kidding. So then we just see them like sitting in the parking lot in this old like beat up white Blazer. And at this point, I do call the non-emergency line. And I'm like, hey, I don't know if I have like a police report to actually file here or anything. I just told them what happened, and they were like, that's really creepy. I was like, yeah. Later on the community page for our area, turns out they'd hit other places and police were notified. So I don't know why they didn't find these guys or whatever. But again, that day really showed me some perspective from the Lord. Because the Sunday before, when we thought the Jesus lady was the craziest thing I'd ever have in my salon, ever, I was wrong. God told me. See, it can be worse. Well, that was a few years back now. We are still alive and well. And unfortunately, I have not heard if their essential oil business ever took off or not. But I sincerely hope that it did.
After 2+ years of dressing alternative, my parents are still not happy about it. Let's talk about it. So I just want to preface this. When I say parents, I'm really just talking about my mom. My dad has always been like super supportive. However, my mum, not happy. First started like going more in this direction. I still wore colour. It was just a more like distressed kind of vibe, if that makes sense, rather than just being like, okay, I'm gonna wear fully black now. And I tried to really like sneak my way in, so I gradually stopped wearing colour. I went from wearing like colour just to wearing pretty much like black, red and purple and white, and then I kind of gradually worked those colours out of my wardrobe as well. And I hoped she wouldn't notice, but she noticed. Well, I wasn't allowed to wear makeup at all. I first started wearing makeup, I think, when I was like 16. And I had to like ask, and I was like, can I wear eyeliner? And my mum was not happy about it. She did let me, because at this point I was going off to college. I feel like the second I started looking even a little bit more alternative, my mum noticed, and she was not happy. She also hates my music taste, whereas my dad actually likes quite a lot of like the like older goth bands, like Susie and the Banshees. He really liked when he was like, I don't know how old he was at the time, I can't work it out, and like The Cure and Depeche Mode, and I played him some She Wants Revenge, and he was like, wait, this is like what I used to listen to in the 80s, like, is this an 80s band? Like, I swear I know this. And I was like, no, but it's a vibe. I even played some more like emo-y, kind of like metally, new metally songs, and while he didn't love them, he was like vibing, he was like on board with it, and he wasn't just like, it's just noise, which is what my mum said. Honestly, over the years, I have had so many conversations with my mum, and I'm kind of at the point where I just have to accept that she's never going to be happy. Like, I was in a show recently, and obviously my costumes had colour, and the first thing she said when I got off stage was, you look so much better in colour. This is not a compliment, mother. No. I guess, like, my point of this video is that sometimes you just have to accept that you're not going to be accepted, and, like, if it makes you happy, and it's, like, the self-expression that you want, sometimes you just got to do it. And I have always tried to say to her, like, you know, how would you feel if I forced you to dress in my style? You wouldn't like it. And she goes, well, I'm open-minded, Jasmine, so I might. No, you wouldn't. I don't want this to turn into, like, hating on my mum. It's genuinely not that at all, but I just kind of wanted to, like, make this video for other alternative people who maybe feel like they aren't accepted, that, like, hey, it might not happen, and, like, that's fine. You're gonna find people that will like it, that will accept it, and if it can't be your parents, that's okay. Anyway, I'm gonna make a part 2 on like tips and ideas and ways you can like convince your parents to let you dress alternative if you're younger. So go watch that, and also go watch that to see how the makeup turns out.
Okay, I just got told a few days ago that I wasn't going to be able to graduate because I'm 0.25 credits off, and I'm a senior in high school and graduation is in 2 weeks. So I kind of want to rant about it, because if I don't talk about it, I'm actually going to like lose my mind, because like I only have about a week to fix this. Okay, I'm just gonna give like context of why this is the case and why this even happened in the first place. We're starting back my 8th grade year. My 8th grade year, I took honors math, and in that honors math course, I ended up taking the whole Algebra 1 class that you would need in high school. So I was supposed to do more like advanced math. And my math teacher in middle school signed off on this and is like, hey, you need to put her in geometry, was what the next like grade above Algebra 1 would be. And then fast forward to my freshman year, I was really struggling mentally, okay? Mentally, I was really, like, struggling to adapt to the huge change that high school brought. So the first, like, week or two of high school, I walked into this geometry class, and it was a sophomore class, and mind you, I was a freshman. And I walk in, and I was like, hey, I'm just making sure this is the right class. Like, are you this person? Like, so-and-so. Like, is this where I'm supposed to be? And the teacher looks at me, and she's like, this is geometry, and you're a freshman. And I was like, yeah, my teacher signed off on it last year. Like, I already took Algebra 1 as an 8th grader because I was in honors math. And that teacher looks at me and was like, so freshmen aren't allowed in sophomore classes, like that, it's just not allowed. And this, like, shocked me. I was like, oh, like, I didn't know that. And because I'm such a people pleaser, I always have been, I just kind of told them, like, okay, like, I'll go talk to my counselor about it. So I go talk to my counselor about it, and she's like, yeah, like, that's weird. Like, I don't know why you were put in a sophomore class. Like, you're a freshman. Like, that's not allowed. Like, blah, 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 blah. So she actually pulls me from that class. Mind you, freshmen can take sophomore classes. Sophomores can take freshman classes. Like, so on and so forth. Like, it doesn't, like, it just didn't make sense at the time. And I just didn't question it because it's like, I'm new here. Like, what do I know? I'm 14 years old. But I already knew something was wrong. And on top of this, I also signed up for honors comp lit, comp 9, because it's really easy to me. Like, comp 9 English, like, literature is so easy to me. So I signed up for a more advanced class, and my teacher saw this, and she's like, so I don't think that's right. I don't think you should be put in that class. Mind you, I've never met this lady before. This is my first time meeting my school counselor, and I was like, okay, then just take me out, because I don't want problems. I just need classes to go to. Like, I don't know where to go, and I just need this fixed so I can start my school, because I'm already getting so behind, okay? So anyway, first quarter actually ends. So the first quarter of high school ends, and I am struggling heavily mentally. Like, I am going through the trenches at this point. And in context, my little brother, he was in 5th grade at this time, and he was getting bullied by his teachers, like, really badly. And so my mom made the decision to pull him out of school and homeschool him. But she couldn't stay home with him because she had to work, and she's a single mother that provides for 5 children. So I volunteered. I was like, okay, like, I can stay. Like, I'm not enjoying high school at all. Like, I'm really struggling, like, just being there and having the motivation to get things done. So I think being at home would be best. Mind you, I didn't have a social life. I didn't go to homecoming. I didn't go to, like, any of the dances. I didn't participate in high school. I had one friend, but she low-key hated me. So I just, like, I wasn't thriving. Like, high school was really hard to get, like, used to. So I move on to homeschooling the rest of my freshman year. And by the time sophomore year comes around, I'm back in school, like the same school, okay? And I get told that I didn't get any of my freshman credits, okay? The counselor calls me in. She's like, hey, your freshman credits, they don't exist. Like, what's going on? Like, okay. And I tell her, I was actually homeschooled last year, so there may have been, like, something going on with that. Like, okay. And so I agreed to retake those classes. I agreed to retake freshman classes just to get those credits as, like, proof I took them, because it just didn't show on my transcript that they existed. Like, I did my freshman year, when it's a really long story, but technically my freshman year didn't exist. So I'm taking all these freshman classes. I've had teachers be like, why are you in here? Like, you seem to know all this stuff really easily, and this is supposed to be a challenging class. And when I told them I'm actually a sophomore that didn't get any freshman credits, it started to make sense. It started to click for them, because they're like, oh, okay, like, I get it. Like, that makes sense. Like, you're just in here for that credit because you didn't get them. Cool, whatever. Moving on. Mind you, sophomore year was really, really hard for me mentally as well. Like, all 4 years of high school have been really, really rough and really challenging, especially mentally and emotionally. So sophomore year, I will say I did fail like 2 or 3 classes my second semester, just because, like, I could not find the motivation to finish. Like, I couldn't do it, but I passed majority of my classes with passing grades, okay? And the classes I did fail were elective classes, so I wasn't too worried about them because I can just retake them. Like, it wasn't like an English class or a math class, like, except for one. I did fail 1 math class, and that was geometry, because geometry is really hard for me, okay? But okay, I'm talking to my counselor, and, you know, she's not a great counselor. She's already told me a freshman couldn't take sophomore classes when that was not the case. So I was taking classes that were way too easy for me, and I should have been a little more challenged, but that was just really just miscommunication because I should have spoken up, but I just thought that the adults knew better. The ones that worked here for so long, they knew better than I did. Anyway, moving on to my junior year, a lot ended up happening. Like, started dating this one boy. I stopped being friends with that one girl from like my freshman year. So like there's a lot of change going into my junior year. And junior year is known for being like the hardest like academic year because of like the SATs and all kinds of stuff. Okay. So at the beginning of my junior year, I actually attended a different school, and it was like an online half like going in. Like, it's hard to explain. I pretty much only went into the school building like once or twice a week. Everything else was online, and that's what I did for like the first quarter of my junior year, I believe. And then going into my second quarter, I actually ended up coming back to the school. It's just the way my life turned out. And when I came back to the school, my counselor had actually been swapped out with somebody else. Like, my old counselor, like, she found a job somewhere else, and so they got somebody completely new. I was really thankful because, like, my old counselor, she did not help me at all. Like, she actually, like, held me back from the classes I should be taking, and, like, I was just already behind, and I knew that. So when I told my counselor now, when I first met her, I was like, hey, like, I just want to be clear, like, I don't know if I'm on track to graduate, and I want to do everything I possibly can to make sure I graduate. And she's like, okay, yeah, like, let's look. We looked, and turns out, like, she said I would be able to graduate. I'm on track. Like, I'm fine, like, whatever. So my junior year, my second semester junior year, I decided to play soccer for the first time, and that actually helped motivate me a lot because I was starting to lose a lot of motivation. And I knew I just couldn't afford to fail any classes because I only had 1 year left. And so by joining soccer, it kept me, like, accountable because I wanted to play soccer. So I had to keep my grades up, and so I didn't end up failing any classes. So the entirety of my junior year, I was talking to my new counselor, and I was like, hey, I just want to make sure I graduate. Like, can we check that? And I was constantly talking to her about it, and she told me every single time, you're on track to graduate, just keep doing what you're doing. And you know, I took that as like okay, I'm graduating, like that's awesome sauce. Okay, fast forward to my senior year, my first semester, I was so locked in. I had straight A's with 1 B, but that was because of math, and for some reason I just can't retain math information very well anymore, so I was struggling a little bit in that. But besides the point, my grades were so good. Okay, and I was talking to her in this time, and I was taking college classes, and she told me, like, I didn't need a full schedule. She told me that my junior year, I wouldn't need a full schedule for my my senior year. But I still, you know, because even though I wanted, like, a free schedule, I knew I'd have to have at least 7 classes out of the 8 because, like, that just what I needed, what I know I needed. Okay, I'm running out of time. So I'm gonna have to make a part 2, which really, really sucks. I hate doing part 2s, but come back for part 2. Okay, this is part 2 of being told that I wasn't gonna be able to graduate when graduation is in 2 weeks. So what I was saying is, like, my senior year, I started off really strong, and I constantly talked to my counselor, saying, like, I just want to make sure I'm graduating, that I'm on track, okay? And because she told me, like, I was fine and everything, I had taken college classes, and I pretty much filled my schedule up. Besides, I didn't have a full complete schedule. I didn't have an 8th hour because I was told I didn't need a full schedule, like, I'd be fine. And I still filled my schedule up pretty much, like, all the way completely. Like, I had 7 out of 8 classes as a senior, which isn't very common here. But she did tell me that I wouldn't need a full schedule. She told me I was on track. That is the point I am trying to make. Going into my second semester of senior year, I'm struggling a little bit. There was a lot of, like, life changes going on in my life. Like, there was just a lot going on, a lot of death, a lot of scary instances with my family, just a lot of family problems. And because of that, I was, like, losing focus of my classes and my education, and my grades just started dropping because it just wasn't my main focus. And around Christmas time is when I started dating my now boyfriend, and that is going to come in handy a little later, but just know that we started dating around Christmas. So second semester starts, I'm not doing well in classes, like, my focus just isn't there, I'm not as motivated, and this happens to me every single year. every single year, second semester always hits me so hard, and I just start to like go downhill from here. But anyway, I'm doing my classes, months go by, okay? We're officially, this is like a few days before spring break, and my counselor, she calls me in, okay? And she sits me down, and she's like, hey, so you're actually it's like 0.689 something credits away from graduation. And I was like, okay, so I have like 11 weeks till graduation, so I can fix this. Like, I have time to fix this. And so she signed me up for the work keys test, which is like an SAT test, but it's just a lot easier. And I just had to pass it with a certain like number to get some extra credits. So I took the test, okay? Like, she signed me up. I took it very, 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 very last minute, okay? And I passed the test really easily, and I got 2 extra credits, okay? She told me, or the guy that like instructed the test, he's like, hey, so you got 2 extra credits. Like, okay, mind you, I only needed 0.6 credit, okay? Not even a full credit. So I was like, okay, like, I'm graduating, like, this is motivation to get my work done. And around this time, soccer began, and soccer season is just a whole nother thing. Long story short, I pretty much quit soccer like a few weeks ago now, and soccer ends this week. So I thought soccer would give me the motivation to get through the stuff, but no, it just didn't. My mental health has been so challenging recently, and something that's really helps like push me and motivate me is my boyfriend. He has really held me accountable, and he's forced me to go to school, go to class, get my work done. Like, he's really pushing me to be better. So even though I've already been told I wasn't gonna graduate, he motivated me. He's like, okay, like, all you have to do is take a test. Like, it's easy. Like, this is easy. You can do it, blah, blah, blah. He's been motivating me. He's been in my corner this entire time, and I truly cannot ask for somebody better. So I'm following these classes. I am really heavily losing motivation. My grades are slowly dropping, and I took this test. They told me I was going to be able to graduate. Like, fine, I'm not worried about it. I'm just focused on getting to graduation. Like, just pass my classes, get to graduation, do what I have to do, okay? Like, I can leave this town, this school. Like, I just need to graduate. Like, I have worked so hard. I've taken freshman classes. I've studied so hard for my SATs and all these AP classes and getting my grades up. Like, I have done everything I possibly could to graduate. So a few weeks go by, okay? A few weeks. And my counselor, at this point, it's the end of April. I graduate May 13th, okay? And it was like April 23rd, 24th, my counselor pulls me into her office to tell me, like, hey, great job on your test, blah, blah, blah. This is how many credits you got. Turns out you're still 0.25 credits off from graduating. I just, like, I didn't know what to say in that moment. It's like, I wanted to call my mom because she's just the person I call for everything. Like, I wanted to call my mom. So you're telling me all this hard work I have put into graduating doesn't even matter because I'm just barely off, okay? And I asked her, I was like, okay, so like I took the work keys test and I got 2 extra credits. How does that not go towards anything? I was 0.6 credits off. I took the test, I passed the test, and I got 2 extra credits off of it. Where did those credits go? And she couldn't give me an answer. She really couldn't give me an answer, and I try not to be mad at her because she, at the end of the day, she's a really sweet person, but she should have done her job because I have been asking her and I have been talking to her since my junior year started, going to this school again. Am I going to graduate? Like, just tell me if I'm going to graduate or not. Tell me what I have to do. Tell me what classes to take so I can graduate, please. I even asked her, do I need a full schedule my senior year? And she told me, no, you can have an easy senior year. Which is the only reason, because she told me to have an easy senior year, the only reason I signed up for college classes is because she encouraged it, okay? So, point being, I am 0.25 credits, elective credits, okay, elective credits, and I am nearly all of my classes this year are electives. So I told her, like, is it possible, like what can I do? Like, is there anything I can do? She told me, you can pay and you can sign up for the work keys test and take it again. And I told her I could do that, but I really don't want to because I already took it once. And you told me all I have to do is take it, pass it, get those credits, and graduate. And I did that, and I'm not graduating. So, like, I don't understand what it is I need to do. So I immediately reached out to my mom, and I was like, they just told me I'm not graduating again. And mind you, graduation is in 2 weeks. My last day of school is next week. Next week, okay? And I'm supposed to walk the stage the 13th. So how are you going to sit here and tell me you're not actually graduating with your class, even though you've been asking me about it for the past, like, 2 years? Turns out it's not going to happen, and you're going to tell me 14 days. Quite literally 14 days away from graduating. Like, are you serious? Are you serious? Like, I get it. I should have locked in my freshman year and my sophomore year, my junior. Like, I should have locked in the past 4 years, and I really tried to. I really, really did. But mentally, I wasn't there. And I tried my best, and she told me I was okay. She's the one that works here. This is her job, and she could not tell me, you're not graduating. She couldn't tell me that my junior year. She couldn't tell me that the beginning of my senior year, where I could still fix my classes, I could still add on to my classes, I could still take the classes I would have needed. Like, why did I take that test to get 2 extra credits if they're not going to go towards anything? And she couldn't even tell me what they're going towards. Okay? Truly, she couldn't tell me. Okay? So I just took that test to take it. I didn't even get those credits. Okay? I guess the only thing I'm annoyed at is that she didn't tell me sooner when I have been trying to keep that communication line open for the past 2 years. I have been trying to ask her, like, can you look, tell me what classes I need to do, like, what tests I need to do, what do I need to do to graduate, and she told me I was fine. That is the only thing that is really, like, making me mad, because it's like, I tried so hard to talk to her. And the best she could have done is tell me that I'm not graduating 2 weeks before graduation. So that's my little rant, okay? That's it. That's all. I'll keep you updated if I graduate or not, I guess. So
a lot of people are wondering why I got my kids taken, and let me tell you the story. So it was in the summer. It was really hot outside. My kids and me lived at my dad's, and it's in Lesterville, Missouri. I don't know if you guys know where that's at or not, but it's literally out in the middle of nowhere, like deep in the woods, dude, deep in the woods. So my kids were little hillbillies. I was born a little hillbilly. They ran around outside. That's how they got potty trained, running around outside, buck ass naked, and they peed on trees. So they were playing outside. I was outside with them. I was on the sun porch watching them. They were in the driveway playing with their little cars and stuff in the dirt, like, just having a blast. They did this every single day. Well, I had just gotten back from running around, which I feel so horribly guilty about, because I left my kids and I was running around, and obviously that's not okay. Like, I should have been home with my kids. I missed out on a lot of my kids' life doing this. I feel incredibly guilty for this. But I had just gotten home. Mind you, I'd hitchhiked back home too. That was a horrible ordeal. It was so horrible. But that's not what this is about. So I get back to my kids, where my kids are, at my dad's, and they're playing outside. I'm on the sun porch just chilling. My mom's outside too. And my middle kid, Carter, comes running up to the porch because it's screened in, so I can hear him and see him and everything. Like, I was maybe 15 feet from them. Zeke was about 4. Carter was about 3, I want to say. Zeke might have been 5. Well, Carter comes running up, and he says, Mommy, Zeke got bit by a bug. And I'm like, what? Because I don't, like, what, that doesn't even make sense. So I go running up to Zeke. I pick him up, and I sit him down on the table at the sun porch, and I see 2 little bite marks. And I'll insert that clip here. So I start freaking out because I just knew it was a copperhead. I knew it was a copperhead. I knew it. I called 911, and where I was living at the time, 911 takes forever to get there. The police actually showed up first. He found the copperhead. It was a baby copperhead, and he killed it. So then we had to take my kid down to, like, it's called Circle Drive, because where we live, obviously a helicopter could not land. It's on a steep hill. It's deep in the woods. So we take him into town, and my dad's abusive. I've told you guys this before. My dad's very, 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 very abusive. Well, because I'm crying, I'm upset, I'm emotional. He goes up to everybody in the ambulance district and the police and stuff. He's like, don't let her ride. Because my dad's a Green Beret in the Army and stuff, and so he's ridden plenty of helicopters and stuff. And he's like, don't let her ride with Zeke to the hospital. He's like, she's too emotional. She doesn't need a ride. She doesn't need a ride. And, like, I start crying even more because I know my baby's about to ride in a helicopter without me. That is horrifying. He's never been in a helicopter. He's never, like, he's going to have to go alone with strangers. Like, I know they're EMS, but they're strangers, dude. They're strangers. And me and my dad had been fighting, and I begged the cop. I begged him. I said, please, do not do this, because my dad kept telling them that he'll take me. And I was like, please don't do this. Please don't do this, because we're going to fight. I was like, I promise you I'm going to have to end up calling you back. I know I am. I know I am. And they're like, no, your dad can take you. So I was like, great, great, great. Well, we had my middle kid, Carter, in the back seat of the truck, and we're driving back up to the house. I guess to give, I don't remember why. We're driving back up to the house. Like, so we don't have anything. Obviously, we don't have any clothes. We don't have nothing. And me and my dad start fighting immediately. Mind you, it's a 5-minute drive from where we were back up to my dad's house. And my dad snatches my phone out of my hands, and he tries to throw it in the river. And without that phone, I don't have a way to call anybody to give me a ride. I don't have any way to make sure the doctors can call me for my son. Like, that's my lifeline. Like, I'm not going to be able to I don't have a car, so I'm not going to be able to make it up to St. Louis without this phone, because I know he's not going to take me. I already know that. And I start freaking out. I start screaming, and he punches me right here, and I'll insert a clip here. So I jump out of the truck, and I go running to the Black River Lodge. Mind you, my face is out to here. I got makeup all over my face. I'm an emotional wreck. He gave me a major concussion. Like I said before, my dad was a Green Beret in the military for 30 years, okay? I am a girl. I am probably 120 pounds soaking wet. Now, right now I'm not, but back then I was. Yeah, he punched me hard. Like, my dad's people. Yeah, anybody who knows my dad knows he's tough. And he punched me 3 times in the middle of my forehead. Right after my son got bit and was being life flighted. Yeah, lucky me. So I run to the Black River Lodge. I'm screaming. I'm crying like, somebody help, I need help. And they treat me horribly. Some guy started yelling, she's crazy. Get her out of here, she's crazy. I wasn't even being crazy. I was screaming for help. I was screaming, please, somebody call 911. I'm hyperventilating on the ground. My face is out to here. And nobody wanted to help me. And that honestly makes me want to cry alone, but. So they did call 911 or whatever. That just makes me emotional, because it's like, if somebody's, like, I wasn't bothering anybody. Like, I wasn't trying to bother anybody. I was just trying to get help. And so the cops come, they take me back up to my dad's. My dad gave me my phone. And they actually charged me with peace disturbance. Reynolds County Police did. And that makes me even, like, let this sink in for a second. I told the cops what my dad was going to do. I begged them to let me go because I knew what my dad was going to do. I get punched in the face 3 times after my son got bit by a copperhead. I run for help. I didn't run into anybody's house. I wasn't trying to hurt anybody. I needed help. I was hurt severely. Like, I had a major concussion. I could have, yeah. Anyways, so I making a post on Facebook. Somebody ends up coming to get me. The cops make my dad give me my phone back and forth. Somebody comes to come get me and taking me to Children's Hospital where my son Zeke was. Okay. And, I had because I said I had a major concussion. The person who came and got me, she kept my son Carter because he couldn't stay. I got to stay. And because I had the major concussion and I was acting weird and acting funny because I was coming down. I'll admit that, 100%. But a lot of it was because of the concussion, because it was bad. Like, I couldn't think straight. I couldn't think clearly. I was really incoherent. And I tried to tell him that. And I guess because of, like, your dad punched you, that's weird. You know what I mean? It's like the cops didn't do anything. They probably did think I was crazy. But that is really what happened. And they wanted me to drug test, and I couldn't drug test, so I refused. So they took my kids. And after they took my kids, because I was stuck up in St. Louis, and I was from, like, the St. Francis County, Ironton, Lesterville area, didn't have a car, and I couldn't ride back with the woman who had my kids. So I was going to wander off into the hood, find some, you know what, and end it. I really was. But somebody ended up saving me from doing that, and I'm grateful for that. I actually walked along Kings Highway, just hoping to God that a car would hit me and take me out of my misery. I don't know how every car on Kings Highway missed me, but I am thankful it did. So yeah, that's why I lost my kids. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
From 2nd to 6th grade, I was sexually assaulted by my uncle, my mom's brother. And I carried that secret as a burden up until my 10th grade year of high school. And I carried the burden of that secret up until 9th grade. And I only even said anything at all because my cousin had moved down from Washington, and she confessed something that had happened to her with the same person, and I opened up and told her. I initially didn't say anything because while it was happening, he would always tell me that we would both get in trouble if they found out. And I also I was ashamed. I was very ashamed. I also didn't really heavily consider it as SA until I was in about 8th grade when, we were getting all those awareness videos and things. There were only a few times I said no. I never, as a kid, told him no. And so to me, that felt like that was my responsibility too. When I told my mom, we were driving home from school. She had picked me up from school. And she had mentioned how my aunt, my mom's aunt as well, so my great aunt, I guess, right? My aunt had mentioned that she had heard something, and my mom asked me, did that actually happen? Now, I didn't answer her. I just started crying. And in that, my mom immediately knew that it was the truth. She pulled over the car. She hugged me. And then she had me write down everything that happened on a piece of paper. It took up like 2 pages because it was years of abuse. And at this time, when I had told my mom and the family and my stepdad were already kind of fighting because my family told my stepdad that my mom was cheating on him, which was true, but kind of shitty of them. And so when it got back to my family, they didn't believe me because they thought my mom put me up to it because of her and my stepdad's fight. I remember reading the emails between them as a kid, and I remember seeing an email from my aunt, my mom's sister, my uncle's sister as well. And in the email, I don't really remember the gist of it. It was just basically saying that she was just trying to protect her brother. Why would my mom do anything to hurt their brother? And nobody in my family believed me. And in that knowledge and knowing that, seeing how they reacted to finding out about that from my uncle, I didn't bother telling them that it was also happening from my cousin too. Now I have a girl cousin and a guy cousin. I have more than one cousin, but the cousins I'm talking about were the originals, the OG cousins, okay? And her brother also was doing the same thing to me, but at a shorter period. So nobody in my family even knows about that. And I haven't bothered saying anything because why would I? I don't talk to any of my family, mostly because of that. There are other reasons too. Some relationships are better at a distance. Let's just leave it at that. I remember my mom was messed up one time, like super messed up, and I had to call my aunt to come pick me up after months of no contact, and she did. And I remember my Nana calling her, and she asked to speak with me, and my Nana got on the phone and asked, did that really happen? And I said yes, and she just hung up. She said, I'm sorry that happened to you, and hung up. Fast forward, it gets brushed under the carpet, whatever. And I remember my Nana asking me, like, if he did these things with malicious intent, why were you always hanging out with him? Why were you always playing video games with him? Why were you always doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that? And I didn't know what to say. I don't, and I still don't really know the answer. I think maybe for the sake of normalcy, but I couldn't tell anybody. I felt like I could not tell anybody. I remember being a child, and he would always, like, smack my ass, and, like, I just felt very uncomfortable around him. He would bully me, smack my ass, and, like, I would scream and scream and scream and scream and scream, and I would get in trouble from my family. I would get in trouble for it. And I remember one night my Nana walked in on it happening, and he just said that we were wrestling, and then she went about her night. When he tried to come back into my room later that night, I started screaming and crying, and she came into the room and whooped my ass, basically. She picked me up by my arm and started smacking the fuck out of me. That was while it was still happening, obviously. Now, to my family, I am the attention seeker. I am the problem causer, the problem starter. I just love attention and love starting problems. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about that, but I did want to make awareness, considering it is Essay Awareness Month. Even if you stand alone, make sure you stand. That is not your burden to carry. That is not your weight to carry. That is not your secret to carry for the sake of protecting your family or protecting them, or for the sake of keeping peace, because no. Like, you cannot keep the peace and sake of your family. You have to keep your peace, and the only way you can keep your peace is by speaking your truth. That's how you claim your identity back. I lost all of my family because of it, and a couple years ago, I think if you followed me, you probably remember the Tik Tok, where I'm like, certified lover boy, certified pedophile, what, and I posted my uncle to that video. It was very impulsive, yes, but I posted it on Facebook as awareness, telling my story. And I remember my aunt, my cousin's mom, the one who initially told my mom, messaging me and saying, you need to delete this, wasn't this years ago, you just need to get over it, blah blah blah. That's always been their thing, haven't you gotten over it? But it happened for half of my life. Like, it happened for a very long time. 10 years, if not more. I could be adding wrong, I'm not sure, but that happened for the majority of my life. And they just told me to get over it, because they either believed that it didn't happen at all, or it was experimenting. And I don't know, when it first initially happened, I thought I was playing Leapfrog, so I don't think it was experimenting at all. Yeah, I've healed a lot from it, and I've forgiven them. mostly. But I think it is so important to stand in your truth and speak up for yourself. Because if not, you're withering your identity down. That weight felt so heavy on me as a child. And when I finally just said it to my mom, like, it felt like all the weight just got lifted. And yes, there were consequences to my truth, but that doesn't mean that my truth is wrong. It just means they're wrong. And I remember being a child, and it got out to one of my teachers when it first happened, and CPS, which is Child Protective Services, came to my house, and they were asking me questions about it. And I protected him and said that he lived far away. I never even seen him anymore, because I didn't think he deserved to go to jail. I mean, now would probably be a different story, but I did that for the sake of keeping peace in my family. And you just can't do that, you know? I hope that anybody who is going through it seeks a trusted adult if you are not an adult. Or if you are an adult, I hope you are there for someone else and you are able to speak your truth, because speaking truths propel this timeline forward, if I can say it. And I don't even know if that makes sense, but stand in your truth, guys.
Hi guys, we have to talk about how my first date with Tyler went. It did not end how I thought it would. I feel like the girls are gonna get this, the guys, they may not get it. So Tyler invited me to dinner at a place called Beso, which is a spot in Buckhead. I've never been before, but he did tell me that later on at night, the restaurant changes into a club. And in my mind, I'm like, well, I hope we're gone when that happens, because that would be a very hard place to have a first date, you know? But we did have a reservation at 9:30 at night. He had to work late, and I was about to go out of town the following day, and that's really the only time that we can make it work. So I get out of my Uber, and I give him a big hug. He's so cute. Like, he could be on a dating show, like some reality TV. Very, very cute. The second we walked into the restaurant, I was like, this is gonna be a very complicated first date. It was so loud. The music was so loud. So much so that we're like sitting down trying just to talk and like have greetings. And we're like, what? Wait, what did you say? And even like the waitress comes by and was like, do you want any lemon in your water? And he's like, huh? Like, we could not hear anything. And the place was already very lively and it was just really hard to hear. So at this point, it's like 9:45 and I'm starving. And so I'm looking at the menu and I'm like, well, what do you want to get? Do you want to do small plates? Do you want to just get separate entrees? And he's like, I actually ate before this. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, I'm starving. He's like, oh, no. Get whatever you want. Get whatever you want. I'm like, so I'm just gonna be eating dinner by myself. Like, can you at least get like a side or something? And he's like, yeah, I'll get a side. So I ordered the salmon. He got a side of broccoli, and this will matter later. And I'm just glad that he ordered something, because that would have been very awkward just eating by myself, you know? But overall, conversation's great. He's very, very sweet. But I did notice, I think that we are just in very different phases of life, and that's expected because there is like a 5-6 year age gap between us. And that's why I'm really struggling with dating, is because I'm physically attracted to the guys that are about 30, but then I can't expect them to have the same kind of career or lifestyle that I do when I have an extra 5 years on them, you know what I mean? So I could definitely tell there was a little bit imbalance there. But you guys, it was so loud throughout dinner. I would never go back there for a first date, especially as late as we went. At one point, the manager came up to us and was like, can I bother you guys really quick? And we're like, yeah, what's up? He's like, can I move your table? We're trying to make room for the dance floor. I'm like, yeah, okay, sounds good. And then these like bottle girls are coming in with like signs. I'm like, we have to get out of here. But all in all, it was a good first date, and I was definitely intrigued to learn more. We talked about maybe going to a hockey game when I get back in town. I've really been getting into hockey ever since the Olympics. The following day after our date, I ended up going out of town to go visit family in Florida for about a week. Throughout that time, Tyler and I are texting and having like small talk, things like that, nothing crazy. And then when I do get back in town, I'm like looking at my phone and I realize he texted me and I didn't respond to it. It was probably like a day and a half that I didn't respond. And so I sent him a text saying, hey, I'm back in town. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to leave you on red like that. Please forgive me, LOL. You know, like joking. And this is where it gets weird. So he responds to my text saying, hey, it's all good, but I think I know of a way that you can make up for it. how about you treat me to that hockey game? So I read this text and I'm like, there is no way that, maybe I'm misinterpreting. Like, no, there's no way. He must be saying like, treat him to a hockey game by me showing up, right? Because he's not asking me to pay for a date that he invited me to, huh? And so I respond, treat you, ? And he goes, yeah, treat me to that queen treatment. Reverse Uno card, boo-boo. I'm sorry, what even was that? I don't even know what that is. And I'm reading this and I'm like, oh, I know what he's doing. He's towing the line. He's gonna come off and say like, oh, it was just a joke. But I think he's trying to see what I am gonna say back. I respond, oh, I don't do that. And he goes, yeah, I figured. Anyway, so I can come pick you up at this time, or if you wanna meet me there, and just like brushes past it. So I send a text back saying, in the nicest way possible, hey, wait, can we circle back to this? I just want to understand like what your expectations are. We may just have different expectations and nobody's right or wrong, but I think it's probably best we clear this up now. And I say, are you used to a girl paying for the second date, or what does that look like for you? And again, I'm like very, very kind how I'm saying this. So he responds back, first off, I was just kidding. And yeah, like I've taken a girl to a game before, and then if she insists on paying for food, then I let her. But I would never ask somebody out if I didn't have the means to do so. But I was joking. Have you ever had a guy ask you to pay for a date before? And I'm reading this like, I knew he was gonna say he was joking, but I know deep down he wasn't joking. And so I respond with, no, you were actually the first guy that has ever asked me to pay for a date that he invited me to. And he responds back with, whoa, I was just kidding, first off. And if we're talking about first, well, you were the first girl I ever spent $140 on a first date at dinner. And then he starts talking about something else. I really wanted to address how weird it was that he brought up what the tab was for the dinner that he invited me to 2 weeks ago. He picked the spot. I had the cheapest entree that was $24 on the menu. We had like 2 to 3 drinks each. I don't think $140 is unreasonable. But again, he picked the spot. We could have gone to someplace a lot more low-key if he wanted. I just could not believe that he's bringing up what the tab was. And also, I am so mindful on these dates. Like, I am incredibly appreciative and thankful when I go on a dinner date. At the end, no matter like how it goes, I'm always like, thank you so much for taking me out. I had such a nice time. I am very, very good at that because it is nice. It's such a nice gesture. You're spending your money on a nice night out and including me. I'm so appreciative of that. But I've never ever have had a guy tell me about what the total was. And then he kept texting me about stuff that wasn't even related. Like you could just tell like he wanted to say it, but then didn't want to address it and wanted to move on. And I couldn't do it anymore. The conversation eventually just fizzled out and I'm really glad it did. I think he's such an awesome person and very, very nice. I just think that we are in very different seasons of life and we just have different expectations. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just was so taken aback by that whole conversation about asking me to pay for the second date, saying it was a joke, and then bringing up what the tab was for a dinner 2 weeks before. So please let me know y'all's thoughts in the comments about how you would handle that situation. I feel like the girls are gonna get it. I feel like the girls will get it. I think if guys are watching this, which they rarely do, that they'll be like, oh, she's a gold digger or something like that, which is insane. I don't think that there is a right or wrong way when it comes to like dating and expectations. I just think it is worth a conversation, but typically it wouldn't happen after a first date. What I'm used to is a guy courting me, taking me out to dinner, grabbing drinks or an activity, paying for it, and I'm incredibly appreciative. And then typically I'll invite them over and I'll cook for them. There's a way to give back to each other without it feeling so transactional and just talking about money. So that is where the Tyler saga ends. We will see where we go from here. And thanks so much for listening. Love you guys. Bye.
My mom boy-mommed so hard that my brother's friends got stuff that I didn't. When I was a freshman in high school, I wanted this HP laptop so bad. It was so cheap. It was like 125 bucks. That's all I wanted. I like begged my parents for it. I was like, you don't have to get me anything else. All I want is this laptop for Christmas. So I did get the laptop. It was like, I think my dad got it on sale for like $75 on like a Black Friday sale. And I wanted it, not necessarily for schoolwork, but like so I could like journal in it. I could play games, like social media stuff. This was like before I had a smartphone, before like smartphones were a thing.
So I wanted it for journaling because my mom always read my journal. Like, she would read it. Not only would she read my journals, but she would also tell the whole family what I was writing in there. So I was like, if I have a laptop I can write in, then it'll be password protected and she won't be able to get into it. So for like the first 6 months I had it, I was like pretty religious about using it. And then I kind of like stopped. Like, I'd use it like once or twice a week, but I just didn't use it as much anymore. It was like summertime. And my brother's friend was going to college and he did not have a laptop. And I was like out with my friends, or I was doing something one weekend. I wasn't home for the whole weekend. And she was like, oh, you can just take Holly's. She never uses it. And he was like, oh, are you sure? And she's like, yeah. So like a week later, I'm looking for my laptop and I can't find it. And my mom's like, oh, I gave it to your brother's friend. I was like, oh, why? That's my laptop. And she was like, oh, well, like, he needs it for school. Okay. So he would use it all the time, and like every now and then I would use it, but for the most part it ended up being his laptop. I never saw it again. And I was pretty young at this point, and I probably had a crush on him, so I was just like, whatever, I didn't really care. And then my brother's friends were always like, they lived at our house. Literally, they lived at our house. And I had this like Ford Ranger, this old Ford Ranger. And then my sister was in the Peace Corps and she left her car there. It was like a white Nissan. It was an older Nissan. And I would drive the Ford Ranger, and my brother's friend had, and it used to be my brother's. It used to be my brother's, and my brother got like this yellow sports car. I don't know what it was. And my brother's friend had made a comment to my mom, and he was like, oh, I miss driving around in that truck. Like, it was so much fun, like in high school, driving around in that. And she was like, oh, because he was driving our car. Like, he was using our car because he was getting a car. Like, I don't know what happened, but he didn't have a car. So he was driving the Nissan. And my mom was like, well, you take the Ranger and then Holly will drive the Nissan. And I was like, I was in the room. I was like, no, I love the Ranger. Like, no. And she was like, what do you need a truck for, Holly? I'm like, what does he need a truck for? He's 20 years old. He's in college. Like, it's my car. I don't want to give up my Ranger. Like, it's mine. And so he was like, he was very nice. He was like, no, I don't want to take that away. And she was like, no. She was like, you drive the Ranger or you don't drive anything. I was like, are you kidding me? So I had to go out to my freaking Ford Ranger. I had to get all of my crap and I had to put it into the Nissan, and we had to like flip-flop cars for the summer until he got his own car. What? And another thing that she would do is she would let these boys eat my food. So we just like never had leftovers because as soon as my parents made food, it was gone. Like, we just had so many people at our house at all times that it was gone. So me and my friends would go out to eat, and I would save my food. Like, I'd have my leftovers, I'd put it in the fridge for work. I was going to high school full time, and I was working like 30 hours a week in high school. So I'd get off school at 3, and then I have to be at work at 4. So like, I'd get off work, I'd rush home, eat my food, and then rush to work. Like, I didn't get a break at work. So that's what I would do. So I started making sure I had leftovers, or I like meal prepped for myself so I could scarf down my food before I had to hurry up and go to work. And I come home, and I'm paying for my food. Like, my mom isn't paying for this food that I'm going out with my friends and eating. And I come home and I'm like, Mom, where are my wings? Like, have you seen them? Like, did you eat them on accident? And she's like, oh, I gave them to your brother's friend. And I was like, why? She was like, because he was hungry. I was like, hey, I'm hungry. And she was like, oh, sorry. And this was like a regular thing. So I started trying to hide them, and like, she still would give them to these boys. So I finally confronted her and I was like, Mom, why do you keep giving my leftovers that I'm paying for to these boys? And she was like, they're hungry, Holly. They're guests in our house. What am I supposed to do? I'm like, these are like 21, 22-year-old boys. They can't figure it out. Like, they have their own jobs. Why are they eating my food? And she was like, if there's food in there, I'm not going to let somebody go hungry. And I was like, okay, so you won't let these boys who aren't your kids go hungry, but you'll let me go hungry. So I started, after me and my friends would go out to eat, I started just taking the food right to work. Like, I'd be like, hey, I gotta make a stop before we go to our next destination. And I would take my food and I'd drop it off at work, so that didn't happen anymore. She was boy mom to the max with that stuff. Oh my God. I went no contact with my mom for about a year a while ago, and then I ended up breaking. And the reason why I did that is because my mom has multiple sclerosis, and it affects like her mobility issues, her cognitive thinking, stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I just felt bad for her. She doesn't have a big support system. None of my siblings are close to her, and that is for a reason. But I wanted to be there for her in ways that I can be. I am not super close to her. I see her like on holidays, and me and my family, we get together a lot, so we invite her to some of those. But for the most part, I'm very low contact with her. She still is a bully to me to this day, and my siblings. Not so much my brother, but the rest of my siblings, my sisters and my other brother, she is a bully. Just constantly like insulting and just like putting you down. And she's really good at rage baiting, and I take the bait a lot. And I always feel bad about it though, because she's really good about making you feel bad about taking her bait. So I always do apologize to her. I never get the same energy back, but it is what it is. So yeah, I am still in contact with my mom. She has not changed. She's actually gotten worse. And we just have never really had a good relationship. Like, never. The one time we had the best relationship was when I was with an abusive ex. That was when we had the best relationship, and I have a theory on why I think that is. But yes, to answer all of your guys' questions, I do still talk to her. I help her when I can, and I just know that I would feel bad if something were to happen to her, knowing that I could have helped. So yeah, so I do still talk to my mother, and I have so many more stories of her bullying me and my siblings, so let me know if you want to know about them. My mom hates me so much that she will look me dead in my eyes, tell me how difficult I am, how moody I am, how conceited I am, and tell me how much I never grew out of it. And she will look to my fiance and she will say, how do you put up with her? Because you're a saint for putting up with her. I don't know how you do it. And then I will say, I will retaliate and tell her that hurts my feelings, or that she's being mean or a bully or whatever. And she'll go, oh my God, you're so sensitive. Your generation is so sensitive. It was a joke. And then after all of that, she will turn around and ask me for $20. And she'll guilt trip me. And she'll be like, can you just give me like 20, 30 bucks? I really need it for my medication or for X, Y, and Z. And then I cave and I give it to her. And I apologize for being mean to her if I was mean to her, or telling her she was being a bully. And then she'll be like, oh, it's okay. But she will never apologize to me. So
I had this guy tonight at work. He was part of a party of 5. They ate their food. I was going to clear their plates. Now, it is exceedingly rare that when someone finishes eating, their plate is completely spotless. People always leave a bit behind, you know, a little bit of sauce, a couple capers, some grains of rice, the garnish, you know. So I'm clearing everybody's plates. I get to this one man. He has I want to say maybe like half of a leaf of the garnish from his entree on his plate, and it is withered down, right? And it was pushed up towards the edge of his plate, which to me is a signal that he was not going to eat that. So I reach for his plate and he says, I'm not finished eating. I said, okay, sure. You know, because that's his business and it is expensive to go out to eat. So if you want to eat every last grain of whatever on your plate, go for it. You're paying for it, right? So I continue about my business, waiting on other tables, doing my thing. After an appropriate amount of time, I return to the table. That half a piece of garnish leaf is now, you know, withered down to what appears to be a blade of grass. And I say, sir, may I take this plate out of your way? And he says, I'll let you know when I'm done. Sure. So I continue to go about my business. About 10, possibly 15 minutes later, somebody from that party waves me down. I go over. They say, we would like to order some dessert and some coffee and some port. And I say, absolutely. So I'm taking everybody's order. I get to Greenleaf Man. He is now playing with that piece of green, which is now like a speck. He's moved it from the edge of his plate and he's playing with it in the center of his plate with his fork while he talks to the person on his left. And I say, excuse me, sir, would you care to order any dessert or coffee or port this evening? I didn't even mention the plate, you know, Because at this point, you can just take it home with you. I really don't care. And I say, sir, would you like any dessert or coffee or pork this evening? And he says, when I finish my meal, then I'll be ready for dessert. That man never ordered dessert. That plate stayed there all night. By the time he left, that piece of green was almost invisible. Then I had this other table, this lady. She ordered a cup of coffee, and she said, I want part decaf, part regular. Now, generally, people will say, I want half decaf, half regular. Like, this is not an uncommon order, right? So when she said part decaf, part regular, I took that to mean half and half. And I say, absolutely. And as I'm turning to go fulfill her order, she says, That to me is like fingernails on a blackboard. That makes me want to just reach out and punch every and anybody that is standing before me. So I look at her and I say, yes, ma'am. And she says, I don't want it to be half and half. I know that's what you were going to do. I want a quarter of a cup of decaf and the rest regular. And I said, absolutely. So I went into the back and I got a cup and I did exactly that. A quarter of a cup of decaf and the rest regular. And I bring that out to her and I put it in front of her and I say, enjoy. And she says, And at this point, I don't even attempt to hide the way that I feel about her deep in my soul. I know it is coming directly out of my eyes as I stare into hers and I say, yes, ma'am. And she picks up her cup of coffee while we're looking at each other and she sips it. And she says, just like I thought, too much decaf. And I say, okay, well, I did only put a quarter of I put the amount that you requested. What would you like me to put more or less? And she says, what I'd like you to do is get a new cup, a new empty cup, and bring those 2 thermoses over here. She points to the 2 coffee thermoses that are lined up on a ledge that we use, to refill people's cups in the dining room. And bring those over here and I'll show you how much I want of each in my cup. So I take her old cup away and I bring her the empty and we go through it. And it's the exact same amount. It's the exact proportions that I put in her cup in the back. And she takes a sip and she was like, this is perfect. And I said, I just have to ask you, how could you possibly know how much decaf versus regular was in the cup when you tasted it earlier? And she was like, I could taste the difference. And she said it as if I was some fucking moron. All kinds of weird shit happened at work tonight. And I even woke up in a weird fucking mood, right? So I was counting the minutes down all night long until it was time to leave, till it was time to clock out. And when I left, I stood outside the restaurant doors like that dude at the end of Shawshank Redemption in the rain. And I just looked up at the sky and allowed the wind to just blow over me and get some air onto my skin and into my soul. And as I was looking up at the sky, I noticed that the moon is almost full. Almost. So then I pulled out my phone and asked Google, when is the next full moon? And it is on Friday, guys. It's on Friday. On the way home, I immediately put my Friday shift up for grabs and somebody took it. I'm not working. Absolutely not. If this is what we're dealing with when the moon is almost full, They don't say anything. They don't say shit. The man with the blade of grass, the 4 other people he was dining with, they didn't even bat an eye, which leads me to believe that that's how he acts everywhere he goes. And they just accept that. They just accept that this is just how Bob is, Even if they may not like it, even if it might make them uncomfortable inside, they're never going to say anything. A, because I'm not worth it. B, because most people don't want to deal with any type of conflict. They don't want to be uncomfortable for even a moment. People won't even stick up for themselves, right? You know how many people will sit there in front of the wrong entree or an under or overcooked steak or whatever because they're too afraid to speak up? They don't want to cause a problem. They don't want to be uncomfortable. So of course they're not going to stick up for the server, right? And before I go any further, I just want to note that most people that I wait on are nice, they're normal, they're kind, they treat me well. You know, the people that I tell stories about, those are outliers. But one of the most consistent types of bad behavior that I see is this type of thing. You know, the person that has power issues, control issues, and needs to work them out on a service worker, right? And I've mentioned this a number of times over the years, but so many people on this app and in real life love to talk about how they would never let that type of behavior fly. They would check, you know, if they were with somebody and the person at the table was acting like that, they would check them immediately. People say this all the time, and yet in my nearly 30 years of working in the restaurant industry, I can count maybe on one hand the number of times that someone has actually checked that person who's behaving badly in front of me or within my earshot. It just doesn't happen. Again, people just want to have a good time with their friends or their family. They'd rather just ignore it and pretend like it's not happening. Right? I still remember this table I waited on. It was like a year ago, maybe two. Three women, older women, probably like in their early 60s. One of the women, I mean, she was the classic, you know, I hate another female server waiting on me, like for whatever reason, right? So when I came towards the table, the smile just fell off her face. Like she just wasn't interested. And she was a bitch, straight up, like the whole night. And the other two women that she was with were perfectly nice and just really sweet and kind. And the bitch gets up from the table, goes to the bathroom, and the two other women are like, you know, she gets really testy sometimes, you know, we don't really go out to restaurants very often, you know. And in my mind, I'm like, it would have been better if you wouldn't have said anything at all, because you're part of the problem. You watched her act the way she did, and then you wait until she goes to the bathroom because you want to look like good people. We're doing the right thing. You know, now that she's walked away, now we can be like, you know, and make excuses for her. If you know this how she is, then why did you take her to a fucking restaurant? All three of you can go to hell, actually. You know? So no, people don't, they don't know.
Story time. My mom ruined our rehearsal dinner, and we had to uninvite her from the wedding the night before so that she didn't then also ruin our wedding. Mom suffers from addiction. So we got married this past December, so December 2025. My mom had been in rehab for alcohol addiction since the previous January. So January through December, she was in a program and then maybe sober housing, but I don't know exactly what. Anyway, she had been doing better and expressed interest to come to the wedding, so we decided to invite her, and she got like a pass so that she could leave her program for, I think it was like 48 hours, as long as she was checking in with the person from the program. It was like either a sponsor or a supervisor or a support person every like 3 hours. So she doesn't drive. So her sister, my aunt, was like, all right, I'm going to meet her at the train station in wherever, Secaucus, and then we will take a train together to get to you so that you can drive us to the hotel and then to the rehearsal dinner, because neither of them drive. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I coordinate with them. I pick them up from the train station, and we get in the car and, you know, hello, chat. And my mom is being strange, but I'm like, she's been in a program and this is probably overwhelming, and she's going to see family that she hasn't seen in a long time on, you know, her own side and then my dad's side, and they're divorced. So I didn't think that much about it, honestly. Also, it's the day before my wedding, so there's a lot on my mind. I'm driving people around and I'm like making sure everybody's getting to the hotel. I have to get ready for my rehearsal dinner, our rehearsal dinner, as soon as we get to the hotel. So she asks for a pair of sunglasses, so I give her my sunglasses, and she just kind of like head back in the back seat. And I'm like, whatever, it's a lot. It's a big day for her.
we get to the hotel. I get her checked in the room that we paid for her 2 nights there. And I'm like, all right, so we all have to meet back down here in the lobby at 5:30. So my aunt and her go to their room and I go to my room. And then I get ready for however long, hour and a half or so. At some point, my dad comes in and he brings me snacks and he's just like, you know, we're chatting, I'm doing my makeup, we're having a really nice time. And he's like, something's off about your mom. Is she okay? And I was like, yeah, I think she's just nervous. I think, you know, it's nerves and I wouldn't think too much about it. And he's like, okay. So it's getting close to 5:30 and my maid of honor, and who's also my cousin, is driving me, my mom, my mom's sister, my aunt, and herself to the rehearsal dinner, which is like 10 minutes away. It's super close to the hotel. And we're walking out of the room to meet the two of them in the lobby. And like from the lobby, I hear my mom yelling that she doesn't want to go to the rehearsal dinner and she wants to go back to the room. So I'm like, but okay, I'm just going to pretend like I didn't hear it. We get down to the lobby and she's talking to my aunt and she's just like, I'm going to go to bed. I can't go. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, of course you're coming. Like, just don't worry. You have a seat, like you have a good seat. You're going to be kind of near people that you're comfortable with. Like you're coming. And she's like, starts crying. And still, I'm not catching on. She's been in program for a year. And I'm just like, did she take something, right? So I don't know. It didn't even enter my mind yet. So I send my aunt and my cousin to the car and I'm like, what's going on? What did I do? I'm so sorry. Did I upset you? Did I say something? I want you to be there. And she's like, you didn't do anything. You look so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, fine, I'll go. And she like runs to the car. And I'm like, I know, I feel so stupid now because I should have clearly been like, yeah, she's drunk. And I've seen it so many times in my life. I don't know why I didn't catch on, but it just was not real to me. I was just like, it did not enter my mind. Then we get in the car and she starts talking from the back seat. And now I'm listening really closely because she's talking a lot. She wasn't talking a lot when we were in the car on the way to the hotel. And she's slurring and she's not making sense. And I am like, holy shit, she's blacked out. She can't say words. She's getting frustrated that we don't understand what she's saying. So I text my dad, my maid of honor, I have 2 maids of honor, who's at the restaurant, and I text my now husband and I say, she's drunk and we're getting there and I don't know what to do, but she is very, very drunk. So I need some help when I get there. So we get there and I send my aunt and my cousin to the door because I don't want to embarrass her. And I am like, I wasn't super nice at first. I was like, what the is wrong with you? Like, how could you do this tonight? Like, how could you do this? And she starts yelling at me and she is like, what are you talking about? You're so ridiculous. And her favorite thing to do is to like try to like really hurt me and say like really insulting things to me. And like really try to like break my heart. So she's like insulting me. She's telling me that I'm wrong and how dare I, and she's sober. And I'm like, I don't know. So she's walking to the restaurant. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do? So we get over to the door and we get her in like the waiting room area. And then she starts seeing people and she starts crying, every person she sees. Again, she's slurring. I'm like, again, I get people where I'm like, I'm going to sit you down in a seat and you are going to shut up and sit there and not drink and just sit there and make it through the night. Please, just sit here. I'm going to make sure that you're fed. I'm going to make sure that you have some water. Just please sit here. That lasted for about a minute until my grandmother walked in, her ex-mother-in-law, and my grandmother's in her 80s, and she goes to hug her and like nearly takes my grandma down. So I grab my mom, I bring her into the bathroom, and I'm like, I can't believe that you've done this to me. I don't understand what happened. So I'm like, you can't stay here. So we get back into the middle area and I say to my aunt, like, going to kill you. What did you guys drink in the room? And she was like, Sammy, don't call me Sammy. Not her, but just I don't like it. She was drunk when I found her, like when I got to the train station. And then when we got to the train station where you picked us up, she went into the nearby liquor store and also drank another like thing of vodka. So she's been blacked out, and I'm pissed, right? Because why couldn't you tell me that? Like, why didn't you tell me what I was walking into? So now we're in the lobby with my dad, my maids of honor, my aunt, and my mom, and we're like trying to convince her to like get out of the restaurant because now everybody's here. And I'm pacing and I'm like, I can't catch my breath. My husband is so upset. He's upset for me. He's upset just like in general. So I get her back outside and I'm like, please let my cousin and my dad, her ex-husband, drive you back to the hotel. I will make sure that you have dinner. I will make sure that you're taken care of. I just need you to go. And she's like getting like in my face. I know like when she's like going to hit me or like wants to hit me, and she's getting very angry. But I eventually convinced her to get in the car with my cousin and my dad and my aunt. My aunt helps me convince her to get in the car, and they drive back to the hotel, which is luckily 10 minutes away. My beautiful maid of honor and my amazing dad for agreeing to go in the car to make sure that she got home, and then also like that my cousin was safe. So yeah, I send my aunt money to get food for the two of them, and I am like, now what the hell do I do? So then the text messages start. What time are we getting ready in the morning? What time is our ride over to the venue? And I'm not answering, because she's spiraling now, right? It's been a few hours, I should say. Like, this is later in the hotel room with all my bridal party, and we're like just recapping. Meanwhile, like, I had the worst time at the rehearsal dinner. I was panicking. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't catch my breath. And I am like, I have to uninvite my mom from the wedding the next day. So sorry, we're at like 10 minutes. So this is gonna have to be 2 parts. Part 2 of how my mom ruined our rehearsal dinner, and we had to uninvite her from the wedding the night before. I saw a lot of comments kind of blaming me and how I should have seen this coming, and also comments about like giving her grace. My mom has been an addict my entire life. I'm 37 years old. I've given her a lot of grace in my adult life, and I frankly don't owe her any more grace. I think that this was an opportunity for her to be a decent mom for once, and she chose otherwise. So no, I will not be giving her grace that she does not deserve. So let's go back to where we left off. I went about the rest of the rehearsal dinner, tried to enjoy my time the best that I could, and got back to my hotel room with a good portion of my bridal party at the hotel room with me, where we, just kind of like vented, and we're like, what are we gonna do? I'm getting texts from my mom saying like, what time are we meeting? What time does the car come? And then I said, I don't want you there tomorrow. I also had texted my aunt at this point and told her that they were no longer invited to the bridal suite in the morning, and that I did not want my mom coming to the wedding. My aunt said, okay. She did step up now, and she was like, I will cancel our second night here, and I will get her in an Uber with me back to the train station. I will get her back to the city. So by now I had actually contacted her program to get somebody to reach out to her to try to get her back into the program. Now, since she relapsed, it's not as easy as just like, you're back in the program. But when I continued to speak to that person throughout the night and the next day, she had like blocked all their numbers and like wasn't taking their calls anymore. So my mom is like frantically texting me now. Luckily, she doesn't know what room I'm staying in. So this is later in the night. We're probably talking about, it's 10:30, 11 now. So, she's had time to sober up. My aunt said she went back to the room. They ordered the food that I had given them the money for, and she fell asleep for several hours. And now she's spiraling and acting like it didn't happen. So when I finally say like, I'm sorry, but I don't want you there, is when she said, I don't know, something along the lines of she's fine now, she's sorry, she'll be fine the next day. But I had already talked to my husband and said, like, what if we just let her there for the ceremony and then we asked her to not come to the reception because there was not going to be any alcohol at the ceremony? And he was like, and he's so supportive. He was like, and who's going to babysit her? Who's going to make sure she leaves? Who's going to make sure she doesn't drink beforehand? Who's going to make sure she doesn't, object when you're walking down the aisle? And he was right. So we made the decision that no matter what she said, that she was not coming to the wedding. Now, the issue was that there was a plan for us all to meet in the lobby the next morning at 8:15 in the morning, and for 2 groups of cars to take the bridal party and myself and my mom to the venue that opened at 9 for us to start getting ready at 9 a.m. So I was telling my aunt, like, whatever you do, just make sure that you're not in the lobby at 8:15 because that's when we're all going to be down there. I don't want to upset her. I don't want to cause a scene. And genuinely at that point, I didn't want to see her. So I was like, whatever you can do to make sure that you're not in the lobby at 8:15, like, please, just we would like to exit and leave, and then you guys can figure it out, or leave before then. So I don't get a great night's sleep, but I get some sleep. And I wake up and I text her my aunt and text my mom. My mom's still like apologizing, asking if she can come. And I'm just not answering those. My aunt is like, unfortunately, we're going to be in the lobby at 8:15. And I'm not even going to get into why. Something about the Uber that they ordered. Again, neither of them drive. I was their ride. So I'm like, shit. So this is probably like 7 a.m. So the people that are in the hotel with me that have a car are limited because not everybody was staying the night before unless they were going to the rehearsal dinner. And we live in New Jersey and we got married in New Jersey, so a lot of people live locally, so they weren't staying the night before. So I digress. I am like, okay, I have to get out before the bridal party gets out because if she sees them, it's going to be less of a scene than if she sees me in the lobby. So my husband's parents were there and had a car, and they were going to drive over with us, or they were going to drive over whenever. So I called my future in-laws sobbing, and they had already knew what happened, but I was like, I need to get out of the hotel as soon as possible. I showered and I was like, I'm so sorry to do this to you. Can you please get me to the venue and we can just sit outside until they let us into the bridal suite? And they were like, of course. They were so kind. So my maids of honor, get me ready. They get me all my stuff, and they get me down to the lobby, and my husband's dad is pulled right out front. Of course, it is pouring rain, pouring lightning, terrible weather. And they get me in the car, and my future in-laws are in the front seats, and they drive away, and I just start sobbing. It all hits me in that moment on my wedding day on the way over to the venue, how this is. And so whatever, I'm crying on the way over. They're being very kind. My mom and aunt are still and now at this point, it's a little later, they're in the lobby, and the bridal parties, husbands and boyfriends are looking down where they can every so often go see if my aunt and mom are still in the lobby. And I really just don't want an interaction. My mom is volatile at best when she's not drinking, but I don't know what's transpired overnight or what state that she's in. So I am you guys need to get here by 9 if possible, but do not interact with my mom if at all possible. So I get to the venue, we sit outside until they let us in, and the girls, my maids of honor and the rest of the bridal party that stayed the night are trying to figure out how, I don't know what the hell is happening with my aunt and my mom and why they're just not leaving the hotel, but something about their Uber and canceling their second night reservation, which really didn't matter because it was my reservation, but and they're genuinely, I hear the Mission Impossible music of them trying to figure out how to get out without her seeing them. And what I guess transpires is they found a side exit where the husbands and boyfriends like had like the getaway car and they all got out of the hotel and came over to the venue so that they could get ready with me. And they were like 10 minutes behind 9 o'clock, so it didn't set us back like that incredibly bad. From there, like I'm still getting texts from my mom here and there. I do get the alert that they have left the hotel and they're gone now. So now it's time for like hair, makeup, we're eating. And I will say that I couldn't take a deep breath. Like I was so happy to be with like my friends and my family, but I just had this immense guilt about my mom not being there with me on my wedding day. For multiple reasons. One, because like as a child of somebody who suffers from addiction, like you have this kind of pattern of blaming yourself. And I felt like I was taking something away from her, and I was, but for good reason. But my brother hasn't talked to her in years and years, so she's never going to be at his wedding. And my sister unfortunately passed away back in 2021. So this was like her one opportunity to be at a wedding, and I just felt terrible for taking that away from her. Eventually, I turned off all notifications on my phone for text messages from her, and I went about my day. I will say that I had a beautiful day. Our wedding was beautiful. Our ceremony was beautiful. Our reception was beautiful. Everything else like went off without a hitch, and it was the most perfect, beautiful themed Christmas wedding that I could have ever dreamed. The regret that I have is how stressed I was from like 7 o'clock in the morning until about noon, when I was finally able to like take a deep breath and just acknowledge that this was the situation that I was in and that she wasn't going to be there. So I'm going to do another video addressing a few other things that I feel like I didn't go over very well, and some of the comments and questions that I'm getting. But overall, that's it. Not invited. She went on a 5-day binge after that around the city, calling me, cursing me, asking me for money. And all that to say that I made the right decision by kicking her out and then also not letting her come to the wedding, because I'm sure we would have had not as wonderful of a night as we did if we had allowed her to come. I'm back. You might think all I do all day is get into a sweatshirt and sit in front of my vanity in my home office, and it kind of is, except no, I sit at my desk and work from home. Anyway, I was surrounded by great, wonderful, supportive people, and I just wanted to say thank you to so many of you who have been through a similar situation with a parent or a loved one, people who are sober and who are being so kind, because there are so many more nice comments and supportive comments than there are the ones that are like, me. I didn't even know what to say because they're all running through my head. Anyway, I have been keeping my 2 maids of honor updated, and they're here on TikTok, so they've been following, and they're like, they have their eyes on the comments, guys. So if you're mean, one of them might find you on TikTok. But we should encourage them to tell the story from their point of view. So they're both on here. So if you want Dina and Sarah's point of view for either the rehearsal dinner or the day of the wedding, then you should comment below and we can see if we can get them to stitch my video or duet my video. I don't know if either of those things are still a thing, but they are both on here. And yeah, that's it. Anyway, mostly I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's been so kind. So, yay. Genuinely, you all are so nice. For every like stupid comment I get like 15 nice comments. So I can't reply to all of them, but I'll try to reply to some in this. I'll get to this question in a moment, but my nails. I didn't have my specific artist this time, so they didn't come. They're cute, right? But like the guy that I usually have does like such an elaborate job, but I thought they were kind of witchy and cute. So those are the nails. If you always hear cats in the background, I run a small cat rescue out of my home with my husband, and it's the name of that TikTok, which is my main TikTok, but this TikTok now has more followers than that, which is fine, is actually Sam Saves Cats, and that's where I like post about cats that are up for adoption and the rescue work that I do. Other questions. There were a lot of comments talking about how other people have alcoholic parents or loved ones, that my heart just goes out to you. I think there's still comments of people saying, like, someone said, it's so weird for you to take yourself so seriously and make everything about you. Okay. My wedding day shouldn't have been about me. I think comments like that are people that are insecure because they're like suffering from something similar. They've done something similar, or like their children are probably no contact with them. So they don't really bother me. I am getting a little sassy in the comments right now just because there are some like just mind blowing ones. Okay, so some people are like, oh, like this is it, like that's all, and you cut her off. No. No, I've been dealing with my mom's addiction for my whole life. I'll say my whole life because truly she's been an addict my whole life, but I've been like cognizant of it since I've been like 10. Some other fun examples are she kicked me out of my house at one point, and I was a good kid, but she was not doing well and like threw me outside and threw all my stuff outside, and then took my brand new kitten that I had just adopted and threw it outside, and then took the used litter and dumped it all over my stuff in the yard my senior year of high school. Actually, my one maid of honor, Dina, like went and ran and got my kitten, Toks, who I ended up having for 16 years because he was like, you know, running off. So what had gotten her into rehab this time, when she was in the program recently, was she was sober completely. Like she had gone into rehab. She's gone in and out of rehab a lot. It's hard for me to keep track of all the times, honestly. But the last time she went, she had gone for drug use, like a scary drug, an injectable drug that it really scared me, and she almost passed away multiple times. And after that, when she got out, she was completely sober of drugs and alcohol for, I think, like 3.5 years. And she was doing so well. She had an apartment. She had a job. She graduated and got her associate's degree. And I was so proud of her. And I don't remember what, sometime along the way, she told me that she could drink because, you know, she was no longer an alcoholic, but she was a drug addict. And as long as she wasn't doing drugs, she could have a drink now and then. And like, who am I to tell her, no, you can't? So I would see her from time to time, and she would have like a drink. And I was like, what am I supposed to do about that? So, rewind a year. So my wedding was this past December, the December before that. So December 2024, we scheduled a day to go look at wedding dresses for the first time. And I picked her up, and she was being so weird when I picked her up. Hold on. And anyway, so I picked her up, and she was being like very talkative, very talkative. And I was, again, you try to give a lot of grace for the people in your life that you want to be in your life, but they're doing everything possible to make you feel the opposite. And she came to the appointment, and she was just so over the top. And my aunt, not her sister, my maid of honor sister, Sarah's mom, was with us too. And she kept like punching her in the leg every time she would say something. And she was just like being so ridiculous. And I knew something was off, and we all went to lunch in between appointments, and she ordered a drink. And I was like, you know, she told me that she can have a drink now and again because she was an H addict, not an alcoholic anymore, which I think that if you're an alcoholic, you're an alcoholic, but you try telling your 50-something-year-old mother, 60-something-year-old mother that she can't have a drink. And then we got to the next appointment, and she was just clearly blacked out, and I was just like, what happened? So I got her in an Uber to go home and talk to my other aunt, her sister, and she was just like, I talked to your mom on her Uber home, and I just want to tell you that I'm sorry that she showed up to your appointment like already drunk. I was like, oh, okay. So she was drunk in the morning when I picked her up. So that was December 2024. January 2025, I had recently helped her get a family of cats out of her backyard at the apartment she was living in. It was a mother who had 4 kittens. So I went there and I spent the entire day trapping. And I got the 4 kittens. I got the mom. I couldn't take them on because I had too many at that point. So I got them to another rescue. But that day I knew she was drunk the entire day. And I said to her that day, like, I don't think you can say that, you know, you can have a drink now and then anymore, because it's clearly gone like past that at this point. And she got really mad at me and she didn't talk to me for a while. And so that was December. And then January, I got a call from the person that she was living with, which that's a whole nother story. It was her husband, but not really her husband. They were, I don't know, friends. I won't get into it. But he was like, oh, by the way, you know, your mom went into rehab yesterday, and I put both of her cats in the Newark shelter, and you need to come and get all of her things by tomorrow. Otherwise, like, everything she owns is going into the trash, and I'm leaving it behind, and they're going to trash it. So my fiance and I at the time, now my husband, cancel all of our plans the next day. We take both of our cars, we drive to her apartment. Well, first, that day, the day that he called me, I went to the shelter and picked up both of her cats. I still have them to this day. And I like reclaimed them from the shelter because they're a kill shelter. And just in general, they didn't belong there. And then the next day we went and cleaned out her room and everything that she owned. And literally we went to Home Depot and got like those big storage containers and had to fill 10 of them with all of her things, her clothes, her books, her jewelry, her like bedding. Think of like everything you've ever owned. And we took it all and packed it up, and it's still like in a storage like unit in this closet back here. So we have all of her things anyway, to make sure that she didn't lose everything that she owned. So that was a really long-winded way of saying to the people that are still telling me to give her grace, like, you have no idea what you're talking about. And do I still talk to my mom? After this all happened, she went on like a binge in the city and was really rude to me and nasty to me for like 5 days straight. She eventually went back to a program. I don't think they let her back in the program that she was in, and I didn't hear from her for a while. Recently, she reached out to me because my stepmother passed away and said she was sorry, and I said thank you. And she sent me a weird meme on Facebook recently, and I said, I don't know what this is. And she said, oops, like, I didn't mean to send it to you. So no, I'm not talking to her. I don't know what her deal is right now, and frankly, I don't care at the moment.
I act like I'm okay, but I am still traumatized from being a landlord of a property that I sold over a year ago. I don't know how many parts that this is going to have, but I hope that whoever is thinking about being a landlord, you listen to my story before you pull that trigger. So let's start when I purchased the building. I got the building, I closed. It was a 5-unit building, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing it like I'm coming up in life, got my first property, blah, 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 first rental property. I send a text message, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm the new landlord, this is where you can reach me at, this is how you can send your rent. I get a response back, oh my God, I just saw mice. So the day I purchased the property, you just saw mice. Okay. So the mice was clearly already an issue before I got there. But she ends up saying, well, we didn't have this issue before you got the building. I didn't live there, guys. So how could I have brought mice over there? I said, are you insinuating that I went and purchased some mice, laid them out, and said, go run up in there? She says, yes. Okay. This same tenant, her unit, she was someone who I inherited. So she lived in the building when I purchased it. She was paying $750 for rent. Okay, so the rent is either going to go up, or when your lease is up, you got to go. Okay, my lease is up, I'm going to leave. She was so upset that I was raising her rent, she called the bank on me and told them that I was not living there. It was agree, it was terms of my loan that I had to move into the property, which I plan to do, and I'll get to why I didn't. But let's stay on this lady for a second. So she was a constant complainer. The kids are running up and down. Could you tell them to stop? You know, they doing this, they doing that. So-and-so ain't supposed to be here. So-and-so ain't supposed to be there. So I guess she was so unhappy that I was raising the rent. She allows her toilet to flood the basement. This was also a tenant that was, can't nobody come in my apartment. Can't nobody come in my apartment. Can't nobody do this. Can't nobody do that. The way I ended up finally getting her out is that the previous landlord, in fact, she stopped paying rent. The previous landlord found her somewhere to live, and I literally had to pay for her movers. So this is the first example of a person that I had to pay to move. All right, so let's talk about the second floor. So this woman is living on the first floor. Let's talk about the second floor. So she's also someone who was living in the property before I purchased it. So she is a tenant that's on Section 8, and she has a number of children. So the lady downstairs said, you know, so-and-so's kids are hanging out the window. And this is a 5-unit building, but it's 4 stories. And I'm like, what do you mean her kids are hanging out the window? She sends me a video, y'all, of these kids coming out of the window. So I'm losing it because I'm a parent, and I'm like, oh my God, these kids are playing in the window. They throwing stuff from each other. Anybody can leap out. I see one kid getting ready to get out the window, and I'm like, okay, it's time to call somebody above me because I don't even know how to deal with this. The same woman and her children tore a bathroom up so bad, okay, because they moved the tub, which messed up the plumbing coming up to the tub. They had my wood floors standing up like a teepee and didn't tell me. Did not tell me that they messed the bathroom up. So they just in this bathroom with the wood floors standing straight up like a teepee using it still. All right, so it gets better. So one day, I'm trying to get her out too. Like, I'm trying to move into the building. You know, this is the unit that I'm supposed to move into the building to, but she's on Section 8. If you know anything about Section 8, it's a process. So it's not just, oh, she can move out. She has to get moving papers. They have to do an inspection of the next unit. Just a whole bunch of different moving pieces. So while this lady caught herself tricking on me, telling them that I'm not bank, that I'm not living in the building, I have to send all type of paperwork saying, well, I'm not living there because I'm waiting on this person to move. This person hasn't moved, but I still have to house my family. So, you know, what do I do in the meantime? So anyway, God, the Bible says, the Bible says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. He didn't say a weapon wouldn't form. He said shall prosper. So in that situation, no weapon formed shall prosper. So back to this lady on the second floor. So I get a call, and one of my tenants is like, the feds just kicked the door in. And I'm like, what do you mean the feds just kicked the door in? Like, he's like, they're all on the block. They're on the whole block. They're looking for somebody. They're looking for this girl who lives on the second floor. They're looking for her boyfriend who's not even on the lease, not supposed to be living there, nothing. So that day I called her and I said, I don't know. Okay, before y'all say I put her out illegally, she had already had keys at this point and moving papers and a lease to another space. So she wasn't even supposed to be at my spot anymore by the time we had this conversation. So I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know where you at, but you gotta go. And I got somebody on their way to help you pack and get over to your other spot because you got the feds kicking in the door. The block is so up. Oh my God, y'all. Stay tuned for part 2. I am still traumatized from being a landlord, part 2. Okay, so for the realtors and the landlords in the comments. Yes, a notice was given that they had to leave. However, it was given once the deal was going through. If I'm an owner, I'm not going to tell my tenants that they have to go until I know that the purchase is being secured. I wouldn't even do that. So once the purchase was going through, the previous owner most certainly gave notice. However, this is what makes Chicago different. In Chicago, if you lived in a unit from 6 months to 3 years, you get a 60-day notice. If you lived in it 3 years or more, you get a 120-day notice. So these are notices to move. So you got 60 days to move or 120 days to move. Okay? So obviously within the 60 to 120 day range, I secured ownership of the property. Legally, the people that I wanted to move were still in their rights to live there because they had this time to go. Now, God bless you if your experience has been when this time has gone, they have left peacefully. That just was not my experience. Yes, notices were given though. So I want to be very clear on that. Yes, it was contractually documented that unit 2 so-and-so, unit 1 so-and-so, unit so-and-so had to leave. Yes, that was all in writing. However, the Chicago ordinance, like I just mentioned, was still a factor. Okay? So also, I told y'all there was a lady who was on Section 8. And if you are a realtor or a landlord, you know that it's not that easy for a Section 8 person to just get up and move. It is a process for them to move to their next space. So did I give her a 60-day notice? Absolutely. But was she given a 60-day notice? Absolutely. But I was also up against her Section 8 timelines. Lastly, you can give somebody a 120-day notice. Those 120 days could pass. If they don't go, they still resort back to that month to month if you accept their rent. So this lady stopped paying rent. So now I had grounds to give her a 5-day notice. Oh, it could get deep. I'm not going to get into all of that, but know that notices were given, contracts were written specifically. And yes, there are upstanding people that just go, but that wasn't my experience, okay? Also, y'all know that you can't raise nobody rent in the middle of a lease. Whether that lease term is a year, 6 months, a month, at the end of the lease, you can say, this is what the rent is going to be. And they can either decide to stay and pay that rent, or they can say no. And so you terminate that lease and you give that notice to vacate. Okay. So everything was done over here by the book. That's the first thing. The second thing, somebody said, well, why didn't you have a property manager? I did have a property manager. And guess what? Miss call the bank, mice, don't let nobody in the apartment, tried to run up on her and her man. Okay? So yes, I did have a property manager. How did she find out what your bank was? One or two ways. She made an assumption. She saw my mail, which was originally going there when I first bought the property, or she had a relationship with the previous owners and they told her. I never found out, nor did I care. All right, back to the story now, y'all. Whew. So at this point, I've talked to y'all from March to like August, September, because Miss Lady and her kids, that day, my guy Will, he came, he packed all her stuff in some black plastic bags that wasn't done, and he got her to her next spot, and that was the last that I've ever heard from that lady, okay? So like I said, I did not illegally remove her. She had already had another place to go in Keys. Section 8, you're not supposed to be living in 2 places at the same time. So she was already in violation of a whole bunch of stuff, all right? So that's that. So I did have a tenant who lived there previously that I wanted to stay. He asked me, could he stay? And from everything I could see, he took good care of the place. He wasn't bothersome. He had a job. He was a middle-aged man. He lived alone. I'm going to be honest, in my opinion, a perfect tenant. So, okay. He says, well, you know, there's just really one thing I want. Like, I would love to have a washer and dryer in the unit. I'm like, okay, cool. I can make that happen for you. So this is the month of September. So I go over there to get this whole process with the washer and dryer started. He knew I was coming. I knock on the door. I hear, boom. So, y'all, he in there and he didn't fail. So the door finally opened and I'm like, so-and-so, are you okay? I'm like, are you okay? Do you need anything? He's like, I just got up too early. I just got up too quick. Like, I'm going to be okay. I'm like, okay, cool. So we get in the washer and dryer in there. I got people kind of going in and out. He called me another time that month, and we were talking about like his radiators, got that taken care of. So October comes, and at this point I still had a property manager. So my property manager was like, hey, have you heard from so-and-so? Because we have not heard from him, and that's uncharacteristic of him because he always pays his rent on time. And I'm like, no, I'm like, but this is somebody who I have a good relationship with. I ain't never had no problems getting in contact with. I'm like, but I'll try to give him a call. No answer. I kid y'all not. That same day, I get a call from an unknown number. And I answer the phone, and they're like, hi, this is such and such. And I just want to let you know, so-and-so, my tenant, died. I'm like, what do you mean he died? He died? She's like, yeah, he died. And I was like, well, where did he die? She said, he died in the apartment. I said, what? She said, yeah, but don't worry because he was only in there probably for about a day or so, and you know, we would just really appreciate if you can give us some time to get his stuff out. Okay, so now I done had one lady who done called the bank, who done won't let people come in and do repairs, who then tried to jump on my property manager. Another lady got kids hanging out the window, feds busting down the door, police feds busting down the door, and now somebody then died in an apartment. Stay tuned for part 3. Part 3 of I act like I'm okay, but I'm still traumatized from being a landlord. All right, so in part 3, if we ain't went to hell, we about to go to the pits, okay? So at this point, the man has died in the apartment. I don't know what he died from. I don't know the cause of death. I don't know any of that. I just know he passed in there, okay? So his family get his stuff out, and now it's time to flip this apartment to get it back on the market. All right, this is an opportunity too for me to make some upgrades. So I haven't even started talking to y'all about the contractors because yes, I was dealing with the people, but simultaneously I was dealing with the contractors. So I'm going to give one contractor a cameo right here. Y'all, this man, I called him and I straight up said, hey, I just got one question for you. Are you a crackhead? Because he was moving real crackish, like coming for 10 minutes. Okay, my car got a flat tire. He got a flat tire in front of the building. All right, coming for an hour, then leaving. Okay, I need this, but I bought the stuff, never using it. Like, he was a disaster, okay? So we'll get back to the contractors in another part of the video. Back to the script. So remember I said this part is finna go to the pits, all right? So this is, now at this point, I'm getting this apartment ready to be back on the market. We in December. All right. If you from Chicago, you know how cold it could get here. Baby, they call it baby Antarctica. We call the cold the hawk. So the hawk is coming. All right. So I'm telling people on these real cold days, make sure you dripping your water. I'm buying pipe wrap. I'm got the heat on blast. Make sure you do this. Make sure you do that to prevent a pipe from bursting. So, okay, cool. I'm chilling. I got a new tenant in the unit where Miss Lady had all her kids hanging out the window and had the feds kicking in the door. My new tenant called me like, hey, I hear a... And I'm like, okay, let me call the brigade. We on the way. We get over there. A pipe has burst, okay? Everybody's like, well, where was the realtor? Why didn't you have an inspection? I did have an inspection. But what I learned is you cannot see under the floors or behind the walls. So this particular pipe that burst was on an outside wall. It's negative something degrees, so the pipe burst. So we get over there. I got my contractor with me. He contains the pipe bursting, so it's just a little bit of damage at this point in my tenant's kitchen. All right, cool. So we got water mitigation, we got fans, we got all this stuff going on. And before we left, we went down to the unit underneath her to make sure that there was no issues. The weekend passed. The tenant that was underneath her is gone for the weekend. The weekend passed. The tenant that's underneath her, it's a new tenant at this point too, calls me and says, Misha, the ceiling is about to cave in. What? Call the brigade. We on our way over there. Baby, the pipe had burst in 2 places. So while we thought, okay, we got it taken care of on the 2nd floor, this ain't gonna go no further, it was this water dripping for an entire weekend into another person's kitchen. So at this point, a whole kitchen is ruined because water was coming out of the ceiling, dropping all the way down to the floor, messed up the walls, messed up the cabinet. Everything was damaged. Oh, and there's an apartment underneath this one too. So the water damage was so bad on the floor, it messed up the ceiling in a whole nother apartment. So, baby, now I got apartment 2, apartment 1, and apartment B with water damage because this pipe has burst. I had to redo a whole kitchen. All right? If y'all know anything about how much this stuff costs, which we gonna get to that, I had to redo a whole kitchen. Mind you, while I'm redoing the kitchen, obviously the place is not livable for the tenant. So I'm having to accommodate her by either paying her to stay somewhere or reducing the rent for X amount of weeks because I'm trying to redo a whole kitchen and repair the kitchen above and repair the ceiling in the apartment below. How much did all this cost you, Misha? Stay tuned for part 4.
My dad is a judge in Las Vegas. My mom read the verdict that finally sent O.J. Simpson to prison, and my family abused me for 3 decades. My brother's dead because of it. I'm chronically ill and disabled and can't work and need your help to save my life. So this is my life story. My dad was 40 and my mom was 23 when I was born. So obviously not a healthy dynamic. We all know exactly what we know. My dad was a hotshot lawyer with money, who had moved from California to Vegas in the 80s to deal with the Bally's and GM fire, make money, and my mom was a super traumatized teen mom who became a court clerk, and they were introduced, and you know, what does a 40-year-old want with a 23-year-old? What does a 23-year-old want with a 40-year-old, you know? And in case you don't know, my mom saw the dollar signs and, you know, the child support checks, and my dad was just an old creep who needed a wife to, you know, make more money, look like a family man, blah, blah, blah. It's how you succeeded in the 80s. You got a hot young girl. And I've spent a lot of my life analyzing the hell out of both of their trauma. So I know when I tell you all about them, you're gonna feel so much empathy, just like I did. And just, you know, same reason that I was taking care of them for decades of my life. And now all of my life is destroyed. So this is gonna be a lot to go through. 3 decades of trauma and how I went from private school judge's daughter to chronically ill, disabled, and evicted, and now homeless. So if you want to come with me on the journey, please do. I really, really, really need all the help that I can get. Please blow up the videos. Please help save my life. I have a lot to say. I reserve the right to like add stuff on after. There's gonna be a lot. This is really traumatizing for me already to have to like I'm just shaking, hash it out and tell the whole world all the trauma that I've kept hidden for 3 decades, because that's family business. Don't tell anyone outside of the family. And not wanting to be the traumatized, abused girl to everybody, and instead I'm now having to tell the whole world so that I can save my life, because I've tried everything so far. I really have. And I need help. I need other people who know more than me and have resources. I need to raise money to eat, let alone recover my life from all this bullshit. So if you have questions, ask them. I will try to get to them, whatever. But yeah, I think for very obvious reasons, if you're gonna be like, why didn't you go to the police? As a judge's daughter, my mom's worked in the courthouse for 30 years. What, the police that she's dated? Or the police who guard my dad? Or the police that I go to their barbecues and their birthday parties, and we see them at everybody else's barbecues? My mom worked for Judge Glass, who sent O.J. Simpson to prison. Judge Glass is married to the district attorney, Steve Wolfson. So what exactly do I look like going to the police or calling CPS or anything? Immediately they just would have been like, this is a family matter. We'll let you guys handle it. Like, we'll delete the call. Like, you're good. There was no option for me. There was no safety. Like, I spent my whole life being the good girl, the perfect daughter, going to the barbecues, schmoozing, perfect, everything, happy family. Everything is fine. Everything is good. And then getting screamed bloody murder at every time we were alone. You know, go to the barbecues and the parties and the potlucks from the courthouse, and then we're alone, and it's a nightmare. But that's what narcissists do. My parents are, certified narcissists. Not diagnosed, because they're narcissists. Why would they ever? But they're narcissist abusers, and so they look great to the outside world. Everybody loves them. They're charming. They made me like a puppet. Everything, we're a happy family. But that wasn't the reality. That was not the reality. And so I had to keep everything in for a very, very, very long time, and it's my story to tell. It's my life to tell. My brother's dead, so he can't tell what happened to him. He didn't have anything like this to ask for help, so it's up to me to speak for both of us and tell the world what happened so that I can stay alive. And get this out of me already. I've been suffocated for way too long, so again, I reserve the right to add things. I'm sure I'm gonna forget, like, oh right, and that happened in 5th grade, I forgot to say, because it's been a lot. But yeah, my dad was 40, my mom was 23. She got knocked up, and basically my family, like, my dad's family, like, forced them to get married, because it was the 90s, and they were like, don't, like, do this to your kid. Like, they didn't want me to be a bastard or whatever. But they got divorced when I was 2 or 1.5. I don't know. I don't ever remember them being together. And when I was little, I was always a daddy's girl, you know? He was my main caregiver. My mom, again, was very young. She just wanted to go out and party. And I get that, right? Like, as a woman, I get that. I'm like, okay, you're in Las Vegas, you're young, you're hot, you just want to go party. Who cares about the 2 kids at home? So I was with my dad most of the time, and I was scared really badly of my mom. I used to beg my dad to not make me go over there because she's for sure bipolar and would just pop off. And when I was very little, my dad was, I'm not going to say better about keeping his temper in check. It's just like, when I was less of a person with a voice, like, he always used to say, like, you used to be such a good girl, you used to just do anything daddy told you. And I'm like, yeah, because I was 3. I was 3, and now I'm 12, and you're being an asshole, and I don't deserve that, you know? So he was obsessed with, like, maintaining me at the, like, robot stage of development and minimizing my needs. You know, when you're very, very little and you're traumatized and you're abused, you learn to not have any needs, to not ask for anything, you stay teeny tiny. And so he wanted me to stay teeny tiny with as little needs as possible, with no pushback, no nothing. And I did. And so I was in preschool. I used to hate going to my mom's. I loved my brother, but, like, him and my mom always had a horrible relationship. She was a teen mom. We're gonna get into her trauma too, because it is relevant. Oh, there's a hummingbird. Thank you, universe. Needed that encouragement. So she was a teen mom. Her dad was very, very abusive. Her mom died from breast cancer when she was 10. And so her dad was really violent, would lock her out of the house and make her sleep outdoors in, like, the winter, and all these horrible stories that I heard my whole childhood. And so I always had really severe empathy for my mom and how hard she worked to get this far and this, that, and the other. But, like, when she was 15 or 16, she met my brother's dad, who was a lot older than her. And it was statutory. Obviously, she's a teenager. She thinks she's consenting and everything. And her and I have never talked about this, because if you know anything about narcissists, and also bipolar people, like, you do not want to set that bomb off. You do not. I know what happened. We wouldn't, again, you know, you're not gonna poke a nuclear bomb. But yeah, she had my brother when she was 16, 17, and that ex was very abusive, and she escaped and left my brother behind, and eventually met my dad and had me. And then when they were married, my dad, she, like, wanted to get custody of my brother back, and so my dad, lawyer, helped her do that. And as the story I've heard 1,000 times goes, is that he, like, got custody of my brother back, and then she got a boob job after having me and everything, and then she just was like, I want a divorce. Like, he was like, she got a boob job, and then she just wanted out of there. And again, pretty par for the course for a 40-year-old and a 23-year-old relationship, you know? It's so stereotypical, it's almost laughable. If it didn't cause such severe trauma to me and my brother and ruin our entire lives. You know, creepy old lawyer in seedy Las Vegas. It's just so But that's my life. So they got custody of my brother. I'm a baby. They divorced 1.5, 2, whatever it was. And yeah, I was always scared to go to my mom's because she would scream. Like, my room would always be very pretty, very girly, like happy family, you know. And that was the thing that she was trying to heal from her trauma, because her dad ended up remarrying a Jehovah's Witness. So they had no more holidays, no like cake, no nice food, no nothing, miserable. She had to wear these like collars and big puffy, it was horrible. Like, her trauma is genuinely horrible. That's why I have so much empathy for both of my parents. But so my mom's thing was like, in the generational trauma healing cycle, she wanted to heal like holidays and birthdays and having nice things. But when it comes down to it, things looking nice doesn't mean they actually are good or safe or healthy or anything. Like, I had beautiful rooms, but especially like when I was very little, we had a house, and my brother was living with us at the time. My brother and I shared a bathroom, Jack and Jill bedrooms, and my room was all pretty and pink and green and flowers. And then in the room connected to mine, my mom would be beating the living shit out of my brother, really like pummeling out of him. And he would scream and cry and beg for her to stop, and she wouldn't. And you know, he was like a young teenager. And if I rewind for a bit and tell you a bit about my brother's story, so his dad, again, was abusive. He was also a black belt martial artist who owned his own dojo, you know, whatever. He had his own like fighting style, Kenpo, I believe. Yeah. He's like revered by all of his students, but he was a functioning severe addict. All of the things. And so I believe he used to get violent with my brother as well. And when I was very little, my brother, or maybe I wasn't even born yet. This is the part about losing your family, is you can't verify these like little but big details. Again, I think I was just born. Like, they were taking me to San Francisco to meet the family or something, because my brother was like 9, 10. So I was either not quite in the picture yet or very newly in the picture. But I believe my grandma was watching my brother in Las Vegas. He was staying with his dad. His dad was newly married. They're at the house, unboxing things, moving into this new house. They just got married, yada yada. My brother's dad leaves the house, and he's there with his new stepmom, and you know, he's downstairs watching TV. Then, you know, hours and hours and hours pass and he hasn't seen her. And so he goes to check on her and be like, you know, food, or like, what's my dad doing, whatever. And she had removed herself from the world, and he found her. And he's obviously very young and horrified, and so he thinks someone's in, like, a, you know, someone's in the house. So he grabs the phone and hides under a cabinet and is calling my grandma. Police come, this whole thing. He's terrified out of his mind, severely traumatized, obviously, finding a body. And it's a whole thing. So my parents get him therapy for a little while. a little while and just never really address it other than that. And again, his father is still very abusive. He abused my mom, he abused his son. I in my later teen years found out some really horrific stuff that he had done to my brother. And so as I'm growing up, my brother is a little bit of like a troubled teen, you could say. He's already 9 years old by the time I'm born, but he's born to some, you know, shitty, evil addict and going to public school, and his mom gets remarried to some lawyer, buys a big, nice new house, and they have this, you know, precious baby girl that they're giving all their attention to. So he's been abandoned by my mom already. He's already developing these problems from all his trauma, and loved me so much when I was little, but like also very natural, and I don't blame him. I will never blame him for this because it's all horrendous what he went through, but he grew to resent me. I became this little private school lawyer's daughter, judge's daughter, and our mom was just beating the shit out of him and making him homeless over and over and over again when he's a teen. This is illegal. This woman works in the courthouse, and yet she's regularly abandoning her son and not taking care of him anyway, because she hated him and she resented him. And again, as a woman, part of me understands, like, you were a teenager who was taken advantage of. Like, of course you're gonna have a hard time bonding with that kid and wanting to be around him. But there are other solutions to that, and I'll get to that. But because my mom's a narcissist, she was never gonna give him up for adoption or whatever, because she works in the courthouse. Like, people are gonna look at her like she's some evil, you know, creature for giving up her kid, when it would have been the best thing for everybody. And I'm not saying the foster care system or anything is good. I'm just saying he would have had a fighting chance there. And never said that, obviously, to my mom either, but it needs to be said. Because she just could never love my brother, certainly not the way he needed. Like, he would beg her to love him. He was just a little boy, and he was just so constantly abandoned and left to suffer, and it was horrific to watch. Like, it didn't matter that I was going to private school and everything was fine with my friends and let's sing songs. I was witnessing horrors all the time at home. And it doesn't matter if I'd had perfect parents who were perfect to me, because I watched how they treated him, and I'll never ever forgive that. I will never ever forgive that. And I know my dad isn't his, like, biological dad and was only briefly his stepdad, but like, he promised to love my brother, and then he could have done so much to save him, and he didn't. He's like, oh, that's not my kid. No, but it's your kid's brother. Like, he's my only blood sibling. And my dad just didn't care. They just blamed him. It was just boomer abuser mentality all the time. Like, oh, he should do it on his own. It's just some psychotic shit. And I'm sorry, we're jumping ahead. But so even if you somehow hear my story and you're like, you're fine, I'm not. None of it was fine. But no matter what, I'll never forgive them for what they've done to my brother and not done for him. I just won't. I can't. And so I'm little, I go to, you know, private preschool, everything's fine. I'm smart and advanced, so I like skipped a grade. And sorry. So, like I said earlier, the reason both my parents had a kid is like, or got together and also had a kid, is to make my dad look better. Like, when you're a lawyer and you're just some like single guy, especially at 40, people don't tend to trust you. They're like, why aren't you married? Especially back in the 90s, they're like, why aren't you married? Like, what's wrong with you? Why would I trust you to... He was a personal injury attorney, so people would be like, why would I trust you to like care about this bad thing that happened to me and like get me the most money? Like, you're probably just gonna steal from me or like charge me too much, whatever. But then when you're a family man, you're like, oh, he has so much empathy, he has a young daughter, he cares. So it's good for business. And it was even better for business when he was running to become a judge, because again, he's a single father. He cares. So for kindergarten and until 5th grade, I get switched to a different private school. Lo and behold, this private school, you might not know this name immediately, but Google will, and a lot of you will know, but Sheldon Adelson ended up putting his kids into the school that I went to. So he was at the time the 13th richest man in the world, and then became the 9th richest man for a while. So his kids went to my school. We were friends when we were little. I would always be in aftercare, and my dad would come pick me up. Very occasionally my mom, but they were also in aftercare when we were very little, and they like really took a shine to me. And there's a couple years between us, which counts when you're that young, you know, it's developmentally different. So I was kind of like a babysitter-ish to them. Like, I would play with them in aftercare, and they really liked me. And, you know, my parents really, 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 really loved that they liked me. They like loved me. If you've ever been a babysitter, you know that like the way a kid like really latches onto you and just loves you so much. That was happening. And I didn't have like a concept that like, oh, these kids are they own the world. I was just like, oh, cute little kids, like they love me. This is so sweet. And I was also a kid, but you know, again. So since I was very, very little, shocker, my mom was very much trying to capitalize on the fact that they had like a crush on me, or like really, really liked me, and was like, you need to marry them someday. You need to marry them someday. You need to keep being friends with them. You need to stay close. You need to. And I was a little kid, and I was like, this is really weird. This, like, we're just kids. And again, when you're like 7 and they're 5, you're like, that's a child. Like, you're a child, but you're still like, that's a child. Or like 5 and 3, whatever, you know, like and I was just immediately like, this is really weird. Like, I'm a baby. I'm not thinking about who I'm gonna marry or having a crush on anybody. Like, what the hell is going on? But my parents were really trying to push that on me. And so, yeah, I'm in school with them. I'm in private school. Everyone at my private school, their dad was a doctor or a lawyer or big business owner. Everyone's well-to-do, you know, all schmoozing with each other. And my dad ends up running for election as a judge, and so he's asking all these rich people, including the Adelsons, for donations to his campaign. So just a lot happened, and I know I'm gonna end up having to backtrack and add more later on. Sorry, it's like, how do you tell the entire story of your entire life to strangers publicly, this and that and the other, and like in just like a perfect cohesive timeline? Like, it's a lot. And I also, it's not fun to like dig all of this up for me and like remember all of the trauma and all the things I've tried to push down, because I had to push it down to keep surviving, because I lived with them into adulthood because I was forced to. I didn't have any other options. So you have to constantly push down and like be like, I forgot that happened, so that you won't go psycho and like scream constantly at them, which I didn't. I was the peacemaker and like the glue of my whole family. But you have to just dissociate and push everything down to survive and to stay. If you're forced to live with your family into adulthood because of abuse, like, you have to suppress, you have to dissociate, or you just like won't make it. You'll be excruciatingly angry every day, which I was, but again, at least I was like numbed out to function. But that's all getting way too ahead of myself. So my brother was having, you know, behavioral issues. Our mom was super neglecting him. His dad was evil. And eventually, when I was in, I want to say 2nd or 3rd grade, my mom started, she had when I talk about the Jack and Jill bathroom, she had a boyfriend back then, again, who was way too old for her. Way too old for her. She has a pattern of this, and he hated my brother for no reason, but he did. And he's very nice to me, which again, that kind of dichotomy, you know, trying to pit us against each other, made my brother grow more resentful the older I got. Like, he loved me, he was kind to me, he took care of me. He was also an older brother who, you know, shot BB guns at me and stuff. So but it was constantly like,
with summer coming up, I just want to remind you ladies that no man can tell you what you can and cannot wear. If he feels like playing dress up that day, he can get himself a Polly Pocket. Oh, he wants to customize something? It's not going to be you. He can build a bear, bitch. You are way too pretty, way too sexy, way too successful to be dealing with that shit, okay?
And my mom dated a lot throughout my childhood. Her boyfriends would always be like hateful towards my older brother, and not nice to me, but nicer, because I was, again, good at, you know, being demure, being small, staying out of the way. I just didn't. But he's older. He's almost 10 years older than me. He was a whole person. He had things to do, high school, blah, 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 blah. So these boyfriends were often really cruel and really critical to him, especially because my mom was really cruel and really critical to him. So they were just like following her lead and being like, oh, like, my poor girlfriend, da, da, da. And it's like, no, your girlfriend's beating the shit out of her kid. Like, don't pity her. So 2nd or 3rd grade, summer between or something, she starts dating my now ex-stepdad, who is a 6'9" black cop. And I say black because my mom had a fetish for a while. She would pretty much only date black guys. And also she would only date cops. Or lawyers, because in her mind that was like safe and successful. And mind you, we all know the statistics about cops, and that statistic, mind you, is only of cops who were willing to go on record, not with their name, but like on record admit that they were abusers. So it's a lot. I grew up around cops my entire life. It's a lot higher of a statistic than that. A lot. So anyways, She did a few white cops in between here and there, and a couple other like white lawyers in between, but she had a very distinct preference. And yeah, so he came to my, I believe, 3rd grade or 4th grade, whatever. It's a bit of a blur right now because everything is coming up, but he came to my like show and tell one day in class where I was like, this is my new stepdad. Because again, bipolar mother. How I ended up getting a new stepdad was that I met her boyfriend like one time, and we like went over to his house and met his son, who was 3 years younger than me. He was still like in diapers and a onesie and cute as can be, but he was just sobbing tears, came down the stairs and like face first into a cushion, crying and crying and crying. And I was like, hi. And yeah, so that happened. And then my dad and I went away on a vacation for a couple weeks. A week. I can't remember if it was, I think it was probably to San Francisco to see his family. We came back and my mom had, pretty sure, dyed her hair and was like, Sarah, guess what? And she was standing with my stepdad and she's like, guess what? And I was like, what? And she goes, I blacked out because I'm like, you barely know this man. Like, what is happening? What do you mean my mother got married? I've never even seen your wedding ring with my dad. What is this? What is going on? And I was just supposed to be happy about it. And I was the kid and I was like, like, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? And even she was like, yeah, it was a little quick and ha 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 ha, whatever. So all of a sudden, within like a few days, my stepdad and his son, the one who's 3 years younger than me, and then the one who's like a year or two younger than my brother, move in. We're all in a house together. And I was like, oh, okay, hello strangers. I don't know if I'm safe here with you. Haha. Because my mom, my entire life, my parents have worked in the justice system. My mom, they have been helicopter parents and like obsessively controlling where I am, with who, safety, safety, safety. Everyone is a creep, everyone's a murderer, everyone's, you know? Because my mom, again, she's a court clerk. She was sitting in on trial after trial after trial, hearing horrible things. But if you know anything about, you know, crime at all, like the most likely person to cause you harm are people that live with you. It's your new boyfriend who does things to your children. It's your new boyfriend's son who does things to your children. Now, I lucked out that they were not creeps. I did luck out that they were not creeps. But again, when you have a bipolar mother who's just like dating guy after guy after guy and then suddenly she's married, like, you're like, I don't know these men. I don't know these men. What is going on? And again, my mom has been telling me all these horror stories my whole life, so I knew what could possibly happen. And the first house that we all lived in together, I had a bedroom with a lock on my door. And then there wasn't enough room for everybody, so they just quickly rearranged things, gave my room to my little stepbrother, and my big stepbrother got my brother's room, so he got kicked out into the garage. And she built him like a shack in the garage with no heating, no AC in Las Vegas, where it gets to 120 degrees in the summer. So she just like puts up drywall, gives him futon and like a TV, and is like, meh, I have a new family now, whatever, put you in the garage. And I got the loft, which, if you don't know what a loft is, it's like, it was supposed to be the like TV room or like family room. So you go up the stairs around the corner and it's just a big open room, no door, and the whole big wall, like it's a big old wall, and there's a hallway from the stairs. So this thing is a balcony. So I had zero privacy, just zero. But I just got shoved there, and then she's like, no, it's bigger than your room. It's bigger than your room. It's fine. And again, I'm a child, but I know about things that evil men do. And I'm like, I am the only one in this house who needs a lock on their bedroom, just like in case. Again, they weren't evil, but like, well, no, they didn't do any of that. But like, she's all goo goo gaga. My mom loses her goddamn mind every time she dates a new guy. She becomes an evil mother, super neglectful. All her attention is on the boyfriend and like morphing to his personality. And this stepdad wanted his kids treated like perfectly and better than us and everything. So she's all happy-go-lucky to do that and to put us completely on the back burner. Again, my brother in the garage, huffing in fumes from the cars and everything, like, just like, you know, not even really a bathroom anymore. And I had no door, no nothing. So even changing, I would like crawl by the bed to like change, or like go in the bathroom and lock the door every time. And we ended up moving to a different house, and obviously with all this change and stuff, my brother was acting up more, because it's not cool to be like, what, 14, 15, and your mom is just again completely abandoning you for a new family. So much so that she just like threw you in the garage, and even then would always...
Okay, so I just got this shirt from the thrift, but I'm worried it's not going to fit me anymore tomorrow because I'm literally eating a salad for dinner. I'm going to wake up looking like a mother freaking paperclip. It's just like so hard that I'm just going to be like so skinny tomorrow.
Would always like lock him out of the house and force him, be like, stay with friends, like I hate you, cuss him out. Like, he was always staying with friends, which again, he's a young teenager. He's supposed to be going to school and then home. But she just didn't care about him or where he was or any of that. So he was acting up more, and eventually started stealing things out of people's cars with his friends. And like, again, if you know anything, well, not again, if you know anything about psychology and like developmental psychology and stuff, this is very, very, very obviously, and as a kid, I knew what was happening. This is very obviously a cry for help, a cry for attention. Like, I love him, was stupid enough to be the one driving the car. Hummingbird again. Thank you. That's so weird because I'm in a parking garage. They have no reason to be here. And I'm high up in a parking garage, so thank you. He was, you know, a young kid, and his friends wanted to be little delinquents, so he was the one with a car. So he was driving his little, you know, beat up old car, and his friends would get out and like check for if doors were unlocked and steal, you know, whatever was in the car, I guess. I don't know. It was nothing that crazy. Like, laptops didn't really even exist then. It's not like they were getting like big ticket items or something. So iPods didn't even exist, you know, so stealing people's CD cases and whatever. But he was the one driving the car, and they got caught. And when I was in 5th grade is when this was, you know, happening. And there was a lot that happened, I feel like, in between then, with like my stepdad and the way my mom treated me versus my step siblings, and it's another time for another day. But yeah, so my brother got caught, and pretty sure all of his friends got off with just a like, don't do that, that's not cool. But he was driving, and my mom didn't want to help him. I don't even think she got him like an attorney. She didn't pull a single string with any of her friends, all these people she'd worked with for, you know, 10, 15 years at this point. She just hated my brother and was like, you messed up, it's all on you, it's your fault, da, da, da. When again, when a kid acts out like that, it's very obviously that there's something going wrong at home, and he's not getting the care he needs. He's acting out to try and get attention, because the only attention my mother would ever give him was negative attention. So she didn't try to help him really or do anything. So he gets sent off. Instead of to, you know, jail or prison or anything, they sent him to like boot camp, like juvenile prison boot camp, basically, middle of the desert. And that's his punishment. And I'm 8 or 9 years old, and it didn't matter that it was technically boot camp. I was like, my brother is going off to jail. My big brother, who I love so much, who's gone through so much. Our mom's evil to him, this and that and the other. He's going to jail. Like, I was distraught, and my parents didn't really care. But my grades started falling, and so my teacher called them in and was like, is something wrong? Like, she's normally a really great student. Like, she's spacing out in class. She seems really sad. Like, she's not like engaging or like with her friends like she normally would be. Like, what's happening? And so they were like, oh yeah, like her brother messed up, he's going to boot camp. Like, you know, making it seem somehow like it's all chill, like this is normal, when your whole family works in the legal system. It's just so normal for a kid to act out so much that they break the law. Again, psychology. My mom works in the law, my dad, her husband, and my brother's out there doing little crimes to get attention. Like, it's, as a child I knew what was happening, but these grown-ass adults couldn't figure it out, couldn't give him a little care, a little therapy, couldn't go to therapy themselves to be like, I think I'm maybe beating the shit out of my son and that's causing him harm. And also, while all of this is going on, you know, before the crime stuff, his dad is still abusing the shit out of him. My mom's forcing him to go see his father. My brother would beg to never go back to his dad's. Literally, like, in tears, begging my mom. He didn't want to even speak to him over the phone. But very boomer Gen X mentality is, that's your father. You only have one father. Mind you, my mom's dad, my grandfather, was very abusive. And she didn't see him for a very, very long time, but she still forced my brother to see his abusive dad, knowing he was being abused. She would force him to speak to him. She would force him to go stay over there, because that just meant time that he wasn't on her hands. And my mom, when my grandfather was diagnosed with like Alzheimer's and stuff, she would go and take care of him and like got him set up in a care home, set him up in an apartment and then a care home and this, that, and the other. And so it's, my parents have very much have a mentality of like, how the hell could you, so awkward, how the hell could you, how the hell could you leave your parents? Like, we never did anything to you like our parents did to us, and you have the audacity to not speak to us, to leave, to whatever. And it's like, yeah, because I had enough of being abused, and I'm allowed to leave and to not constantly be harmed. Like, my parents, my entire childhood, my entire life, but is including my entire childhood, my dad would constantly threaten to cut me off. He would threaten to abandon me with my mom and cut me off and not pay for anything. And he was like, do you think your mom is gonna pay for private school? Do you think your mom is gonna do this? No. And he was right. My mom wouldn't, things would have been somehow even worse if she had been left to pay all my bills when I was a child. And he knew that, and he would just constantly threaten me with homelessness since I could think and speak. It was just such a constant in my life, which is why now, being like a week away from actually being homeless and living in my car and barely having money to eat for like the next month is especially horrifying to me. Like, anyone would be horrified. It would be extremely traumatizing for anyone, but like, this has been threatened against me my entire life. And as I, grew up into a teenager, my mom, of course, the same way she did to my brother, would have an episode, go psychotic and scream over nothing, and kick me out of the house. And I would my dad would be in a good enough phase where I could drive to his and stay with him. This is getting way ahead of everything, but sometimes I would go stay with him, but most of the time that made things way worse. And I did not want to go there at all. It was even worse over there. So I would end up staying with friends, bless them. And so I was like effectively homeless a significant amount of time throughout high school. Mind you, I'm at private school with these billionaire children, multiple, and I'm in my little uniforms and homeless, technically homeless, kicked out of my parents' houses because I breathed wrong that day. Like, if I had done something wrong, trust me, I would be aware of it. Trust me, I would have known it. But it's like, I can't even, there's nothing, it's just, they're narcissists. They just explode. They can't take their rage and their evil. They're narcissists. They just explode. They can't take their rage and their evil out on the world outside of them, because again, they have to look perfect to the outside world so that they can quietly abuse at home. Because if they get pissy and mean to their coworkers, those coworkers aren't going to like them, and then when I speak out, they're not going to have a bunch of people defending them and being like, what, but your parents are so nice. No, they're not. They're nice to you because it benefits them to be nice to you. They can be however they want to me, because my life depended on them taking care of me for decades. They don't have to they regulate themselves around you so that they can, they regulate their nervous system by screaming at me so that they can appear chill in front of all of you. Way ahead of myself. So yeah, 5th grade is when my brother first went away to boot camp. And that was when things really started going downhill. If you've seen on my page, I had posted a little photo slideshow where I talked about some stuff I've never talked about before, even to friends. But my dad would hit me a lot when I was little, spanking. I don't even think I can like say out loud what actually happened on here without my video getting removed or whatever. But I was forced to remove all of these things, and beaten, and that causes a lot of trauma. It causes brain damage. And again, my mom wasn't really around, so it was just always my dad and I. And yeah, ooh, okay. Falling into the memory too much, sorry. I've already been diagnosed with complex PTSD for the last decade, pretty much, so super fun. But yeah, that whole phase was me, like, we would drive to the middle of the desert and go and visit my brother in this, like, boot camp thing. It was jail. And then I had to go back to school and be a perfect little private school lawyer's daughter and, you know, pray and everything is fine and happy. Because people couldn't know what was actually happening, or my parents wouldn't look very good, would they? So yeah, then by 5th grade, my school didn't have a middle school. I don't think. Well, they didn't have like a high school set up, so I had to go to a different middle school, which was, my school was already like college preparatory, but this school was very, very college preparatory. It's called the Meadows, and if you're from Vegas, you probably know of it, because for a long time we had the same mayor in Las Vegas, Oscar Goodman. He was always, it was like, you know, such an iconic image of Vegas. He was always pictured as like, he was a mayor, but he was holding a martini, and it was very like Las Vegas, the glitz and glamour, the mayor with a martini. His wife, Carolyn Goodman, started the Meadows School. So I go from a school with a couple billionaires to that school with even more very, very, very rich kids and different billionaire kids. Especially because, again, with my dad running for judge and everything, and he had tried and failed a couple times before he actually got it. We're not at him getting, you know, winning the election yet. But the school, again, is founded and run by the mayor's wife. So we get to know her, chatting, schmoozing, la 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 la. I've been to barbecues at their house before. They know me. I've met them many, many times. My dad was at school all of the time, so I was always standing there chatting and impressing the mayor's wife and impressing the mayor, and I'm a little political prop. I was essentially, if you know anything about narcissistic abuse, there is the golden child and the black sheep. My brother was very obviously the black sheep, and I was the golden child. I was, especially, you know, for my mother, for my dad, I was just the kid he abused, you know. There wasn't really anything to compare, because I was his only kid. But with my mom, I was the one that got her a significant amount of child support and upward mobility, and, you know, for a girl whose dad owned a junkyard in Pennsylvania, to move to Las Vegas and end up marrying a lawyer and having a little private school daughter who's, you know, friends with billionaires. Yeah. And so as a kid, I was always like proud of her, like, wow, my mom's worked so hard and this and that and the other. But I was still abused, even though I was the golden child. Like, I was just used as a puppet and a prop to make them look better, to advance their careers, to, you know. I was, we'll get to it later. But I was also what's called the glass child, I believe. which is that, like, when there's another kid in the family, like the black sheep, that is causing issues, it's usually used to like reference like when one of the kids has like really bad health issues and like they're taking all the time and attention from the parents. The glass child is kind of like left behind to be quiet and like, oh, the like classic thing they say is like, oh, well, like, you never caused any problems, you were always so good, so like we didn't think we had to pay attention to you because we had to deal with this, and so we completely neglected you and forgot that you existed because you were good at making it seem that you had absolutely no needs, because when you did have needs we would go fucking nuclear on you. So there was a lot of complex dynamics. I went from being the baby of the family, the youngest, to then having a bunch of new siblings, and being essentially the middle child who was the glass child. I like wasn't, you know, really the golden child for my mom anymore, because she was like trying to prop up my step siblings and I'm a good stepmommy. And then when they eventually broke up, which happens later in middle school, when they eventually broke up, my mom was back to being like, I'm a good mom again and you're the golden child again, but only so that she could like make my brother feel worse. Like she was good to me to prove sort of to my brother how much he didn't deserve her love, essentially. Like she would be like, I'm capable of love, you just don't get any, to him. And so obviously that's horrific to do to a child. He's growing resentment towards me. Things are getting worse for him. I'm skipping too far ahead. But yeah, middle school. So again, with narcissist abusers, it is a well-studied phenomenon that abuse gets a lot worse when you start hitting puberty. When your parents start to have the realization that someday you're going to be an actual person, that you are going to have physical or romantic encounters someday, you will one day grow up, they lose whatever crumbs are left of their mind. Exactly what happened to me. And I of course didn't know this as a child. Like, I knew my parents sucked, but I didn't have, and were scary, but I didn't have the word for like, oh, they're abusing me.